much to the congratulations of her family. We also saw some great rides from our collegiate riders. The Fort Lewis Skyhawks put on an incredible performance for their collegiate squad. This was Emma White from the Cannondale Cyclocross squad. She had a great day as well to find the podium in third.
screen share and get the backdrop set up somewhere. I'm on channels 1 and 4 if you need to reach me, if you can find someone at the radio.
I'm on headset right now, Chris. Do you need me? Well, welcome to Hartford, Connecticut for our 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. We are getting live images coming up here in just a bit, obviously with a lot of snowfall coming through in the area yesterday, through last night, and into today. We will be slightly delayed with our live coverage today. We're going to keep showing highlights from last year, our 2016 race. We're showing our junior races, as these are live pictures from out on course right now, as you do have images starting to come in. Junior men are out on course right now. This is our 17 to 18-year-old junior men's category happening out there right now. So as we get more on bringing our U23 women, our U23 men, our elite women, and our elite men. But with the 7 to 8 inches of snow that fell overnight, we did have some issues here at the venue. Those are getting sorted right now, so we should have full coverage for you of the course here very shortly. So for now, we're going to leave you with the junior men's coverage out on course. We'll do our best to bring more images to you as those become available to us. But obviously, the weather is had quite the impact here in Hartford, Connecticut over the last couple days. So stick with us as we do our best to bring you live images from the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, and we'll bring you those as they become available. I'm being joined here in the booth by Georgia Gould and Tim Johnson. Georgia, I want to start with you. Snowy conditions out there. We had great weather earlier in the week, but once this snow rolled in, it really wreaked havoc on this course.
Absolutely. We've seen the course changing a lot since we got here on Tuesday. We saw mud. We've seen the mud freeze. We've seen frozen ruts, and now we have a layer of snow over those frozen ruts. Although Tim told me he was out this morning, and he saw that it was still pretty fast out there.
Well, I was really surprised by just how fast these guys were going around the course. I mean, you've got a bunch of 17, 18-year-old kids who really have nothing else to care about except for trying to win this race. So watching these kids just hammer around the course has been great. I think the course conditions are going to change throughout the day. We'll see that continue to come into effect for the later races. But, yeah, it's fast and pretty wild out there.
Want to give a quick update on the junior men out on course. We do know that Denzel Stevenson is our race leader out there on the course right now. Tim, talk about the elevation here in Hartford. This is certainly a world-class level course, and we've got juniors out there racing on it right now.
A lot of people saw that Hartford, Connecticut was going to be the site of this year's Nationals, and they were worried about what it would mean for the course and, having a world-class level course that's going to be tough for racers of any category. And I think no one will come away from this weekend feeling disappointed in how that's gone. I think it's been really tough for everybody. The downhills we've seen just splash across social media all week long, and now it's just happening once again, except now it's white out there.
We're also hearing Lane Mayer moving into second place right now out on course for the junior 17-18. Georgia, course conditions like this, there's not much you can do to practice for something like this. It's not like you can go make some snow and practice riding in the snow and ice. This is something that you just have to have experience riding in these cold weather conditions.
Absolutely, and I think the racers that have that big toolkit to deal with, the good technical skills, they need to have good running skills, because we've seen that bonk breaker hill is a huge off-camera, the high line, the low line, but either way you choose, there's a lot.
Top five. Tim, Georgia was talking about the lines that you can take. There's a lot of decision making, especially on this course. You can be the strongest rider in the world, but you really have to know where you want to put that bike if you're going to have a good ride today.
Yeah, you really have to be able to excuse me, you really have to be able to plan for the entire race to go your way. You have to assume that you're going to crash. You have to assume that you're going to catastrophic. You don't have a broken bike where you have to, go to and visit the pit. But, all of these kids, as we see these images, we're dealing with frozen ruts underneath a layer of snow, which makes it even more difficult than it did the previous few days.
Yeah, let's talk about the course conditions leading up to the race today, because it started with a relatively warm week here in Hartford. We were seeing 40 and 50-degree days when we first got here on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That created very muddy conditions, but, Georgia, as Tim was just talking about, it's the mud underneath the snow that really causes the problems.
Yeah, absolutely, because you can't see. You don't know what's under there. So now we're seeing some lines starting to get ridden in as people have pre-ridden and as these early races start to happen. But still, there's not much passing unless you go out in the unknown, which is the snow on the side of that packed down trail. So that's definitely going to make it treacherous for the later races.
Tim, I hate to get too technical too early, but tire choice on a day like today, I got to think the chunkier the better when it comes to picking rubber out there.
It's funny that you say that, because that's often people's first choice, but really in conditions like this, you just need surface area. So sometimes a tire with a lot of tread on there actually doesn't work as well. You need something to grip into. Underneath that snow is just pure ice, so really you just need something that's soft and has a little bit of traction, because you really can't ask for very much out there.
Do you lower the pressure on a day like today?
As low as you can go,
Yeah.
but you also have to remember that these frozen ruts are made of dirt, but they are as hard as rock.
Yeah, well, the good news is for the riders, double-sided pit out there today, although there's not a whole lot of mud that's being picked up on the bike. So, Georgia, we could see riders doing the whole race without having to change bikes. As long as they don't go down, they don't crash, and that'll certainly be a welcome change for the riders from what we saw earlier in the week here.
Absolutely, but with this sun, you're going to see the sun-exposed areas starting to melt, and some of that mud underneath may be turning back into mud. And on that bonk breaker climb, there are some roots and rocks starting to be exposed after all of these many categories have raced through there. So definitely going to see different conditions than we've seen all week today.
We're only expecting a high of a little over 20 degrees Fahrenheit out here, so there's not going to be a whole lot of snow melt going on. But the ruts, Tim, that the riders will dig in, that's really going to be where the mud comes from. As those tires go over lap after lap after lap, we're really going to start to see some lines get dug in.
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, just the friction alone of all the riders going across the course in the sun, it's very strong. The solar energy that's going to be melting this snow. It's not the ambient temperature, which is still going to be in the 20s, as you say, but it will get muddy and slick out there yesterday afternoon as we saw the pre-ride go through. That was fresh snow. It was extremely cold, and it was so slick. A few of us might have taken some spills out there, unfortunately, but I know a lot of people went to bed last night without a lot of confidence about how today would go. And, these kids right now, I think all of those pre-race issues have been washed away. I was at the start line of the junior men's race just now, and watching these kids and the family and support crew that are around them, none of that matters. These guys are just out there trying to go fast and have a good time.
Tim, I'm just going to get it out of the way now. We're really happy that you're here this morning because yesterday I understand you had a close encounter with the ground here in Hartford. You had a chance to ride the course yesterday, and it sounds like even you fell victim to some of the features out there.
Well, you think you know what you're doing out there, and then all of a sudden you get shown the door. I was actually doing a pre-ride with some of my Cannondale CyclocrossWorld.com teammates, and I wasn't even riding when I crashed.
Yeah.
I actually did a full cartoon backflip and landed on my back and knocked the wind out of me. I saw all kinds of crashes out there. I mean, I saw people who have tons of skill just end up on the ground, and I saw a lot of people just say, you know what, forget it. I'm not going to ride this. I'm going to save it till tomorrow. And that, was actually a good decision. I wish I had done that myself.
We had another one of our staff members, John Gallagher, out racing earlier this week. He went down on the start-finish line. Just looking back, getting a look at Lane Mayer right here. That's going to be third place on course. Sorry, Caleb Schwartz just moving up though. So now Schwartz has moved ahead of Mayer as we're doing our best to try to pick up these names. Evan Klaus was the Hot Tubes rider in the light blue jersey, tacked on to the back of that one. As these guys are still riding inside the top 10. So we're starting to get some info coming in on just what our situation is out there in the junior 17-18 race. Tim, this is usually a good predictor. These riders in the junior men's races and junior women's as well with Georgia, but you look at the top three riders in these 17-18 junior races, Georgia, typically those are the U23s that you're going to see in a few years leading the top of their category.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these kids have been racing a long time, a lot of them, and they're, for their age, incredibly experienced. So no surprise to see the top riders of those categories continue to be the top riders when they move up to that next age category.
Tim, talk about junior racing. The grassroots scene here in the United States is unlike anything else in the world. The cyclocross participation that we have here in America is unbelievable, especially for folks that have never been to see these national championships. We're talking about over 2,000 competitors from the masters categories, those are the age categories, and our junior categories as well. It really is great to see so many people riding their bikes.
More than 250 juniors this week here racing in different categories. I was able to do a junior clinic yesterday with a bunch of under 14-year-old kids who had even raced earlier, stayed in their little sweaty uniforms, and they were out there they literally want to ride their bikes all day long, and it doesn't matter if they're lining up for national championships or just riding with their friends through the snow. And it does make the U.S. cycling scene very different that we have those kinds of categories and those kinds of people that have a chance to race and have a chance to participate. And it does show that we will have a lot of great racing for many years to come because of that. I mean, even here in Connecticut, the CCAP, they spend a lot of time developing young cyclocross athletes, also who do road and mountain bike and at the elementary school and high school levels. And it's great to see. And, now that they've got their national championships here, it's great to be able to see them come together, and they're making a party for us to come to. So they're doing a great job.
George, we talk about the importance of that junior racing. It really starts when you're young. Having that feel for the bike that you get early on is certainly a big advantage. It's tough to come in later in your career to become a top-level cyclist, to have that junior development, and then to be able to go to Europe and work on the USA Cycling Junior Development Program. They've got the house over there where you obviously work with the best coaches and staff that you have to offer. That's a big deal. If you can get that ride to Europe and get the USA Cycling support in the European program, that's a big advantage for riders that are looking to make it to the elite level.
Absolutely. I think I like to liken it to learning a language. You know, it's a lot easier when you're young. It's a lot harder to pick it up when you're older. So these kids learning these skills, especially these skills out here in the snow and the ice and the mud, because a lot of these kids have been here all week, just to get more time on the course. So the skills they're developing now, that's really going to pay dividends later in their careers.
They're going to be a lot better bike racers after they leave Hartford, Connecticut, that's for sure. Well, guys, while we're talking about the snowy conditions and the rough course out there, I do want to show a course preview that we had a chance to take a look at earlier in the week. Now, obviously, the conditions changed overnight, so a little bit more snow on top, but we did have a slight bit of snow falling on the ground yesterday, just a couple inches early on, but it was enough to make it slick as the temperatures dropped, obviously, early in the week. The most difficult part, I think, so far has been the hole shots, Tim.
Well, that first corner has really put a lot of people's dreams to bed, but have also opened things up a great bit. And watching them go into the pits, these ruts that were developed on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they haven't left. They've just been run over and over again. And as a vertical rut, you can see how they run the length of the course. When you get in cross rutting, you try and get in and out of those ruts. It's a little bit of a technical thing to explain, but you really have to hope and have faith that your bike is going to continue going in the direction you're going at that one particular moment, but it will shoot you to the side with no notice at all.
Georgia, we're looking at riders on the bunk breaker run-up right now. This could arguably be the most decisive or toughest feature of this course. You've got about 30 lines to choose from, but riders have really been all over the place on that big hillside of the bunk breaker run-up.
Absolutely. It seems like most riders in general are picking that high line. But again, once there's a bunch of people in a line in front of you, if you want to pass, you've got to go down and run on that more chopped up off camber section instead of the more packed in top line. But yeah, I think it's definitely, we noticed in the Masters races that there's a big difference in how fast people are running across the top of that bunk breaker climb.
So, Tim, this is coming off of that bunk breaker run-up. There's then a very fast descent as you head into the woods and onto the other side of the course.
That is such a big drop, and the elevation change from the top of that run-up and top of the ride-up down to the bottom is just so hard. Watching the riders try and take that with the snow yesterday and the single-speed men yesterday afternoon, also produced a great deal of social media content just by virtue of the fact that people are sliding down on their butts. Today, if you have a title on the line, you're going to take that drop and you're going to do it. But really, it is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can do until you get to the top. You just sort of commit to it. And really, Georgia, that's the other important thing, having confidence in your bike going down these big, slick descents.
Yeah, I think having confidence and, like Tim said, having a plan, but at the same time having flexibility to change that plan, because in conditions like this, if you've only pre-ridden on one line and you're only willing to take that one line and not willing to try something new if it looks like it's faster in the race. So there's that combination of having a plan and being focused, but also having the flexibility to change that if you need to.
The biggest problem for riders, as we saw some riders coming out of the pit the second time here, as we're working our way around the course with the images on screen, we saw riders, really the big problem is ice and snow getting into the drivetrain, obviously the fork, the rear triangle. That's the biggest issue out there. Again, there's not a whole lot of mud today, but we are going to see riders, Tim, coming into the pits just because of the ice and snow that will accumulate on the frame.
Well, just from our broadcast location right now, we're looking down on the course on the shores of the river here, and I saw a couple riders drop their chains going around this really hard little corner. Actually, we see it on camera right now. We're just right next to that at this moment, but those kinds of issues really happen a lot when it gets into snow and ice, and like you say, getting stuck into the drivetrain. How you deal with that is really a big part of it, and whether that's the one thing that takes your race and just puts it in the trash, or something that you have to deal with. You start these races, you have to understand that everyone will have problems. At least once throughout the day. So it's not just you out there frustrated because your bike's not working.
New update from out on course. Lane Mayer has moved into our race lead. Denzel Stevenson moving into second. And it sounds like the race for third and fourth place is starting to hot up a little bit. The gap right now is about 24 seconds from our leader back to second place. We are going to try and pick them up here as we finish up this course preview. Now, Georgia, the course that you see right now is much different than the course that's out there. Again, this was shot yesterday afternoon. You can see those mud ruts. You get a little more grip there. Those are gone today. We're looking at fresh snow out on course. The junior riders really will set the lines for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. Some of those ruts might still be there, but now they're covered under a blanket of snow. So, again, just having that flexibility to do what you need to do in the moment,
Sure.
if you will.
Well, we are monitoring, again, the front of the bike race with our junior 17-18 race. And, Tim, it sounds like 20, 25 seconds. Is that possible to come back from second place on this course?
Well, actually, I just put my eyeballs on those two riders in first and second, and they're together.
All right.
They have rejoined. We've got Denzel Stevenson in the front for Boulder Junior Cycling. Lane Meyer there in second. They have just gone past our broadcast location. They are riding very close together, and I believe that they're going to be getting the bell next time through, if I'm not mistaken. So this race has really gone not easy to call it an early victory with a hole shot, because there's so much going on out there.
All right, well, welcome to the Stevenson and Meyer show at the front of the 17, 18-year-old junior race, as we'll keep an eye out. The riders on your screen right now, that's going to be 9th place in the red jersey, 10th place in the green jersey, 11th in the blue, and 12th in the black jersey, as we're doing our best to kind of keep an eye on the top 10 here for friends and family watching at home with our junior 17-18 race. Guys, I know we had tough conditions today, but how cool is it to be able to bring live images of these junior races? Tim, I know back when you were a 17-18 junior, I don't know if you ever thought that you would see your races streamed all over the world.
Not even close. I was at the start line, and one of the UCI or USA Cycling officials is like, hey, what was your call-up like when you were a junior? And I was like, I was a junior in 1995, and we had 20 kids in the start line, and there was no call-up. You just went up there whenever it was getting close to the start time. So, no, this is a totally different ballgame. Watching the kids just experience it all, you've got the huge start-finish banners. You have a course laid out like this, which is basically World Cup, World Championship level here in Hartford.
Yeah.
I never experienced that until I was halfway through my professional career. So these kids are really, really loving it.
We caught up with some juniors on the way into the venue today, asked if we could do an interview, and they said, why? I said, well, because we're streaming, and they're kind of starting to learn. Well, seeing on the Bonkbreaker Hill here, we can see where the line's going to be, going diagonally up and then taking the top line across. That seems to be the preferred line, Georgia.
Absolutely. It looks like, now everyone is taking that packed-in line, but I think as you see bigger fields maybe in the U23 race, you might see people trying other lines out there, or as this snow on this really sunny hillside starts to melt. But you can really see how, your ability to run across that slippery, icy, rutted top line is going to make a difference.
Tim, first time through when you've got 50 riders in a group coming to this Bonkbreaker Hill, do you stick with the line that works up top, or do you start to take some gambles and maybe try some new lines in the middle or bottom of the Bonkbreaker Hill?
Yeah, good luck trying to walk or run or ride on anything that's white right now, especially on Bonkbreaker Hill, because it is just so treacherous. Right about there where the second place rider is just about to put his bike down is where I crashed yesterday. So I can tell you that the line right there is basically a single-track line. You've only got a certain amount of real estate to work with, and that really will make for a tough start. If a rider has a problem, trips up or falls over a little bit, it will affect everyone behind them. So we've seen these starts happen for the rest of the week. When you're in that line, you're basically in a conga line, and that is your only way of getting to that next section. You just have to wait it out.
Georgia, this is a tough remount, too. You're basically on the downhill already as you're trying to jump on the bike. It would be very easy to not fully get control of the bike on the way down. And then there is a little dip at the bottom of that hill, too, so that could cause some problems.
Absolutely. You want to make sure that you're comfortable, maybe not being clipped in riding down a hill like that, and having the confidence to just get right on your bike immediately and just point it downhill and keep it straight. So.
All right, we just saw our second and third riders rolling through the finish line as they are heading out for one lap to go. So we have just started them on their final lap. Denzel Stevenson is your leader. Lane Mayer has dropped down to second. And we'll pick up third and fourth here in just a bit. Already seeing some riders starting to slip here, Tim. We're seeing some feet down here in the woods. And you're right, that battle at the front is great. They're saying 2 seconds out on course right now between 1 and 2.
Yeah, and you can be 2 seconds and be right next to someone when they have a problem. You can take advantage of it, or you sit back and wait a little bit and hope that you've got a chance to go for the sprint later. But there's a really tough section just before the finish line where they've put in a really just off-camber left-hand turn that will really create all kinds of havoc for that finish. So the 2 leaders here, Stevenson in the front on the right, and we've got Lane Meyer, the local from Connecticut, in second position, trying to pull off that hometown victory.
2 cyclocross hotbeds. You got New England versus Colorado out there on course right now. This is setting up to be a pretty good regional battle. So that is Stevenson, the Boulder Junior cycling rider, currently leading the race. Lane Meyer is just behind him. We'll see him coming through here in just a bit. Georgia looked like he navigated the top of that Bonebreaker Hill pretty well. Didn't see a foot go down. He looked relatively smooth.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually starting to be able to ride across the top of there, which we weren't seeing anyone able to do, although a lot of masters tried it. A lot of masters that were sad to be running were trying their hand at riding, and it was not working out. But these guys seem to have made quick work of that.
Yeah, we've got Stevenson here. He's under the tutelage of the Boulder Junior Cycling crew. Pete Weber has done a lot of work with those kids, and they've really, to be able to go into the lead with a little more than half lap to go like Stevenson did, but watching him skateboard across the top confidently, not afraid, although it did look like he was almost on the ground right there. This wood section is just hiding all kinds of danger. Every single corner is full of these frozen rock bumps that the snow just makes it really hard to keep any kind of traction whatsoever.
I think that might have been a little overconfidence there, getting excited with the lead. Tim, this is a tough situation because you're looking at riders up the road, and you want to start to take those gambles. You want to start to take risks, but you got to baby the bike as well. Georgia, you're kind of trying to draw the line between wanting to go hard, wanting to take risks and make up that gap, but at the same time, the worst thing that can happen is that you end up taking yourself down.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the national championships. A Stars and Stripes jersey is on the line, so you can bet that both of these guys are taking those little bit of risks because this is the last half of the last lap, and so now is the time to make it happen.
It's taking those risks right now is worth it. You've got Stevenson in the front trying to defend it, but Lane Meyer, looks like he was dropping back a little bit. We see Stevenson, he will come back into view shortly here. Not quite yet, but, going to the pit, about a 5-second gap, that could go away any second. I think that nothing is going to be set in stone until you see the pavement and that final run into the finish line.
Stevenson is one slip away from losing this lead. I mean, he's one mistake. He's 1 foot down. He's one bad rut from losing the front of this. There is Stevenson on the screen right now. George, it looks like this kid is going hard. I mean, he... Welcome back to Hartford, Connecticut, the host of our 2017 Cyclocross National Championships. Just a few miles away from the state capitol here in Hartford, beautiful Bushnell Park, just outside of where we are here at Riverside Park, the host of our host venue for the 2017. Incredibly cold day here in Hartford. We had right around 8 inches of snow move in overnight. We are underway in racing. We apologize for the technical difficulties earlier today, but we are going to do our best to continue bringing you live images. Here's the situation right now, getting ready for our U23 men out on course right now. They are getting their final instructions. We did have our U23 women's race and our junior men's race held earlier today. Denzel Stevenson picking up a win for our junior men, and Ellen Noble getting a win for our U23 women. Tim, I want to talk about that real quick before we move to focusing on our U23 races. Tim Johnson, Georgia Gould on the far end. Tim, let's start with our 17-18 junior men. We saw a great battle at the front of that one.
It was back and forth at the front. We saw Lane Meyer, the local boy from Connecticut, trying to take the challenge against Denzel Stevenson, obviously one of the biggest favorites at the start line. Great battle. They went back and forth, and ultimately Stevenson getting that victory. So really good start to the day.
And Georgia, how about our U23 women out there mixing in with the juniors? They had some really tough conditions in that race.
Absolutely, and definitely Ellen Noble and Emma White setting themselves apart pretty early on and battling out for a few laps. But yeah, a lot could change, and I think the elite races are going to offer even more changes up there.
Tim, course conditions here really, really tough. We talked about the snow. We talked about the ice. It's not changing much out there. It's pretty much frozen solid all day today.
I just got the word from our course designer, Dr. Keegan. I think he's actually been awarded his doctorate for putting together courses that put anyone to the biggest challenge they could ever imagine. But no, it is getting a little bit more slick. Some of the parts of the course that's more exposed and has more traffic on it is actually getting a little bit slushy, which will possibly make those later races even worse.
All right, well, our riders you just saw on the start line getting ready to take to this very snowy and very cold course. We are going to be back with the start of your U23 men coming up right after this. We'll take a short break and be back from the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships.
All Track. The new All Track. With 4Motion all-wheel drive. Soon to be everywhere.
There's a special part, like when we're out riding together and training and riding the course, and it's really cool back and forth. And yeah, we're all connected. Everybody's out there riding it. We're all riding the same thing. It's hard. It's easy. Wow, that was tough. That was cool. There's a togetherness that kind of gets built from that, and now each of the kids had to earn their way onto the race team. So now we're all part of the same team, wearing the same kits. Nationals to me is the family togetherness first, and the pursuit of excellence. You know, the training all year, it all culminates. It just bonds the family, and that's more important than anything. And we're all striving for different places and different all that, but it's that bond that is formed and created that, you know, we'll never forget.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track.
The 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships are brought to you by Volkswagen, Chobani, and Cannondale. Welcoming everybody back to the start line here in Hartford as our U23 men on the line right now, getting ready for what will be our third race of the day as we wrapped up our U23 women's race a little bit ago and the junior men. Guys, you can see the riders on the start line here. Tim, it is very cold. You're going to see a lot of jackets coming off here in the next 90 seconds or so as the riders get their final instructions. I know you've been in this situation before. There's a lot of nerves down on that start line right now.
There's so much, so much effort being put into every single rider's preparation for today. You know, how they're going to approach the course, what that means, but also, like you say, the clothing choices today is really going to be important. We saw a few leg warmers, a very important piece of attire for any cycling endeavor, no matter what the temperature is. But today, it's freezing cold, and we saw a lot of the kids out there in the earlier races where they've just dropped down to their ankles. really hard with bare legs for the entire day in the snow and cold of today's race.
Georgia, we always talk about equipment choice. I think gloves today might be one of the most important equipment choices that the riders will make.
Absolutely. Temperatures like these, when your hands are numb and you can't tell if you're shifting, if you're braking, that can make a huge difference. So choosing the right gloves, like Tim said, the right leg warmers, definitely makes a big difference.
All right, well, some very cold riders on the start line here as they're getting their final instructions. Again, we're looking at our U23 men's race. Tim, I'm seeing a lot of knobby tires on the front row. We're looking at Curtis White, Spencer Petrov, Cooper Wilsey will be in here, Gage Hecht on the front row as well. There's a lot of talent in these first 8 names.
Yeah, Gage Hecht right there in the green. He's a multi-time national champion now in the under-23s. Cooper Wilsey, he did well in the earlier collegiate races the beginning part of this week. We've got right next to him Grant Elwood. Just talked to him just before the start. He was really looking forward to today's conditions. Curtis White, obviously last year, coming in second place in the under-23, viewing this year as a great chance to get that victory.
I'm thinking the Colorado riders pretty happy with the conditions here in terms of home field advantage. This is about as close as you're going to get. So you see the riders getting ready now. This is kind of that the coiled cobra here as we get ready to launch the U23 men.
Really quick start. I was watching the junior men. They gave the 30-second to go mark and then immediately blew the whistle. So a lot of riders have to be prepared for that start. Gage Hecht on the right and green. Very good start for him. Curtis White right in the middle. Looks like he has got a clean start with Elwood right next to him.
Well, look at this mad dash to get to the front. Now, there is a slight right-hand bend as they come off of the pavement and onto the grass. This is jumping up onto what was a grassy section before the snow started to fall. If you don't find your way to the front of this bike race within the first 10 minutes or so, Tim, I don't think you're ever going to see the podium today.
You really have to try and fit everybody onto this course. It's incredibly wide in some sections, but with the snow, it's become single track, and so riders are really fighting for any real estate that they can possibly get traction on. Being led out now by the Gogan rider on the front. He is one of our favorite starters in the NECX, always at the front, but Gage Hecht taking over. The inside line here in this corner has not been the most appropriate before the snow came there. It looks like they are going to be trying to get in there and get some traction, but on the approach into Bonkbreaker Hill, this is really important to set yourself up for playing a little bit of time in traffic. You can see the track that's been laid down from the earlier footsteps in the diagonal position, but Gogan going straight to the top. He might try and get into that single track section at the top first and be able to set himself up for the good end of this section.
Georgia, it looks like we're looking at just 2 lines here. If there's a low line and a high line, I don't think anyone's going to try and gamble to take the middle and try and move up. It's just not worth it here, is it?
Right. I mean, after all of the mud that we had early on, that whole middle section is all chewed up. You can't see that because it's covered in snow, but we didn't even see many people in the Masters races choosing to run through the middle. So really saw that high line being the favor for most of the riders.
And Wilsey has a clear shot. Wilsey went low and then took the later approach to the top, but Gogan right now in second position. Looks like Gage Hecht in third, and Curtis White was one of the few riders to ride that thing over the top, so it looks like he is going to be in fourth position, but it is going to be tough throughout the entire length of today's race. So no matter what happens this first lap, it's just important to stay out of trouble and stay close to the front. But Cooper Wilsey from Vermont definitely trying his best to get this early lead. You want to force other riders to make a mistake, and you can see these riders just starting to take that off-camera section. I mean, you could fall at any moment.
Yeah, Georgia, this is as much about a mental game as it is a physical game out here. Obviously, you have to have the legs and lungs to back it up, but even the best bike racer in the world is going to make mistakes today, and it's about how you come back from those mistakes that determines how well you do today.
Yeah, it's definitely who's going to be able to get their focus back into the race after those mistakes, because once you get flustered, once you start, it starts getting in your head that you're making a lot of mistakes, that's really when you start to falter more. So important to stay focused.
All right,
Looking at Wilsey right there going into the pit for the first time. He does have a solid gap there. Gage Hecht in second, Curtis White in third position. Looks like we're going to get a look at who the rider in fourth is right there. We'll
Peter
get a
Gogan.
number on him. And
that's Peter Gogan, sorry, back in sixth in the Purple Race CF kit.
you can see how it's single track out there. You know, looking from above, you can see that there is one line where people have determined that the ruts aren't that bad. And that's really what's going on. I mean, this isn't a clear line to a fresh track where basically anywhere works. Now it's really limited to that one line right in the center, where you know you probably won't crash, and that's about as precise a consideration as you can possibly get.
Georgia, we were talking to riders earlier, talking about the races earlier in the week, and that Bonk Breaker Hill, they said it's basically like a conga line. You pretty much get in there and you sit behind the rider in front of you because you're not getting around them until the end of that feature.
Right, but when it's snowy and icy and snow covering frozen ruts like it is out here today, you actually don't want to be right behind somebody. So that's why you're seeing in these wider sections racers pulling out and trying to ride their own line, even if that line is unknown.
Yeah, we got Curtis White going through there in third position. Looks like Max Chance in fourth, number 106. Got another rider right there in fifth. I'm sorry, it looks like Elwood holding steady. But look at those lines Lance hit at there in the red coming through. These riders are really just trying to stay upright. When you are surrounded by traffic, it just makes things so much more nerve-wracking, and you're so limited in the moves that you can possibly make.
Well, especially when we get stuck in the ruts here. I mean, when you have riders next to you just a couple inches away, it's going to be really easy to bump elbows, bump shoulders, and maybe go down in these icy conditions. Tim, it looks like more like the bikes are driving the riders rather than the riders driving the bikes out there right now. It is really hard to control a bike like this.
Well, and that's what you really have to do. You have to let the bike really find its way, and if you try and force it in sections that have deep ruts, it will bite you back, and it'll put you on the ground very quickly. But just look at the traffic. Some of these course markers and barriers have just taken a beating throughout the entire week. These riders constantly going in and out of that tape. You can just see how many times that tape has been tied back together again. Looks like these riders are really abusing the course as much as they're abusing themselves.
George, when we look at these riders well back in the group, you know, sometimes these are the riders that are having the best ride of the day. I know you didn't spend much time at the back of races in your racing career, but talk a little bit about these riders having to fight through. You go through the first lap, you find yourself in 15th, 20th position. Sometimes it's just about trying to crack the top 10 for a lot of these riders now.
That's true, and actually even sometimes the top riders, you know, you miss a pedal at the start or you have a mechanical early on and you find yourself back there. So you definitely saw some of the racers out there seeing a little bit of that panic when you're stuck behind someone, you're stuck in traffic, you're not able to take the line that you want. But important to stay calm and realize that these guys have a bunch more laps to do today. So not to get too flustered and just ride your race and try to get yourself out so that you have a clearer course in front of you.
She talked about how quickly it can change. You have small mistakes and big mistakes. It could be anywhere from 2 seconds to 15 seconds that you lose, depending on how big that mistake is, whether you come off the bike, whether you fall over, or just put a foot down.
Well, some of the riders feel very comfortable in conditions like this, so they can weather those storms. They can go through those issues. You could have a major mechanical, and they will find themselves back at the front because they can put together the lap times necessary to do that. But you never want to take that risk. It's never worth it. Some of the off-camera sections, and including that short little uphill section just before the finish line, it's almost impossible to walk up it on anything that doesn't have, you know, some kind of a spike at the bottom, whether it's your shoe or your tire. So a lot of the riders are really just going to take that risk and see what happens. The under 23 men's race is always like that. They have to do whatever they can to make it happen, and it doesn't matter how it goes.
Yeah, for the riders at the front, it's put a foot down. When in doubt, put a foot down. It's better to lose 2 seconds than to lose 10 seconds. For the riders at the back, you don't have anything to lose. You might as well go into those lines with as much speed as you can.
Yeah, and you saw they added in a run-up and another off-camber descent right before the finish, so that could definitely play into our races.
Yeah, we
today.
did add a few new course features here as we go back out to live images. We are doing our best to bring you images from all the way around the course, but again, as we get back online, we'll bring you as much video as we can from out on course, but that'll improve as the day goes on. So seeing the riders completing their first lap, fast laps here, Tim, 7.5 minutes. These guys are flying.
Really quick, so that looks like Gage Hecht in second. We have Curtis White in third. It looks like Max Chance coming through here in fourth position. And Max, you know, it was a winner of the earlier collegiate race this week. He put in some really good time on the course. He's going to be able to come away with some really precise knowledge of exactly how this course rides. And I think the snow added on there is going to make things a little bit different. We saw Anderson come through there. He's one of the riders from Fort Lewis. He also had a good ride the other day. But Cooper is trying to hold off second and third place. You know, while Cooper Wilsey is on the Cannondale Cyclocross World development team. Curtis White is actually on the elite team in third position there, so they're not necessarily teammates of any type. They do want to try and beat each other. Curtis White coming in second place last year. He really wants to get this victory, but it's going to be a battle out there for sure.
Wilsey's got a pretty good gap here early on. I'm going to guess that's right around 10 seconds. Now, Wilsey goes low. This is interesting because we saw these guys going high earlier. It looks like the other two are going to go up high as Wilsey takes the low line. So Wilsey making a tactical decision here, Tim.
The running game is key, especially on this course feature. You can actually see a photographer found his way into the middle of the course. Not sure if they realize that this entire thing is actually part of the course. You can go anywhere you want. But Cooper Wilsey here, he's a Nordic skier. He's got a running background. He can really put that in. But Gage Hecht was able to bring that gap down by running straight up and then getting on his bike to ride across the top. However, look at Wilsey now. He's starting to bring that back because of that small little bobble that Hecht had. So it is really up to each rider to make individual decisions and whether it works best for them.
Yeah, it looks like those guys, Georgia, were able to get back on the bike earlier, taking the top line, whereas Wilsey had to wait a little bit to get back and get clipped in. So I think that high line was better. I think Wilsey made a mistake there.
And, you might see riders choosing different things, different laps, I mean, as this gets more packed down, as things change, it might become faster to ride or it might become faster to run. So having that flexibility to decide in the moment, that could really make the difference.
Well, this is going to be the catch right here. Gage Hecht catching Cooper Wilsey. He's going to go right by him as they go into the woods. So we got a new leader as Colorado moves to the front with Gage Hecht in the green jersey. Now comes Curtis White chasing on. So right now it's Hecht, Wilsey, and White, 1, 2, and 3. This is anyone's race, guys. We're only 1.5 laps into our U23 men's race.
And when these guys are so close together, you might see a little bit of less risk-taking. They're there, they're all together, they can kind of sit up a little bit, see who's better in which spots on the course, and remember that for later in the race so they can make their move.
And White's getting that view. He is sitting there in third position. He's watching how Hecht might bobble on one corner and not another. Watching each rider close by, you really are able to gain a little bit of knowledge about how they're riding and hopefully put that into play later on. Maybe it comes down to a last lap where they are still close and you can say, I remember that rider really had a hard time at that corner every single time.
Right. I mean, you might not want to show all your cards early. You might not want to, you might be able to make it all the way across riding that top line, and you might want to wait until you're going to make your move for the race win.
That's going to be a big question. Does Cooper Wilsey go low again on that bonk breaker section, or does he decide to change plans and go back to taking the high line, which actually resulted in him getting caught by Gage Hecht as they came off? Picking up more riders, that's about 10th place on down. We're back with the leaders. Gage Hecht that is going to be Cooper Wilsey going down. So Wilsey takes a soil sample as he will be passed by Curtis White. Cooper Wilsey drops down to third place after a slip out in the woods.
That wooded section that you talk about, Brad, is just absolutely a disaster area. The frozen ruts underneath the snow, especially in the trees, has been tough for riders all week long, but right now it's probably in its worst conditions yet.
All right, let's go back and take a look and see if we can figure out just what happened to Cooper Wilsey. He's going to be just behind Gage Hecht, so that's Wilsey. And he could have had some serious damage to his left hip there, but he was able to just kind of save it. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to hold off Curtis White. White did a really good job of just going right around it, staying calm, even though he had Wilsey in his line. Curtis White didn't panic and was able to pick up that new position.
Yeah, I think you could see Hecht kind of take a minute there to get himself back together. But again, really important when riders start passing you to focus, get back in that group, and stay there, because that's really where the action's going to be today.
Yeah, that's got to be the worst feeling in the world, thinking, oh, this is it. I just lost my chance at a national championship. But that's what we love about bike racing. It's never over till it's over, until you hit that line the final time.
And that front group of four, those riders are going to be sticking together. You can see them on some other parts of the course right now, just making their way onto the finish straight in a minute. But having a good first lap mentally does set you up for a great rest of the race. However, having a bad first lap and all of a sudden finding yourself in the lead because you didn't realize that crashes were happening all around you, you might be so buoyed by that you have a great last lap, and that's when a surprise victor comes out of the mix. That's when a rider just rides above their ability level so much that they put themselves back in into contention for the victory.
Well, getting a look at a rider with the mechanical, that is going to be number 155 walking through the line. That is Lane Johnson riding for the Move Up Development Trek team. Must have been some sort of drivetrain issue. That's going to be very common out there today, Tim, especially when riders go down. We're talking about basically frozen ground. You rub your rear derailleur against that, it's coming right off.
Well, and one of the other parts of the bike that you really don't hear very much about are the pedals and shoes, and running, walking, riding through this kind of condition. The snow will actually bind up your clipless pedal, and you won't be able to clip in or out, and you can't tell if you're in or out. And that's what happens when a rider you kind of lose feeling in your feet just enough, you really don't even know if you're clipped in.
Georgia, for those not familiar with the sport of cyclocross, talk about what it's like to try and run in cycling shoes. It's not quite as easy as these riders make it look on screen. You're talking about running with a shoe that basically has no flex in the sole.
Right, with a stiff carbon sole, not the best choice on on ice and snow and frozen ground like we have here.
What kind of equipment do they put on the bottom of the shoe? What kind of changes do you make for a race, a snowy race like today compared to maybe a drier race?
A lot of racers will choose a metal toe spike that screws into the very front part of your shoe to give you a little more grip when you're going up some of those run-ups that we see, for example, Bonk Breaker Hill, or the shorter run-up that's right before the finish line.
So those go just ahead of the clip on the bottom of the shoe. And I think just about everyone here, Tim, is going to be running with toe spikes today.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, otherwise you really can't even walk around. We have a lot of people who are fans here, spectators, that have just continued to drop on the ground because they can't quite stay upright. For the racers, it's even more important because you have a national championship on the line.
Wow, look at this battle at the front of the race. Gage Hecht, Cooper Wilsey, and Curtis White with a fourth rider coming up close here. We're going to pick that rider up, but Tim, right now, we're looking at our podium all in the same camera shot. This is very close, just 2 laps in to our U23 men's race.
Cooper trying to hang on there. We have Max Chancer in third position. This is Lance Haydet from the Raleigh Clement team coming through in the red. Looks like Elwood here from Boulder Cycling in the back.
I believe that was Brandon Fix also right there in front of Elwood.
All right, back with our leaders on the front. That is Heck looking over his shoulder, guys. Tim, how do you read that when Gage Heck looked over his left shoulder?
Gage has been riding so well. You know, when he was a junior, he would constantly just crush the fields. And having that kind of background going into the under-23s, it does set you up for a lot of success. You know, he's one of those riders that's put a lot of stock and effort into being great internationally and getting the experience that he needs to get to put in a strong ride at Worlds. You know, watching him now with Curtis White, who has been, you know, he's won Pan Am championships. He's had some really good rides the last couple of times he's been to Europe in the under-23 races. So I know that those two are very well set up, but Max Chance there in now going right by, going for the running pass. Curtis White going around knowing, hey, you know, Gage Hecht is trying to ride this thing. It's not quite going well enough for him. I'm just going to get around him, and now I've at least got position. And there's Cooper Wilsey on the bottom trying to make this diagonal hypotenuse run work. It's a little bit slow right at the top here.
I just cannot believe that Wilsey is sticking with that low line and then trying to go high. Meanwhile, Max Chance just had a great pass there. He deserves all the credit in the world for that as he was able to run by those riders. I think they were thinking that they were going to start to remount, and then Max saw an opportunity, and now he's got a gap. So that is Chance in the black jersey riding away right now, and that's going to be a few seconds for him as we'll get a good look at Max Chance for the Evol Racing Team, the 21-year-old out of Boulder, Colorado, currently ranked 112th in the world. On to the descent as Chance hits it perfectly. Now, again, guys, this is the tricky section on course. Georgia, I think the wooded section here is going to be the most likely place that we're going to see crashes today.
Right, and Chance has a clear course in front of him, which I think was his goal when he made that pass on Bonk Breaker Hill. So he's got a clear course in front of him. He's putting the pressure on, and really that's allowing these guys to separate themselves even further from the rest of the field. And those valuable seconds, that makes a big difference when there's any kind of bobble, any kind of little mistake. So these guys trying to just stick together, I think, at this point in the race. I mean, we're only just about 18 minutes in, so still plenty of time, but separating themselves and having a clear course, that's going to be crucial.
When someone, Brad, when someone takes off and passes you and really starts to make it look simple and easy, you start to question about how you're doing it. And that's always the wrong thing to have running through your head. When you've been passed by someone and you have to try and hold their wheel, the rider in front of you, he might be suffering just as much as you are, but to you, you have to have the right mindset and try and stay in the race for what it is, which is trying to get around these corners upright and trying to put in the power when you can.
Again, this is such a tough course to pass on. Obviously, they made it look easy. Max Chance made it look easy on the Bunkbreaker Hill, but there aren't a whole lot of opportunities. If you do try and pass, you're going to find yourself in a couple inches of snow as you deviate from the line. So I think a lot of these riders are going to wait until one of the maybe 3 or 4 opportunities on this course to make a pass.
Yeah, I think you'll definitely see that. I mean, these riders have raced so much or trained so much on this course that they know those opportunities that it's going to be safe to pass.
Well, and Max Chance, I mean, he's already raced here this week. Curtis White didn't do the collegiate race, so he hasn't seen this race in full flight. Cooper Wilsey has. He was a part of the collegiate races as well. So, having those extra laps in your legs is really important, especially as you know where the tricky sections might be.
Brandon Fix rolling through in 4th position, and then we're going to pick up Grant Elwood, the Boulder Cyclosport Yoga Glow rider, in the orange jersey right there. I believe that is going to be Lance Hayden, as he just went off camera there. So that's just about your top 6-7 riders through right now.
Brandon Fix actually having a great race in the collegiate race, winning himself a national championship. So he's definitely coming into this race with a lot of confidence, and he didn't have the strongest start, but he's moving his way up, so I wouldn't count out Brandon Fix today.
Well, you want to talk about confidence? Let's take a look at the Pro CX standings coming into our national championships today. Max Chance, no surprise, at the top of that list with 91 points that he picked up this season in our USA Cycling Pro CX standings presented by Cyclocross Magazine. This is pretty much a dead-on predictor of what we saw at the front of the race early with Grant Elwood, Garrett Gerchar, Lance Hayden, and Brandon Fix all inside the top 5 in the Pro CX standings.
Well, and let's talk about who's not in that front group is Spencer Petrov. He's the rider that I had picked for, a strong ride here. He's done well in under 23 national championships before. Also, Cam Beard, first year under 23. We're hoping to see a good ride from him. These conditions really make that pre-race, I think I can do well question really tough to bring to fruition.
Tim, talk to us a little more about the Pro CX standings, about the calendar, and about the goal of Pro CX here at USA Cycling.
Well, the Pro CX is just a way of pulling together so many of the great races that we have around the country. We've been very lucky over the years having a lot of UCI sanctioned races where it gives you the chance to gain those international points. But for a long time with USA Cycling, it was like, we're investing in this international scene, but we also need to build up what we have in the States. So that's where the Pro CX came from. So trying to find those races that put on the great event for racers every single time, trying to help those events that are new to the scene to gain recognition and to get those riders who are able to travel to come out there and race. Figuring out how the Pro CX runs is always a long-term goal for USA Cycling. I think we'll hear more about that later, but I think these guys, especially under 23s, you want to put out the best effort you can, get the recognition for yourself as one of the top riders in the country, and the Pro CX is a way to do that.
Well, it's certainly a great way to highlight the top level of the sport, our elite riders that we're hoping we're going to see mixing it up in the World Cups, the World Championships, and races like that. But, Georgia, it absolutely starts here at home. You can go over and race in Europe as much as you can, but you got to have at least a little bit of time at home. It really is a big deal to be able to race here in the United States as an American bike racer.
Sure, and these U23 racers, a lot of times in those Pro CX races, they don't have their own separate race. So they're racing with the elite riders, which is great race experience. But really, the national championships is a time when they get their own race, they get their own start, and they're just racing other U23 riders. And a lot of these guys, they come from different regions, and nationals might be the only chance, or one of the only chances all season that they get to race each other.
Yeah, how about the number of UCI races that we've seen growing here in the United States over the past few years? These guys now have opportunities to race in multiple cities on the same weekend, so a lot of times these guys don't always match up. We are looking right now at the front of the bike race. That is going to be Gage Hecht, who has moved back up, so Hecht takes the lead. Max Chance moves into second, and that's going to be Curtis White in third. Cooper Wilsey has already gone by, so Wilsey was up the road. He is your current race leader, so we basically just saw the top 4 rolling through the line right there.
But no, it's now going to be 4 laps to go for these riders as they make their way through, so that top 3 is quite a tough battle. I think these guys really have gotten a handle on how their competitors are doing. Curtis White's still floating in about 3rd position there, Max Chance in 2nd, but Gage Hecht coming through this pit lane really, really strong, trying to get that gap.
I'm going to correct myself from earlier. I said Cooper Wilsey was up the course. He is gone. He is well off the back of this group. So we're basically looking at these three guys right there. And there goes Curtis White. Curtis White has a little trouble.
Well, we talked about riding close together, and that crash by Curtis White actually hurt Max Chance. Max Chance had to go to a complete stop and had to go around Curtis White. So that small crash right there for Curtis White has taken out Max Chance, and now he has to try and chase back to Gage Hecht.
We saw Stu Thorne giving him a little bit of encouragement coming out of the pit, saying just stay calm, and that's really all that he can do right now. Let's go back and take a look and see if we can figure out what happened to Curtis White. It's coming into this turn, so Gage Hecht goes with the tripod. He puts a foot down. Curtis White, I think, came in just a little too hot here. He does get the foot out on the inside, and he just gets caught in a rut there, Tim.
It's really hard to hold that traction on the front wheel. You know, washing out the front wheel like that is really common in conditions like this. The ruts aren't quite deep enough or strong enough to hold you in there. So seeing a rider crash like that is really common. But it looks like Max Chance has made his way back to the rear wheel of Gage Hecht. So those two riders now first and second. And it's a question of whether or not Curtis White can get back up there and get back into contention for the win.
Max Chance actually got caught behind Curtis White. He did a good job of staying calm and then being able to get around him to get back up to the wheel of Gage Hecht here, which is now our new battle at 1 and 2.
And that could show that Chance maybe was just sort of sitting in and sussing out how these other two guys were riding, because he was able to close that gap down incredibly fast.
All right, so this becomes the battle for third as Curtis White tries to recover from that crash. He is battling Brandon Fix in the green jersey just behind him. So White has now moved into third. Brandon Fix will be your fourth place rider, just coming into view at the bottom of your screen there.
We've talked so much about how you deal with a problem, and Curtis White going for the high side here. He was actually stuck in a rut and had to shoot on the outside of it. We'll see that in a replay as soon as we can. But Curtis White having a second problem, very close to the first. Those kinds of combinations are really tough to overcome.
Georgia, this is it. I'm wondering if Curtis White is just starting to build that stress and he's starting to psych himself out after the second crash that gets really hard to come back from.
Well, that's when it's even more important to just let that go. Everyone's making mistakes, and just sort of reset yourself, forget about what happened, because he's going to need to focus. Brandon Fix took that opportunity to pass him and head back up towards those two leaders.
Well, this is the second crash for Curtis White, and it happened in a very similar way. It was in the turn, coming out of the turn. He kind of overcorrected there, it looked like, Tim.
Well, you know, it's really hard to come back from that first big slide, and he was able to try and stay up, but he lost his balance. It was on the opposite side of his bike and ultimately shot over the top of it. He was able to get back on. We saw him come through in about sixth position. Cooper Wilsey was leading that small group. Looked like it had Elwood in it as well. So he's going to have really a big job to get back to the front.
So that is actually Max Chance on your screen right now. We're showing Gage Hecht in the graphic, but Chance is the rider in the black jersey. That is going to be Gage Hecht coming in right now, and he has now been joined by his Alpha Bicycle Company Vista Subaru teammate Brandon Fix. So that's actually going to be Fix who's moved to the front. Hecht is sitting in third place right now. Good ride for the Colorado boys here.
Well, a lot of trouble for Hecht. I mean, he is really starting to have a hard time, just like Curtis White was. So you may have a great first lap, but can you hold it together? And we're seeing that play out. Cooper Wilsey now still in contention. Looks like Elwood still in the orange. Here's Curtis White. We'll see how he takes this tough section, see if his confidence has been shot or if he's going to be able to get back to it. When you look at the time, race time is 27 minutes into the race. There is still a lot of time, especially when mistakes are constantly happening.
George, do you start to question your lines after this, after two crashes? Do you start to think, maybe I shouldn't be taking so many risks. I just need to calm down and maybe follow the lines of the other riders here?
Well, you hope so, but at the same time, you start to get panicked as riders start to pass you. You start to think that you need to make up those gaps and get back up to the front, and that can cause you to take even more risks.
Yeah, we like to say that there's a speed limit in a corner, and you really can't go any faster than that. When you've already had a mistake and you try and make up for it, you put yourself into position to make a big mistake and lose far more time than you would have if you just went nice and steady.
Yeah, I think the best thing that Curtis White can do right now is to just stay calm, stay focused, and just slowly try to make his way back up, because if it happened to him, it can happen to any of the other guys. So definitely not to lose hope and to just stay steady.
Big
More
crash right
riders
there.
going
Peter
down.
Gogan hitting the deck. He was trying to go through that corner far faster than anyone else. We actually saw him try and accelerate into it, and had to pay the price for that. We'll get a quick look at this again.
You can see it's kind of 2 ruts coming up to this turn, so it's really easy to lose your front wheel if you try and cut it too close to the inside corner. We'll watch. Yeah, you see he just gets caught up in the tape, hits the stake, and then goes down and collects a little bit of snow.
His whole family's involved in the KMC CrossFest. His brother Patrick puts together that course. That he knows how to deal with course tape pretty well, usually in the setup period, not necessarily trying to ride through it on your bike, but when it's the national championships, you go as fast as you possibly can. We saw the riders come through our broadcast position, and it looks like Max Chance still has that lead pretty solidly, but the 2 Alpha Bicycle Company riders have been separating, and Brandon Fix looks like he is building a gap over his teammate Gage Hecht.
Again, I want to thank everyone for hanging with us today. We are doing our best to get all of our cameras up and rolling here, so we'll do our best to bring you those cameras up just as soon as they're available. We are going to see our leaders coming back through here. We're looking at the Shimano pit right now. Guys, a 2-sided pit, but it doesn't seem like we're seeing many customers in the pit so far today, Georgia.
I think it's still pretty cold, so you're not seeing much, not really much reason to go into the pit, unless maybe, as Tim said, your pedals are frozen up and you might need someone to chip the ice out of them.
Yeah, and even that's really just a last chance. You never want to go into the pit to spend any time there. You want to be able to go in, grab a bike, and keep going. And a lot of these riders have a pit crew dedicated to try and keep them running no matter what the problems are. But something like ice in the bottom of your shoe is really a problem for you to deal with on your own. And a lot of riders develop ways to deal with that. You might try and kick your pedal every time you click in, which will help stop that buildup. But Max Chance right now, he's got a clear shot through start-finish line on his way to continuing to build his lead. And it looks like Fix is in second position there.
And Brandon's got to be feeling great. He had a slower start than these guys, was able to catch up to them. So he's got to have great confidence that he's just sort of able to close down these gaps and make his way back up to the front of this race.
So now it's Lance Hayden who has moved into the top 3 here. That's Hayden coming by on your screen right now, number 110 in that red and white jersey. As Lance Hayden is having a really good ride. Someone who came up, he was as far back as 7th position. Now he's finding his way up onto the podium.
Really slow start for him, but it doesn't matter because you have to ride a steady race and stay out of trouble, and he's obviously doing that, very confident in these conditions, starting to make time up. And Max Chance is really the one rider left from that very fast first lap. We'll see how he does now without any traffic around him.
That inside rut is getting deeper and deeper and deeper with every lap, Georgia. You're going to find yourself pretty much, you have to commit to it, as they say. Commit to the rut on the way in. That is important now more than ever on this snowy day in Hartford.
Right, and I think riders like Lance, when they're moving up and they have a rhythm, they're moving up. It's, you're racing other people, but really when it's conditions like this, you're also just racing the course, you against the course. So if you can focus on your own race, that's why you're seeing these racers that maybe didn't have such a strong start moving up.
And something also that happens in these conditions is that it takes someone like Gage Hecht right there in the green, putting his bike down at the top of this run-up. He's a rider with a big power. He's got a big engine, but you can't put it to the ground. You can't put it to use when the course is covered in snow and ice. So Lance Hedette, very good bike handler, very confident in these conditions, is able to move up and do what he can on his own bike and let the other riders have their problems.
Back with our leader, Max Chance, as he makes his way over to the Cannondale downhill section, where he'll work on this very tough off-camber here. It seems like everyone wants to unclip coming into just about every turn that they make. Is there a single turn on this course, Tim, that you keep both feet clipped in?
In these conditions, definitely not. You have to give yourself the chance to stay upright just in case. You have to plan for that crash.
And even though it looks like this is sort of a well-packed in line, there's still so many sort of ruts and bumps that everything's a little loosey-goosey in conditions like this.
Well, this battle for third back here is turning into a very, very good race. Again, that is going to be Lance Hayden in the red jersey trying to work his way back up into the top 3 as we once again pick up Cooper Wilsey, the man who had some trouble early on and now tries to claw back here with 3 laps to go. But he's got plenty of time trying to catch this man, Max Chance, our current leader on course.
That's a solid gap, Brad. He's got probably 8 seconds right there over Fix. Hecht is now, he's got Haydet right on his wheel, and Haydet not even going out of the pedals in that corner. He stayed clipped in, just marking Hecht like that, and really he's going to shoot by, I think, at the end of the straightaway here.
And honestly, that gets in your head when someone that wasn't even part of the race early on is all of a sudden on your wheel, putting pressure on you. So really important for Hecht to stay with Lance at this point.
All right, making their way up onto the bonk breaker run up here as they'll make their way across. And we're looking just a little further back inside the top 10 right now with 3 laps to go for these guys working their way up. I hate to do this, guys, but we got to take a quick break. We're going to thank some sponsors, pay some bills, and then we'll be right back from the 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships right after this.
So peaceful up here.
Yeah. Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
For those who pledge allegiance to life, liberty, and the endless pursuit of a damn good time, we have one suggestion. Find your passion in Reno Tahoe, USA. All seasons, 1,000 reasons. Visit RenoTahoe.com.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
The 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships are brought to you by Volkswagen, Chobani, and Travelers Insurance. Welcome back to Hartford, Connecticut, looking at live images from the finish line as we'll be seeing 2 laps to go with our leaders coming through. Brad Soner, Tim Johnson, Georgia Gould, as we are just about ready to wrap up our U23 men's race. Guys, we are watching an awesome, awesome battle at the front of this one, Tim.
And the fans watching at home, we just saw the top 4 come through. Once again, it was Max Chance with a sizable gap, I'd say probably about 10 seconds over Brandon Fix. But it looks like Gage Hecht was carrying Lance Haydet on his back almost, and they were starting to close on that second position of Fix. So it looks like those 4 may even have a chance of coming back together, but Max Chance has got a clear road ahead of him, and it looks like he's putting together a great race.
I would say 10 seconds is a sizable gap on a day like today. With the racing that we've seen, Georgia, it's been so close. 10 seconds is probably the biggest gap for the leaders that we've seen all day, but that won't last long. I have a feeling these guys are going to charge back and close down that gap here in the last 2 minutes, or 2 laps, sorry.
Yeah, 10 seconds seems like a lot, but at the same time, as long as you can see the rider in front of you, it's the national championships. You're giving it everything you got, and one mess up, one little foot down, as we saw Curtis White was looking super strong, but a couple bobbles and really seemed to affect his confidence.
Yeah, Max Chance not out of the woods yet here, Tim. This is where you start to get comfortable and you think, I turned 3 good laps. I got a good break going here. Maybe I'll just hold on to this lead.
Yeah, but then at the same time, you have be pushing each other a little bit more. If you see Chance might be settling into his own pace, And he's really got to keep the pressure on if he doesn't want to get caught by that chasing duo.
Well, you'd much rather be at the front trying to keep riders away from you than trying to have to chase back and bring down a sizable gap like we have here. Looks like he is on the front straight. Still waiting for Fix to come by in the green. And that gap has started to grow a little bit, gotten back into third position with Haydett as well. So those three riders have one shared goal. They need to get this rider back, Max Chance. He spent a lot of time as an intern at the Boulder Service Course, but now he is on his own and trying to fly his way to a national championships in the under 23 category.
All right, seeing the Alpha Bicycle Company riders rolling through. That's Brandon Fix. And should be seeing Grant Elwood coming into view here in just a little bit. He was up there for the Boulder Cycle Sports squad. Gage Hecht is the other rider in the green jersey of the Alpha Bicycle Vista Subaru team. But right now it's all about this man, Max Chance, on the front of the race, continuing to grow his gap over the pair of Colorado riders behind him.
Taking a look at this corner, here it is again. Outrigger style for Chance. Here comes Fix.
Fix goes early with the foot out. And it looks like, oh no, that was Hecht going first. It looks like Fix able to keep himself almost completely clipped in.
Wow, Hecht catching Fix like that, really putting the power down. He has really closed quite a bit just in that one part of the course, and I think that does fit into that profile we talked about, what Hecht is bringing to the table. He's a really strong rider, an incredible time trialist, road racer. He's got a lot of power, so if he's able to put it down, he will be able to close some gap each lap.
All right, I was going to say, watch where the remount happens here, because Max Chance got on right about here, and yeah, they're going to take the same line. So that's the spot, George. It looks like you make it about halfway across the top of the box breaker run-up before these riders are remounting.
Yeah, and I saw Chance. I don't know if you guys noticed the size of the strides he was taking up that bonk breaker climb. I mean, he seems to be very comfortable running and seems to be really putting the pressure on there. So definitely Chance strong on this run-up.
Working their way back down now as we pick up our race leader, Max Chance, taking it very carefully around that tricky section. You saw his rear wheel just slip out a little bit there. But I got to say, this guy's riding with a large amount of confidence here,
well,
too.
And he can afford to take a little bit of a safer line each time to avoid those crashes because of that small gap that he has. Gage Hecht in second position, however, has to go his fastest, and that's when you're going to see those small dabs and step-offs. A little bit of skateboarding at the top of that run-up, as we saw. Haydett still putting together a clean race, losing touch a little bit with Fix right there in the green. But these riders are really just trying to stay upright while putting down the power that they can possibly get. Chance looking very, very comfortable here in the front.
Yeah, important not to panic, I think. You know, you see the gaps opening up, and it's a struggle to not want to immediately close it down, but really remembering where is the time to put the power down and close that gap, and where is the time to maybe not be so risky, because all these guys are in podium position within striking distance. So.
Well, especially Haydett here in the red. He's right on the back wheel of Brandon Fix, and he is getting even a little bit closer. It looks like they have gapped off Elwood now, and still riding in fourth position. But you know, those riders, as you mentioned, you have to really think about where you can go your fastest, what your type of profile is. You know, where your talent does lie. So putting your effort into where it actually counts.
Well, more riders working their way up onto the bonk breaker run-up, and there goes another race CF rider having a little look at the dirt there.
You know, it's like Peter Gogan once again, but you know, it's so hard to stay upright. I can't stress that enough. Anyone who's here on course, watching in person, you know, they've been racing earlier this week. They're supporting a rider out there on course now. That's one of the greatest parts of a national championships, that really does include all of those different races. They know how hard it is. You can see how Gage Hecht trying to stay upright. He took a new line down on the outside of that corner, trying to find a little bit more traction, maybe in the deeper snow. But Haydett looked like he was almost trying to come around Fix right there.
Yeah, Haydett took an outside line as Fix tried to stay on the inside. He wasn't able to get around him, but that clearly shows us that Vince Haydett is going to try and move up. Same thing here, this Boulder Cyclesport rider, Grant Elwood, going to the outside and then cutting inside as they go by this camera position here. This is going to be Curtis White coming on screen right now.
And Brad, we're seeing the riders come by our broadcast location, and Gage Hecht is continuing to close on Max Chance, second by second by second. It looks like he is running a little bit more ragged in doing so, but he is definitely getting closer. Looks like they are starting to distance Fix and Haydett just a little bit more, but it looks like Hecht is still on his way towards the front.
Well, next time they hit the line, they will be getting the bell for one lap to go as they'll be heading out on their final circuit around Riverside Park here in Hartford. Meanwhile, picking up some back markers back in the field, still trying to work their way up, watching these tiny battles for the top 20 positions here. Sometimes you find yourself just locked in with one other rider out on course, and it becomes a slugfest, which I imagine has happened with these two right here.
A slugfest between friends, no doubt. It looks like Curtis White has gone past Cooper Wilsey into 6th position, trying to make up for his big crashes there, one after the other. Cooper Wilsey trying to hold on in the front. Elwood just in front of White. But these riders, we have a great section of the course that we're not able to show right at this particular moment because of our technical difficulties. But let's just say this, that Brad, Georgia, they are being challenged to the maximum throughout the entire course. So you guys aren't seeing it on screen right now, but these riders are really struggling with just staying upright for the rest of the lap.
Right, and in that position that you can't see, that's when these guys that are a little bit farther back can see the leaders, so they can sort of gauge how far back they are and keep the pressure on.
That really benefits Mr. Heck there in 2nd position, being Gage Heck himself. Those guys really, it does make a big difference. You can see exactly what you need to do, and you don't overcommit. You don't crash because you're trying to go too fast into these corners.
This is Trent Blackburn working his way down off of the hill and into the woods. Safely navigates that first very tricky turn, but lucky for him, no traffic around him.
And let's talk a little bit about the course this week. We've been really given a gift with a course here in Hartford that can be taken apart and interchanged throughout the day depending on the conditions the course needs. I mean, talk to us a little bit about the earlier races where you've got a 12-year-old kid or a masters racer or a collegiate racer, all these different abilities on the same course.
Yeah, they kind of broke it down into sections, and those sections would come in and out of the course as the skill level of the fields out on course changed. Obviously, for the elites, they're going to be looking at the toughest course of the weekend coming up here for our final 2 races of the day with the elite women and the elite men. But, yeah, George, as the course conditions changed, the first question every morning when we arrived on site was, what's the course? What did we change last night? What's in? What's out? What are we going to be racing on?
Again, you have to be flexible and ready for anything out there because we've seen the course change even from the morning to the afternoon races. So I think you'll see that today too, especially as more lines get ridden in, as more races race on this course.
Yeah, but I can't remember the last time they changed the Indianapolis 500 from one year to the next, but that's the great part about cyclocross. We can do that. Looks like the pass has been made. Yep. Gage Heck into the lead. Max Chance on his wheel in 2nd position. Gage Heck, though, he really looks like he is just hanging it out there.
What a battle at the front here. Hecht in the green, Chance in the black, and we just saw Gage Hecht moving up. That is his teammate, Brandon Fix, from the Alpha Bicycle Company Vista Subaru squad, who's now moving into 4th position on course.
This battle at the front, Gage Hecht able to make his way back, but Max Chance not letting him have it. He knows this corner is really difficult. This is that left-hand corner that took down Curtis White. He's going to want to take it on his own, at his own speed. We got a Hecht in 2nd position. Both of those riders making their way. But here's where we're going to see the big run. And this was a strong point for Max Chance before.
Here goes Gage Hecht. Hecht moves up, passes Chance on the way up to the feature.
And both of these riders really trying to assert their dominance. They know it's the last lap, and both of them wants a clear course in front of them. So neither one kind of wanting to sit back and just watch.
All right, so that is going to be Gage Hecht leading up the bonk breaker run-up. Max Chance just behind him in the black jersey, and they both go high. Now Max Chance does it again as Hecht remounts early. Max Chance is going to keep on running.
The last few laps, Gage Hecht, when he made the transition from running to the bike, he lost a little bit of time each time. Max Chance knew that. He went for the pass while running, just anticipating that. That is someone who pays attention while they're racing and isn't just doing it just in a solo effort.
And Chance knows he's fast here, so he wants to be in front, so he has a clear course in front of him. Maybe he could put a couple seconds on this bonk breaker climb.
Georgia back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. This reminds me of a certain elite women's race that we saw last year where there was a rider battling Katie Compton at the front of the race, one of the closest races we've seen at Nationals. What do you do in this situation? situation. I mean, you're just trying to hold on to the wheel, but clearly riders like Max Chance here, he's playing offense here. He wants to get to the front. He wants to get by Gage Hecht. He is not just sitting back in this situation and waiting for Hecht to make a mistake. Max Chance is on the offensive here. Let's go back and take a look at this pass earlier as you see Hecht sitting second wheel. That is Max Chance. And Gage Hecht just goes right by him. That was pure power, Tim, on the way, the approach to the bunk breaker run.
Yeah, but that's matched right now by Max Chance. He sizes it up. He knows what's going to happen. He goes for the pass while running. Very risky move.
Bold move, yeah.
I mean, he literally could have fallen 50 feet down this side of the hill here. So he's able to remount with no one in front of him, no traffic. And now he is just trying to continue to build on that move right now with Hecht in second. And Lance Haddett, don't forget him. He's in third position within sight.
Closer and closer to the finish, so more and more risks taken. Nobody wants to, everyone's showing their cards. Everyone's doing everything they can, going for any risky move, because any mistake now are the precious seconds that are going to cost you at the finish.
Just saw Cooper Wilsey, an early leader that had some mistakes, as well as this man, Curtis White, who had a great first 2 laps. But after those 2 crashes, Curtis White just didn't seem like he was quite the same racer that he was early on. Maybe the confidence shaken a little bit as they head through the Shimano pit one final time. And when we see them back on the line, they're going to be sprinting it out for our U23 Men's National Championships. And George, it's looking more and more like this one is going to come down to who's the first rider onto the pavement.
You know, that's how you want every race to to finish up. And here we have them coming through this wooded section.
Oh, my gosh, and look at the race for third. That is going to be
Gage Hecht right there, going for the big move, unable to hold that rut. He fell right into the tape. But Lance Haddett now moves into second position. Look at the replay. Max Chance holding the position on the inside. He's safe. That was a big risk by Gage Hecht to try and get around him. And unfortunately, didn't work out for him, but it worked out for Lance Haddett.
Yeah, so now Haddett moves up into second position as they make their way up. Max Chance, Lance Haddett going 1 and 2. And then we see the Visit Colorado, or the Alpha Bicycle Company Vista Subaru riders just behind them.
Lance Haddett in second position, right on the wheel of Max Chance. Second position. He has had a great race. He stayed out of trouble. He's made small moves throughout the day to try and get into the lead. Now he's got a clear shot. Max Chance trying to hold him back, trying to go through. They're going back into the barriers, but this is now a real fight for the win with Max Chance and Lance Haddett.
All right, we're doing our best to keep an eye on the leaders with the cameras we do have available to us. That is Max Chance in the black jersey, and now Chance is starting to gap Lance Haddett. Max Chance on the offensive here as he is flying away from Lance Haddett. This may be the winning move of the day for Max Chance.
Well, we're still pretty close. I mean, we're getting pretty close to the finish, but there are still a few tricky off-camber sections. So, I mean, really, it's still anyone's game because these guys are still very, very close together.
Yeah, I was watching one of the sections right after the flyover. Going to walk on it, but these riders have to race through it at full speed. So there are quite a few sections now still to come for those 2 riders before they figure out who has that win. But looks like Gage Hecht, that was a very risky move that he made, and unfortunately didn't work out. He is in third position, but he has lost probably 8 to 10 seconds at this point already. And it's going to leave that up to a 2-man fight for the win.
All right, well, just finishing up some lapped riders here on the finish line. We should be seeing our leaders coming onto the pavement here out of the final turn here very shortly. Guys, there is one very tricky technical section that we don't have a camera on just yet before they come onto this. It's sort of a roundabout, Georgia, on and off camber section. That's going to be the last opportunity that these guys will have.
Actually, we do have a shot of that right now. That's the tricky off-camber right before the last run-up that then shoots you down onto the finish.
So they're coming over the flyover just now. They will be coming into view very shortly. And those 2 riders still going neck and neck up and over the flyover. The crowd around that section is being treated to a heck of a fight, making their way around. Max Chance still leading Lance right on his wheel.
Yeah, there is a massive movement of the crowd here in Connecticut working their way up to that last feature because they know this is probably where this race is going to be won and lost, Georgia.
And really only one line. Earlier in the week, we saw riders sort of low line, high line here all over the middle. But right now, there's sort of one single track line that's gotten ridden in. And you're going to see them coming around right now.
Big problem for Max Chance. He was in the lead. He had a small problem. He had to get off of his bike. Looks like he lost his chain. Lance Haddett now with a small gap and growing over Max Chance.
Well, so Haydad is going to do it. He will hold on. Max Chance is nowhere to be seen. Here is Gage Heck. That's Chance. And I don't know if he ever got that chain back on, Tim. Max Chance maybe running all the way to the finish. What a heartbreaking day for Max Chance after a fantastic ride. He has a mechanical inside the final half kilometer.
Lance Haydad into the start-finish shoot here. He is going to the race from the back into that jersey.
Well, that is going to be Gage Hecht, good for second. Max Chance got the bike back up and rolling. He's going to sprint it out with Brandon Fix for third and fourth. But how about Lance Haydad today? Guys, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
Maintaining that calm under pressure and being able to take advantage when someone else makes a mistake, that's going to be the story of the day today, even in the elite races.
So, Tim, we couldn't see it on camera. You saw what happened with Max Chance. You think it was a slip chain?
Well, he had a gap, and he actually had a small bobble in doing so. Looks like he fell completely off the bike, and his chain fell off. And he had to stop and put it back on again. But that was all that Lance Haydad needed to build on to get this win. But you know what was the best part about this finish? Seeing those four riders come across within probably 5 seconds of each other, and every single one of them reached over to the next rider, and they're like, oh my God, that was such a race.
Well, Tim, you know, being a racer, that when you're in a race like that, even as a racer, it's exciting. It's exciting for the fans, but as a racer, those are the best races. You know, the ones where you work the hardest for it, where it's really tight.
Well, moments like this where you can sit at the finish line knowing that you've just changed your entire career by pulling on this jersey is something pretty special. You can see it written on Lance's face right there. He's
still trying to absorb it, I think.
Yeah. Gage Hecht right next to him. Gage trying to figure out, I can't remember that time that I stepped down or went into the fence. I mean, every single one of these riders has stories like that from today's race, but you know, unfortunately, there is only one winner, but those four riders coming to the line like that, they can all share in it.
I don't even know if Lance Haydad even considered that he might find the front of this bike race until maybe 10, 15 minutes ago as they headed into 2 laps to go. I mean, he was pretty far back until he found that front group, and it was just consistency for Lance Haydad today.
That might have been an advantage for him to not be thinking about that, to not let that get in his head, and to just be riding his own steady race.
Hey, all the credit in the world to Max Chance to be able to come up with a gracious hug to the race winner today after that bobble just before the finish. Really good to see Max Chance still in good spirits with Lance Haydad getting the win.
It takes a real sportsman to be able
True
to do
pro.
that, and no matter what happens for results, when you're out there, you see Tobin Ortenblad here. Congratulations for his buddies. You know, he's going to be racing in the elite men's race later on. But yeah, when you can actually say, "Hey, good race, congratulations, you won," when you had a problem inside of 30 seconds to go on that final lap, I mean, that's a really good move by him.
I think Lance Haydad is very quickly learning the duties that come along with winning a national championship. It didn't seem like he really realized what he had there, but now that he started to get the interviews and the congratulations, you know this feeling, Tim. It really just sort of floods in as you celebrate your win. Well, our U23 men wrapping up their race in what was the closest battle that we've seen all week. There were crashes, there were spills, but in the end it comes down to the last corner as we saw Gage Hecht going down. Cooper Wilsey goes down. Curtis White had trouble today as well, staying upright, and the bonk breaker run-up turns out to be a decisive point on the course. Gogan goes down again on the approach to the run-up of the bonk breaker run-up. These guys just could not catch a break today. Then we saw this battle at the front with Gage Hecht and Max Chance going at it. Here's the pass where Chance runs right past Gage Hecht when Hecht decides to ride it. Max Chance decides to take the safe route and keep the bike shouldered. That ended up paying off until that terrible, terrible mistake, or mechanical, I guess we could call it, for him. Gage Hecht had a problem there as well, getting taken into the tape, having ripping and running with the stake, but it was all about Lance Hayden, our new national champion in our U23 men's race with a huge ride, stays patient, and he'll have a Stars and Stripes jersey waiting for him. So, guys, we are going to take a break here as we move away from our U23 men's race, getting ready for our elite women and elite men. Coming up next, we'll have more live from Hartford, Connecticut with Tim Johnson and Georgia Gould coming up in just a bit.
There's a special part, like when we're out riding together and training and riding the course, and it's really cool back and forth. And yeah, we're all connected. Everybody's out there riding it. We're all riding the same thing. It's hard. It's easy. Wow, that was tough. That was cool. There's a togetherness that kind of gets built from that, and now each of the kids had to earn their way onto the race team. So now we're all part of the same team, wearing the same kits. Nationals, to me, is the family togetherness first, and the pursuit of excellence. You know, the training all year, it all culminates. It just bonds the family, and that's more important than anything. And we're all striving for different places and different all that, but it's that bond that is formed and created that, you know, we'll never forget.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track. The new All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive. Soon to be everywhere.
Hartford, Connecticut, as we just wrapped up our U23 men's race, getting a look at the cold conditions in a very chilly day of racing. Guys, talk about back and forth today, back and forth, back and forth. What a great battle it was, but in the end, Lance Hayden picks up the win, picks up the national championship. We're going to try and grab a word with him, as Bill Scheiken has been with us all week, and he's going to try and grab a word with our winners. Sounds like Bill has Lance Hayden right now. Let's go down to the course.
Lance, what an amazing race. That had to be one of the most exciting national championship races we've seen in a long time. Can you just describe especially all the lead changes towards the end?
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It seemed like every single lap, the top six would be in a completely different order, and guys were making mistakes. Guys were blowing past people and then going backwards like 30 seconds later. So, yeah, I mean, lots of mistakes, lots of just moving in the front, and I thought it was all about being steady for sure.
So yeah, everybody's going to make mistakes on this course. It's really minimizing those mistakes. Was there any part of the course that you felt you had an advantage, or you felt like, okay, I'm in this because I'm riding this better?
I felt like definitely in the wooded section, and I would seem to lose. So I was just trying to not go into the red so much, because I knew, like, going into the Bonk Breaker Hill and stuff, that would take a lot out of me. So just on the straightaways and then trying to make up as much time in all the technical sections.
Let's talk about that finish. This is truly a lesson in not giving up and not quitting.
Yeah.
It comes down to the wire. Max has a problem in front of you, and you just keep going and taking the win. Just an amazing victory.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I was definitely hurting being on Max's wheel, like the last third of a lap or whatever, and I mean, unfortunate for Max, but when I saw him drop his chain, I'm like, yes. It felt so good, but yeah.
Congratulations, that is your U23 national champion, Lance Hayden.
Thank you very much, Bill. Let's take a look at our top 10 results here for our U23 men. Obviously, Lance Hayden taking the top step. Gage Heck salvages second place today. Max Chance has to settle for third on a very tough day. Brandon Fix in fourth. Grant Elwood finds the top five with fifth place. Curtis White drops down to sixth. Tough day for him. Same with Cooper Wilsey, who had trouble early on. Spencer Petrov in eighth. Skylar Mackey finds ninth place today. And Henry Nadell rounds out the top 10. Guys, final thoughts on the race today. I think the story of the day with our U23 men, it's never over till it's over.
Absolutely. I think not giving up, being patient, and being consistent, like Lance said.
Well, that was a crushing final interview for someone who was a part of that finish but didn't get that victory like we saw Lance win. but that is exactly it. You have to make it to the finish line first to get that jersey.
All right, guys, we are going to reset for our elite women's race coming up after this. We'll then have our coverage of the elite men as we wrap up the U23 men. Congratulations to Lance Hayden, our new U23 national champion. We'll be back with your elite women in just a bit.
This is the start to every morning. Nutrition and diet is incredibly important. I enjoy cooking. The biggest key for kind of having a successful training camp or race is I always try to stay somewhere with a kitchen. So it makes all the difference in the world if I can prepare my own food. For muesli, I like to pre-soak my oats overnight. First of all, it makes it super easy to prepare in the morning. Also makes it a little easier to digest, and I think it just tastes better. And again, I like to mix it up a lot, but what's consistent is typically the oats, yogurt base, a milk product. I mix that up too. Sometimes I'll do almond wet milk, cow's milk, even soy milk. Always unsweetened though. So, yeah. I feel like breakfast is my favorite meal of the day as well. So kind of starts off the day on the right note. There's always a new kind of challenge. I love the training aspect of the sport because you can kind of, you set all these objectives and goals, and you can kind of, you just work at checking them off. First lap is so critical in a mountain bike race. Like the start is full throttle, going really almost as hard as you can but you still have to be able to recover. And it takes a long time to learn how hard can you go, and then you still have to race every lap after that. I feel like that's one of the most important pieces of a mountain bike race is that first lap, and I'm still learning. I'm still getting better every race. So, just finished up training. I try to get in some food right away, and timing is key. So a shake or smoothie is kind of the quickest way to get something in quick, some protein just to get some calories back in. So you have some fuel, you can start kind of making more of a meal. I've been competing as an elite athlete for 10 years, and I feel like the more time I've put in, the more I've learned about myself, I've learned about the sport, and also what I'm capable of.
Welcome back to Hartford, Connecticut, as we get ready for our elite women's race, our penultimate race of the day, with some snowy conditions earlier, but now the sun's starting to come out and things starting to heat up just a little bit here in Riverside Park. We are just less than a mile away from downtown Hartford. It really is a beautiful course here for our 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. Let's jump right into our elite women, being joined by Tim Johnson and Georgia Gould in the booth as we take a look at the front row. Tim, a lot of talent in this field.
No, there's really nothing that's going to beat the excitement of that under-23 men's race that just finished, except for this race. There is still so much action to be had. You've got your 12-time national champion, Katie Compton, right there, center of your picture. She's lining up in the front row. She has Caitlin Antoneau to her left in the green, and Elle Anderson, number 4, just to her right. Also, you know, these riders are all trying to get onto the podium. They're trying to get into that jersey, and there's quite a bit of action still to come.
Well, Katie Compton looking to make it 13 national championships for her. Georgia, this is a rider that you've done battle with in your career, a rider that you know well. Can anyone beat Katie Compton today?
Well, anyone can be beat, Brad, but Katie's going to be tough to beat. You know, she's always a very consistent racer. She's very strong. She's very technically skilled. And this year, as opposed to years past, she hasn't been to Europe as much. So she's not coming off that big Christmas travel week and race week. She's been at home. She's been training. So really focused on this race, and they're off.
All right, we're underway in racing. There is Katie Compton right in the center, trying to get the whole shot in the white jersey, although it looks like she's a little bit behind what is going to be Caitlin Antoneau of the Cannondale Cyclocross World Squad in the green jersey. So Antoneau will get the whole shot. Tim, the young rider out of Racine, Wisconsin, takes the early lead.
Solid start by Katie, as well as Elle Anderson right there. You see the rider in the light blue, Rebecca Faringer, coming in at about 5th position. Looks like Katie Compton has gotten to the front already. I think that might have been Amanda Miller just next to her. We're going to see them coming out of the pit very shortly as they approach that very tough left-hand turn, which posed quite a few problems for the under-23 men earlier. But safe start so far for these riders. Looks like Compton is in the lead. Anderson and Antoneau just behind.
Well, this is pretty bad news for all the other riders, as you see Rebecca Faringer having a little bit of trouble there. Looked like she lost control coming into the pit there, Georgia.
Yeah, all these riders really vying for that lead. Again, you want that clean course in front of you. There's so many ruts here. There's so many, little things that could just take you out. And this is the beginning of the race. This is where it's important to make that initial selection.
On to the bonk breaker run up for the first time, and Katie Compton's already got a little bit of a gap here. Now she is going to go high. We'll watch the riders trying to go low. That's Elle Anderson taking the low line. Now Anderson looks like she's in the lead here, but remember, guys, the high line has typically been faster, as we saw in the junior and U23 races.
That's probably the fastest low line we've seen yet today.
Yeah.
Elle Anderson now has a long run up to do now. It's diagonal across the top. Anyone who knows a little bit of algebra knows that the hypotenuse is the longer way to get to the same spot, but in this case, she was able to go fast at the beginning.
Yeah, so Elle Anderson bucks the trend, and she's able to pick up a pretty good gap coming to the top of this one.
Yeah, we saw Katie get back on her bike trying to ride across the top of that bonk breaker climb, as we saw the U23 men were able to do, but then having some trouble and having to get back off her bike, which really cost her a few seconds and enabled Elle Anderson to take the lead.
Well, this is where it pays off to really stick to your guns, know your strategy, know your strength. When they zig, you got to zag, and that's exactly what Elle Anderson did here.
Yeah, as much as you have hopes, you have to adapt to whatever happens out there. You saw the pile up right at the top behind Katie Compton. She jumped back on her bike, started riding again, while up front Elle Anderson was skateboarding a little bit. It's nice to see what's playing out right now. We've got Elle Anderson, who's been spending the majority of her year in Belgium once again. She's picked up quite a bit of that technical adeptness that you need when you deal with conditions like this. You have to be able to be light on your feet and find those correct lines amongst all of these different ruts.
And I think Compton has the confidence. You know, she knows that she's fit. She knows that she has the skills. So she's not going to panic, even though Elle Anderson does have a little bit of a gap here.
Well, we saw Compton overcome a little bit of a deficit last year in our 2016 edition. She finds herself in a similar position here in 2017, although we're only 3 minutes into this race. There's a lot that's going to happen between now and the end of this one. So that is Elle Anderson in the black jersey on the front. Katie Compton in the white jersey just behind her. Compton wearing the Pan Am Championship colors as she tries to make up the gap to Elle Anderson. But look at behind Katie Compton. What happened to the rest of the field?
Well, it looks like Amanda Miller is kind of trying to close it down there. I think Miller is really someone to watch today.
Yeah.
You know, this is the first year that she's been able to focus solely on cyclocross. So she's done some road racing in preparation, but not nearly as much as she's had to do in years past.
Tim, your pick. Who's got the best shot at upsetting Katie Compton?
Well, it looks like, talking about Amanda Miller, she just had a problem there. She went from third position back down to about seventh, right through the pit lane. Katie Antoneau is leading that group. It looks like Crystal Anthony just behind her, and Sunny Gilbert as well, front row start. So, it's tough to say that how things are going to pan out at the end of the race. We saw the under-23 men's race change positions every single lap, all the way up until the final 30 seconds around, trying to find some purchase.
And it's still so early in this race. Taking out other riders, again, really some panic there to try to get a clean look at what's coming up.
Here comes Elle Anderson. Now, riders had trouble here, too, as well. They went too wide, and you see that tape hanging down. That is what has been catching up a lot of riders, especially in that U23 men's race that we just saw wrap up. So Compton and Anderson are by. You should be seeing Miller coming through here in just a bit, as it looks like she has now been passed, and that is going to be Crystal Anthony, who has been moved up. Amanda Miller is falling way, way back here. That's her in the orange jersey of the Boulder Cycle Sport Yoga Glow team.
Yeah, Courtney McFadden there, number 6, coming through. Here's Sunny Gilbert trying to make
more
her way.
Crashes. That's going to be Rebecca Faringer getting caught up with what looks like Arlie Kemmerer. And, yeah, Kemmerer and Faringer have a little dust up there, and they go into the woods.
Yeah, I had a chance to do a couple laps last night on the pre-ride, and rider in light blue here in orange we're going to see coming from the rear. Rebecca Faringer, she was so intimidated by what the course had to offer with the snow and ice, but it wasn't even her doing here. Arlie Kemmerer falling into
it. Really, everybody's having trouble out there. It's still so early in the race. It's so important to not panic and to just take your time, focus, and ride this course the best that you can.
Well, coming off of the Travelers Insurance barriers, we saw Elle Anderson get a little bit more time over Katie Compton here, and now Anderson really has her pick of line on the front. Katie Compton's got enough gap in front of her that she'll be able to pick wherever she wants to go as well. That is Crystal Anthony, your third-place rider on course. And now we pick up the front of the race with Compton.
You know, Crystal Anthony, one of the riders that was considered a long shot for the podium going into this weekend with normal conditions. You know, she's a rider that will contend at any number of UCI races around the country, but she's not typically a pick for getting into the first 3 riders on the podium at the national championships. These conditions, however, I think really fit into her skill set. She spends a lot of time on her mountain bike. She's really built up her ability to deal with technical situations like they're dealing with today. So I think this is playing out to be a great race for Crystal Anthony.
Our apologies again. We're on a little bit of a dark spot on the course, doing our best to get those cameras up to you as soon as possible. But, George, when they come out of that, they're going to be back on the pavement here very shortly. I'm thinking right around a little over 7-minute lap times here. That's what we saw right around with the U23 men. So this course, even though it's snowy out here, it's not all that slow. They're actually cruising pretty well out there.
They're able to go pretty fast, but again, we're seeing from almost every rider little mistakes here and there. So really important to stay focused and to not let those little mistakes affect your race. But I think you've definitely seen a separation with the better bike handlers really making themselves known even just this early in the race.
All right, so that at the left-hand side of your picture, we could just barely see Elle Anderson and Katie Compton. Anderson takes the inside line here, and she gets in a little trouble.
The line that Katie Compton just took there was down and wide, and that actually gave her a clear shot at the small uphill. Great line in the dry. It's turning out to be great right now. I was able to speak with a couple of the riders pre-riding just a few minutes ago. It is getting very slick and turning into mud in certain sections. It's sticking to the bike, it's sticking to the shoes, and it's really treacherous because it will freeze in place. So you're going to see riders possibly getting into the pits throughout the day.
So this is that last little feature. Then they're going to go up and over this Volkswagen off-camber section. That'll bring them back down onto the pavement where they'll complete the first lap. I said it was going to be something like 7:30. Now it's looking more like 8:15, maybe even 8:30, as now we've got a new leader. Katie Compton picks up the lead on the Volkswagen run-up and off-camber section. And all of a sudden, a familiar place for Katie Compton. Number 1 is back at the front.
And that's just where Katie wants to be so that she can set the tempo. She doesn't have anyone to worry about in front of her. She has clear sight line of all the lines she wants to take.
Problem for Crystal Anthony in trying to adjust her chain on that Volkswagen section. Anthony had some sort of issue with the drivetrain. Meanwhile, our first two coming through, completing their first lap. Katie Compton trying to get some blood flow to the fingers there, Tim.
Yeah, glove choice is going to be key throughout the day. Some of the other categories you saw riders just hands turning into ice blocks, really unable to do much with their braking or shifting. Katie Compton, if she's doing this right now, it could be preempting that freeze. Maybe she's got a little bit of freeze happening already, but as the race goes on, it's going to be really important not only to keep your bike working, but also to keep your digits and your feet. I mean, sometimes people get really distracted by being so cold out there.
All right, so Katie Compton, Elle Anderson. Katie Antonow was the rider in green that you saw just a little bit ago for the Cannondale Cyclocross World Squad, who took the whole shot but then found herself pushed behind these riders, and now it looks like Katie Compton starting to gap Elle Anderson. Compton is starting to get some time here as she continues to power away. Welcome back to the Katie Compton Show at the 2017 USA Cycling National Championships.
Let's see how this next section goes. Elle Anderson, if she goes low again and has a clean run at it, she might be able to make up some of that distance that Katie Compton has taken over her so far. So looks like she is going low. She's going to be able to ride a longer stretch on her bike before finally getting off and running. I did see that last time they went uphill, the run of Elle Anderson wasn't necessarily the fastest. You know, her running style, it's a little bit shorter steps. Looks like she is trying to get that speed going, but as they reach the top, we'll be able to see exactly how much of a gain or a loss she's able to make.
Yeah, you know, I think Katie Compton had a little bit of trouble at the top of the Bonk-Breaker run-up the first time. This time, much faster through. And so this time, the top line pays off as Katie Compton gets a
Masters racing that a lot of the guys that weren't as strong running definitely choosing that lower line so that they could minimize the time off the bike.
Well, Compton looking comfortable in the snow here as she does a good job staying right on top of that bike. She's an excellent bike handler, obviously has the physical stamina to pick up the national championships as well, but she really knows how to pilot that bike.
And as she grows out this lead second by second, she's going to be able to kind of take more conservative lines and really not have to risk so much. So that's going to be a real advantage.
Elle Anderson is not having a good time with the remounts here, Tim.
Well, in just a short section of the course, things really start to go pear-shaped. She's got a couple corners that didn't work out quite as well as before, but it looks like she took a crash there. Her face is bloodied, I believe.
I think that's mud on the face. Maybe as Katie was going down the descent, we missed, could have been just at the top of that Cannondale downhill that Crystal Anthony is on right now. We'll try and figure out what happened to Elle Anderson, but looks like she might have had a close encounter with the course here in Hartford. So meanwhile, Katie Compton skips the pit this time through. Now this is the second side of this pit. It's a two-sided pit. Once as you're basically leaving the starting stretch on the pavement, then you come back here just before you duck down into the woods. So, Tim, let's talk a little bit about the pit situation today. Every rider with a mechanic in the pit, and they're also going to have a B-bike in there. And you hope that you don't have to use the Shimano pit at a national championship, but sometimes it's your best friend.
Well, you know, you have to rely on it to save you from a real disaster out there, but you also have to believe in it as kind of a way to have an advantage over another rider. You've got riders from a team, of one like Katie Compton. She has her husband, Mark Legg, in there, who's a great mechanic, spent a lot of time at a very high level. But to Katie Compton, she knows no matter what, she's going to get a perfect bike every time she needs one.
Amanda Miller and Caitlin Antonow on your screen right now. Miller in the orange for the Boulder Cycle Sport Yoga Glow squad, and the green jersey of the Cannondale Cyclocross World jersey of Caitlin Antonow. Back with your current leader and defending champion on the front. Boy, I don't know if Katie Compton is ever going to come back, as she just seems to be consistent. We're only 12 and a half minutes in, but we haven't really seen one bobble except maybe that problem on the top of the Bonk-Breaker run-up. We saw her have a little bit of trouble on the dismount the first time, but she got it dialed in after that.
Yeah, it looks like we are dealing with something in Elle Anderson's case here. She looks like she's taken a crash at some point in the course. She did have a small gap there over Katie Compton for the first part of that first lap. So perhaps it was right after in one of the sections we weren't able to follow, but she is holding steady in second position. Katie Compton has a lead just about 12 seconds, I think, over her. And third position is of battle right now with Katie Antoneau and Amanda Miller.
Yeah, so that crash was at the top of the bonk breaker run, up the top of that ridge. It sounds like Anderson went down up there and lost even more time to Katie Compton. So, Georgia, this goes back to what we were talking about before. You got to put that one mistake behind you and just focus on the next 30 minutes of racing ahead.
And Katie's so experienced that she knows that. You know, she knows everyone's making mistakes. And so she has that experience to know to not let those little things affect her race. I think you're also going to see Amanda Miller really charging hard. She's spent a lot of time on her mountain bike this year, training for cross, and her skills have really improved.
Well, the riders working their way over the Travelers barriers now, as Katie Compton looking like she's high-stepping it on the way through. I think there's a lot of accumulated snow in between those barriers. The last thing you want to do is drag a toe through some snow or ice, so she's being very careful, especially on the dismounted part, because as we talked about, even though you have the toe spikes and we're starting to see some ruts getting worn in here, it is very, very slippery once you get off the bike.
It's definitely still icy in spots under that snow, so you see riders being pretty ginger with how they're running out there.
And Tim, this goes back to taking risks. You talk about Max Chance, who almost lost the race when he decided to dismount on that bonk breaker run up to make what was almost the race-winning pass, but he certainly took a big gamble there. He almost lost his footing, but he was able to hold it and move into the lead when he passed Gage Hecht up there.
It's a moment-by-moment decision. He made a move that was very risky, but like you said, it turned out to put him into the lead, so of course it made it worth it all of a sudden. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to go with the victory at the end of the race, but you know, any number of corners, any number of course features could put an end to your entire hope of winning that race.
I'm seeing Katie Compton, when we get the shots of her on the front, she seems to be shaking her hands out a lot. Georgia, is she cold already? Is this a problem for Katie Compton? We see her kind of doing the windmill with the hand, trying to get blood flow. 15 minutes into this race, is she going to be okay?
Well, I mean, I think everyone's cold out there. Anyone that's got gloves on is still feeling the cold. But, you know, I think Katie's got a little bit of time, so she can afford to kind of take her hands off the bars and try to get some blood flow back. I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Well, especially if she does have a clear shot at the course. She's going around these corners, taking her time. She's trying not to make a big mistake, trying not to end up on the ground. If she were to make a small dab like she's putting out her foot right there, it's usually preemptive. She knows that she's probably going to slide out. She'll drop a foot, try and balance correctly, maybe even plan on touching the ground at some point. This is one of the favorite skateboard parks here in Hartford, recently built here just for the Cyclocross Nationals, but you know, every single rider has to fit into that one groove, one little rut. So while she's riding alone, she has this entire course to play with by herself.
Look at her digging the toes in, really kicking that front toe in to make sure that those spikes grab on what could be frozen ground. Remember, this is the first time that we've used this section of the course, and it has been closed all week. No one has been riding on it until they opened it for pre-ride yesterday. So here's Katie Compton onto the pavement for her second lap of the day, working her way through as the defending champion. Tries to pick up another national championship to make it 13.
Just taking a look at the weather that the riders are dealing with right now. So the ambient temperature is 23 degrees Fahrenheit, which is very cold, but as the Weather Channel loves to do, they've made another name for it, and it feels like.
Yes.
So with the wind, with the lack of anything warm out there, it is 13 degrees.
We call that the wind chill. I understand you Colorado folks don't have that.
No, we just have one temperature. It just is what it is.
Well, there's two temperatures here, cold and colder in Hartford.
Elle Anderson coming through in second position. She really has taken a beating. Her face does have blood on it. If not a blood, it's going to be some kind of a mud, but it looks like she might have had a bloody nose. Maybe some of the people who are watching this race on the side of the course, feel free to reach out via Twitter and let us know exactly what you see right on the ground. You guys can't get any closer than that. You're right on the tape watching these riders go by very, very closely, trying to win this national championship. And
it
a
looks
problem
like
that.
Miller has moved into second.
Yeah,
so,
this is Amanda Miller passing Elle Anderson through the Shimano pits here. That's going to be Caitlin Antoneau in the green jersey just behind her. So second, third, and fourth place on your screen with what is now Amanda Miller has just moved into second position. Elle Anderson slips down to third.
You know, Miller had a few rough crashes in her European campaign this year, and I think she might have been a little bit cautious on that first lap, but, you know, she doesn't want to let Katie get too far ahead, so I think you see her making her move as she settles in, as she finds her rhythm on the course today.
Well, here goes Anderson low again on the bonk breaker section. And there's Compton just up, so she can barely see Compton as she looks up to the top of the bonk breaker run-up. Compton is continuing to grow a gap. We're only 18 minutes into this race, and already Katie Compton with a comfortable lead coming off of the backside of this course.
So these riders will be noting that, seeing where Katie is and then remembering that, so the next time they're coming through there, they can see in these sections where they have a good view of the course ahead of them how far Katie is and if they're gaining or losing time.
All right, so there's Amanda Miller across the top in the orange jersey. Elle Anderson makes her way back up onto that line, and then there's Caitlin Antonow. Never count out Antonow, the petite badger, as she's always got a little fight in her, and she's comfortable in these conditions growing up in Racine, Wisconsin.
One of her first nationals podium at the elite level was in Wisconsin, in conditions just like this. Is a little bit more mud on top of the ice, but it was very similar, rutted conditions from earlier races in that week, and she put together a very strong race with minimal mistakes. She's the type of rider who's got very good technical skills. She may not be as strong as Katie Compton, who's riding at the front of this race, who is known as a very powerful rider, but Katie Antonow will let nothing in her way on her way to trying to get onto that podium.
And Katie Antonow has really shown in the past that she can perform on the day. She's had great results at multiple national championships, and she's also had great results at the world championships. So she really deals well with the pressure of a big one-day race.
Well, Katie Compton working her way through the second side of the Shimano pits now. And there's not really much that her pit crew can say to her at this point. I mean, a few words of encouragement, but everything seems to be going pretty well for the defending champion so far.
Another day at the office.
Yeah. You wonder if it ever gets old for someone like Katie Compton with 12 wins already, looking for 13 this year.
I don't think it ever gets old. The national championships, Tim can tell you, there's just something special about that. I don't think it matters how many times you win that. It's still a goal for every racer every year, and it's always special.
Katie Compton with 14 wins this season, which is impressive on its own, but then you add in the 120 career wins for Katie Compton, and if things keep going the way they are, that's going to become 121 here real soon.
Now, Nationals was a very big focus of hers this year. Her decision not to spend the time chasing the World Cup as she has in years past, winning the overall there multiple times, but now she's spending more time in the U.S. racing a series of events that give her a chance to work on her form, work on her skills, race against the people she will be seeing at Nationals, and to try and get those wins, which how much a win means versus just another podium or another shot at trying to go for a win. So getting those wins has set her up nicely for this Nationals.
And I think you see, Katie staying domestically this season, it really speaks to the level of women's cyclocross racing in the U.S. right now, that you can stay in the U.S. and still get world-class racing. You have racers like Katarina Nash, Amanda Miller, all these women that are doing well on the world stage and also racing domestically. So Katie doesn't feel the need to go over there in order to get that world-class competition.
Talking about the growth of American cyclocross racing, let's take a look at our Pro CX standings for the 2017 season presented by Cyclocross Magazine. Katie Compton wrapped that one up easily with 828 points, but look at the talent underneath her. Emma White, Crystal Anthony, Amanda Miller, Rebecca Fahringer, Ellen Noble, Courtney McFadden, and Arlie Kemmerer, Caitlin Antonow rounding out the top 10. There are a lot of talented female riders in the pipeline for American cyclocross. It's going to be an exciting next couple of years here, as especially some of these younger riders start making their way over to Europe. They start to get more comfortable over there. Tim, going to Europe the first time of your first season, it's pretty much the worst experience of your life.
Well, it has turned out to be that way for a lot of riders, but I think that is changing as far as how Americans view their forays into the European racing scene. The races themselves are typically a higher level of competition. You make one mistake, you will pay for it because 5 riders will pass you, as opposed to making a mistake sometimes in the U.S. and you might just keep your position, and it's okay. Over there, the level is a little bit higher. The conditions of the courses are tougher, a lot more challenging terrain, but the riders really have to learn to grow wherever they are, and staying in the U.S., as Katie Compton is doing this year, is going to bring her yet another national championship title if she continues with her clean and fast race.
Well, same thing here. Some riders taking the high line, some riders taking the low line on the bonk breaker run-up section here.
It's nice. You can actually see how that move by the Richard Sachs rider is going to pay off. She's gone and really put a lot of time into the riders she had approached the hill at the same time with. So it looks like that bottom move is going to work out for a lot of these riders.
Yeah, that's going to be Rebecca Lewandowski making her move up that bond breaker run up as Katie Compton hits the flyover up and over easily. We're working our way back down, and now we're going to get a good look at the gap here. They're going to be seeing 3 to go on the counter when they hit the line. And Katie Compton might be out of sight of the next chasers behind here. See her just to the left of your picture, going out of sight in that white kit. And now we'll be looking for what we think is going to be the Elle Anderson, Amanda Miller, Caitlin Antonow group.
I think last we saw Amanda Miller there by herself in second place, so she's really put some distance between herself and the other chasers. Amanda saying, she was going to be disappointed if she didn't make it on the podium today. So she's definitely feeling confident. She's feeling strong, and she's ready to chase down Katie Compton.
And that's a reasonable expectation. She's had a great year. She spent a lot of time at the front of the races in Europe, which she hadn't been able to do that before. She's had very strong results, but they were usually spaced apart. This year, it seems like it's much more consistent. She's getting on the front, she's getting on the podium, and she's putting together a great ride.
Yeah, she's really built her season around this later part of the season. So she's been working up towards nationals, towards worlds, towards those last few World Cups. So really an eye on the World Championships and national championships for Amanda Miller.
Katie Compton adjusting the shoe a little bit before jumping up onto the grass here. And we'll get a better look at the gap as we should be seeing Amanda Miller popping onto the pavement here in just a bit. Katie Compton looks really, really comfortable. I was worried about her being cold earlier, but she looks loose right now, that's for sure. She looks incredibly comfortable on the bike. Certainly doesn't look like she's battling the elements so far today.
Her hands could be completely numb also. Yeah. At this point, she's like just completely given up, even trying to get blood flow. I mean, happened to me before.
All right, here's Amanda Miller coming through with Caitlin Antonow just behind her. Again, that's second and third place on course. I think Caitlin Antonow will catch Amanda Miller today, and that might be the battle of the day. I mean, if you're looking for action, that's the race to watch. The battle for second with Amanda Miller and Caitlin Antonow. It's shaping up to be a great one here.
There are probably some little Katie fans out there who would disagree with you, but I think it's up to these riders to try and go fast without hitting the deck. You can see just how much the effects of a crash have really put pay to some of the earlier races today. Now in the women's race, you can see Elle Anderson there. She's got the dirt on her kit. She obviously hit the ground at some point. This part where we see Katie Compton right now, it is muddy, and this is where the most slippery areas are. They're running right now with those spikes in their shoes, which are helpful, but sometimes that mud actually will continue to stay in your shoe and make clipping in that much more difficult.
Well, and with these temperatures, the mud in those warmer spots then freezes up once you're pedaling again, and so that could really make a difference later on in this race.
Amanda Miller trying to chase her way back up. It does look like Caitlin Antonow starting to gap off the back just a little bit as they hit the bond breaker run up one more time. And both riders going to take the high line here. Now we'll look to see where they're going to remount. That's been the big question up top. Do you try and remount early and ride across the top, or you just run it all the way and play it safe?
Looks like they're remounting and then having to get back off again. I think that skateboard technique is something that you have to work on and be comfortable with. And the first couple times you do it, it's makes you feel like you might be out of control a little bit. But there's Elle Anderson, the bottom of your screen. She has gone for her original line once again. And we'll see if she's able to close that gap to Antonow in green.
Well, she's got a long way to go as she just starts making her way up the elevation gain. Meanwhile, Antonow riding across the ridge, across the top of this course, and she has a little trouble there. Antonow gets caught up and has to put a foot down. I think she got caught in some mud there.
Yeah, but I think Katie Antonow, she has sort of a patience about her. She doesn't get flustered. I mean, last year in the race in Asheville, Katie and I were riding together at the front, but little Katie Antonow, she was chasing the whole time, and she was making time on us in some places, so she doesn't give up. She doesn't let those little mistakes phase her, and I think that's really going to be an asset today.
Yeah, she's really the last person to give up. She's very determined, and she has done a great job of incorporating her professional cycling career into her life. She finished her collegiate studies early while still racing a full cyclocross schedule around the world. She was also racing on the road. She's going to race next year for the Silence Pro Cycling Team and do a select number of events with them. So she's doing a great job and is now having a great race in that podium position, hopefully with Amanda Miller coming a little bit closer into her sights.
Katie Compton working her way through the woods right now on a section that is claimed Just about a rider every lap in our 3 earlier races today, but Katie Compton glides across it like it's nothing. Then we go back to Crystal Anthony. That is going to be Anthony riding just ahead of Courtney McFadden in the blue jersey with the pink highlights on her shorts.
Courtney also having a great later part of the season, and I spoke with her last night, and she said she's really excited about nationals. She feels more prepared and kind of less burned out than she has in the past, and she lives up in Bellingham, Washington, and does a lot of riding in slippery, wet conditions, so I think she's really going to be happy about the conditions today, and it's going to speak well to her strengths.
Well, guys, with 3 to go, the question is, can anyone catch Katie Compton at this point? And with each passing minute, it looks less and less likely that anyone will be able to find the defending champion at the front of this race. She found herself in 3rd position coming out of the hole shot, but she took off early, and they haven't seen her since, but she's got to hold on for 3 more laps. We're looking at Rebecca Farringer on the screen right now, the rider for the Amy D Foundation squad, working her way through a difficult off-camber section.
Rebecca, a really strong rider. I mean, very good engine. I think in the past, the technical skills have been a bit of a weakness for her. I'm not sure. I haven't been racing this year, so I don't know about how much improvement she's made this year, but I'm sure she would have been definitely up there, maybe a little bit farther up in the field if the conditions have been dry.
And the lead into nationals, the talk was, what's the course going to be like, or what's the weather going to be like? When the course description became public and riders started to see it for themselves, especially when they saw the course laid out the way that it was, if this hadn't have been snowy and icy and muddy like this, it really would have been great for someone with just pure power, great fitness, and you would just try and go as fast as you possibly can. Now with these conditions, it's really changed.
I would say someone like Katie Antono falls into that category. Obviously a very strong road rider. She keeps the road fitness throughout the year. So if you had a much flatter, faster day, I think Katie Antono would have been having a better day and would be a little closer to her mentor, Katie Compton, than she is right now.
And just in the rear of that view, we see Katie Compton here, but Katie Antono is still chasing Amanda Miller. They are sitting about 3 or 4 seconds apart, so they're very much in that fight for second position. But Katie Compton going by one of the lapped riders. As you see Amanda Miller in orange starting to come across the screen right in the middle. She's just ahead of Antono, who is still chasing. They're going to go around the gazebo here. Some of these turns look pretty innocuous. They're really not that tough to look at, but on a bike, right on the ground, these ruts will just steal away any balance you've got, and you're on the ground before you know it.
Yeah, even this flyover, I mean, Katie Compton made it look so easy where she just rode up and then sort of coasted down, but not quite that easy for everyone else. You see some of the frozen ruts that Tim was just talking about right here. Tim, if your tire comes out of that rut, you're going to find yourself in that blue snow fencing pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we were talking about earlier is that, Keegan, the course designer, is able to put together a race that will challenge your riders in parts of the grounds that really don't seem that tough, and it's where you place the stakes, it's where you place the tape. You force riders to go into a turn awkwardly, maybe a little bit off camber, off balance. Here's Katie Compton going wide around this corner. She's able to ride all the way up and over. The rider she's passing, unable to do the same, and that's that's great. It really helps riders with these strong technical skills float to the top.
And she just looks so comfortable on the bike, doesn't she? In what could be very challenging conditions, Katie Compton has really made the best of the situation today. It is still Amanda Miller and Caitlin Antono behind her as Compton comes on to this last difficult off-camber section.
And there's that skateboard technique. She stays clipped in on her outside foot. On the inside, she literally kicks along with her foot on the ground just a couple times, keep that momentum going. A lot of times it's actually worse to stop or slow down. If you go a little bit faster, that momentum will carry you over and you won't slip over.
And the camera shot on that off-camber is kind of deceiving. You don't see how quickly it falls away on that outside line, and it's just snow, so it's so slippery. So any wrong move off of that skinny single-track line could be disastrous.
Katie Compton rolling through, getting 2 laps to go now. Some pretty good air coming off of that little jump onto the grass. This part right here is very slippery, guys. On the pavement there, we did have some ice that was forming underneath the snow, so we have seen a few crashes there earlier today. Obviously, Compton made it through just fine, but that could have could have been a tough section.
And
See if she goes through the pit here. No, gonna stay on the same bike. I don't think she's pitted once this race.
Doesn't look like there's much buildup on the bike, so unless she has some sort of mechanical, I doubt we'll see her head in there. Although she's amassed enough of a gap that it wouldn't be too much of a penalty, I don't think. But really, she's able to finesse those sketchy sections, those slippery sections, and really lay down the power in the safer places. So.
Well, here comes Caitlin Antonow trying to catch Amanda Miller up the road. There goes Miller, and there's Antonow. This is the smallest gap that Caitlin Antonow has had to the rear wheel of Amanda Miller as she tries to pilot her way through those frozen ruts. Tim, Caitlin Antonow is not a big girl. She doesn't have a whole lot of body weight to work with in terms of trying to navigate this bike and push the bike around the course.
Well, that's actually pretty helpful when your bike is moving around underneath you like that is. If you can just stay on it, you are literally just riding that bike and it's going where it needs to go because of those ruts. It actually works out to her benefit, but she is keeping Amanda Miller on a very short leash, sitting there in third position.
Both of these riders really staying steady and focused, and that they're sort of staying the same distance apart and maintaining that gap. But I think last time we saw Amanda Miller maybe a little bit stronger on this bonk breaker climb.
Well, Caitlin Antonow certainly looks like she's putting in a big effort. You see the elbows out as she tries to get as many watts as she can out of each of those pedal strokes. And this is going to be Compton, who has just come off of the bonk breaker run-up. She's going to be working her way back down now onto the backside over to the Cannondale downhill. But this is really the battle to watch today, the race for second. Amanda Miller in the orange, Caitlin Antonow in the green.
Both of these riders really determined and really motivated for a podium at Nationals. Both of them looking towards the next few World Cups and World Championships. So that boost of being on the podium at Nationals, really something everyone's chasing today. And it looks like Amanda's stretching out her lead a little bit here. That upper line, it's so deceiving here, but it's so chunky. There are rocks being exposed, there's roots being exposed. So a lot of little bit of luck, I think, coming into play on that top section.
Yeah, you have to hope that you're going to be able to get through that like you did the lap before, but you never know. There's a lot of women out on course right now. Course conditions are changing by the minute, whether it's the weather that's causing it or other riders. So the line that might have been your favorite has just disappeared, and you have to really be able to adapt and be ready for it. You see one of the fans sledding down that hill. Kudos to them for bringing a sled to a cross race, just in case you get the chance to go sledding.
You never know.
It's just like doing it on the bike, Katie Antonow rocketing down that hill like that. We saw a lot of riders earlier this week just really blowing up social media with the fact that they had to go down that same hill on their backside because it was so muddy the bike would not even come close to holding traction on the way down.
Apparently that's not a normal course feature on a cross course.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing that in any of the World Cups I've done. But hey, you know what? This is Nationals in the U.S., Hartford, putting on a great show. It's an awesome course here. A lot of the fans I see walking around this course. Our broadcast location gives us a great chance to check out just how the crowds have started to build throughout the day. I think the winter storm warning and advisory for the last few days probably gave a lot of pause to people planning to come down, but I know that once they're here, they're having a great time.
And that's going to be Courtney McFadden making her way down the Cannondale downhill, heading into the woods. And McFadden, really a talented technical rider. So the fact that it's not just a straight up knockdown, drag out drag race today is really going to be something that McFadden is happy about.
Well, Courtney McFadden coming off some good prep for Nationals. Her last two races at Resolution Cross Cup, days 1 and 2, where she picked up a win in both of those races. So her last two races ended in a top step on the podium. And unfortunately, I don't think she's going to have another number one today, but she should be able to find her way into the top 5.
Looking back earlier this season, one of our biggest races was Cross Vegas. Wednesday night. It was a very warm evening, of course, but putting on a grass crit style race, which really brings out some of the best riders in the world, of course. But following that was Cyclocross, first year event in the U.S. being a World Cup. And Katie Antonow, you see in green right here, she finished that race just 23 seconds behind the winner, Katie Compton. So she's hoping to stay close to that and put together that race that gets her there. But right now, Katie Compton absolutely crushing today's race.
Well, guys, we talk about the prep for nationals. Katie Compton hasn't raced in Europe since November, back with the World Cup in Zaven, the fourth stop on the World Cup. She did do a few domestic races here in the U.S., including the Colorado State Championships just a few weeks ago in about mid-December, but hasn't raced since then. So, Georgia, this is her first time back in race mode for quite a while. This was a big break for someone like Katie Compton.
And that makes a big difference. You know, when the cross season starts so early, when it starts in early September, and you race 2 times, you race double races every weekend all the way through. By the time you, especially if you make a couple trips to Europe, by the time you get to nationals, I mean, just mentally, you could be super fit, but just mentally, you've done so much racing, so much traveling that it's really hard at this point in the season. So I think having that break is really going to be beneficial.
Yeah, I've been in that same boat, and it's so hard to manage all of that stuff, whether it's your personal life, whether it's your work life, your training life. I mean, everything about that is difficult.
Sure. And last year, you know, I can speak to this a little bit for myself. I took kind of a break from racing and came in just for the national championships, and I was way fresher. You know, I didn't have that racing in my legs, but I'd been able to stay home, get a good block of training, and it really, I think, played into the fact that I had such a great race there.
Amanda Miller, I think, was one of the only riders that decided to do that stretch of races over the Christmas break over in Europe, where she started with the World Cup in Namur, did the Super Prestige race, and then went to the fourth World Cup in Zolder. So she raced all the way through Christmas. Last race was on December 26th. She was really the only American rider that did that long run of Christmas races, too.
Yeah, Katie Antonow, was she was with her for those World Cups, but decided to come home a little bit earlier. We have the first crash here, Katie Compton.
Oh, boy.
Just running out. She looks like she lost her back wheel on that very, very small descent, and that's what we were talking about earlier. It could sneak up and bite you wherever you are, if you're in the lead or if you're in 50th place. So Katie Compton, her first crash of the day.
Georgia, is this just a case of Katie Compton getting too comfortable with this lead, or was it just a rut, you think, maybe a Ruth that caught her off guard here?
I think it's just part of racing, Brad. I mean, you know, it's just part of these conditions, and you saw Katie just get up, get back on her bike. She wasn't panicked. She wasn't flailing around, and so she's very comfortable, I think, in this.
Let's see if we can go back and take a look, try and figure out what happened when she went down. She was in the wooded section, and we'll slow it down just a little bit. It was coming around this tree, and then the front wheel just washes out. I think she leaned a little bit too far into that turn coming out of the tree, and just lost traction. But did a good job of getting back up, didn't panic, right back on the bike, and back to work.
She knows she's got plenty of time, so there's really no reason to panic at this point.
All right, Katie Compton getting the bell for 1 lap to go. On the line now, she is just 10 minutes away from her 13th national champion as Katie Compton makes history here in Hartford. But she's got to stay upright for the final lap of this course. And one thing we've come to learn about this sport, you just never know. Anything can happen.
Well, looking at Katie Compton adjusting the buckle on her shoe as soon as she got to the flat stretch at the finish line. Anytime you touch the ground, whether it's yourself or your bike, you always run the risk of having something like that happen. You know, it's pretty easy to break a shift lever. It's pretty easy to get something caught in your derailleur, even break your derailleur hanger. Having a shoe problem, we saw that in the World Cup just recently with Mathieu van der Poel. He had to go for a shoe change during the race in the pit, so anything can happen when you have a crash.
Here is the race for second. Amanda Miller, Caitlin Antonow. Antonow's got one more lap to try to get onto the wheel of Amanda Miller, just up course from her. It's going to be tough, but if anyone can do it, Caitlin Antonow can.
I think we're going to see these two riders especially starting to take a few more risks because, you know, you only have about 9 more minutes before it's over. So you got to take every chance you can out there.
Georgia, something interesting to see is that they're actually starting to use different lines. We saw it on the exit of turn 1. Instead of going into that main line that looked like it had some real traffic on it, they were riding into the wider stuff, and that's where Katie Compton just crashed, was going on the outside of that corner, losing some traction with her tires and hitting the deck.
Well, now we pick up Amanda Miller as she sticks the leg out to the inside, working her way around this turn, and Miller is continuing to gap Caitlin Antonow. We'll see her coming into the shot there. That's Antonow in the green. And now she gets out of the saddle. This is the first time I've seen Katie Antonow out of the saddle in this section, the run-up to the Blanc Breaker Hill.
Well, it's also her fiancé, Luke Keogh, there, also not a shabby bike racer in his own right. He's given her that encouragement to really go for it. You know, when you realize you have 1 lap to go, you might take this running section even faster because you know that you're not going to crash. You know, you have to just go for it, but you can't do it in those corners.
And when you only have 1 lap to go, you don't have as much of a chance of blowing up. You know that now's the time. You know, you've got these straightaways. Don't worry about if you're going to be tired later because you've only got 8 more minutes, so you better make it happen.
Just going over 43 minutes on the bike for Katie Compton as the finish line awaits her arrival. Meanwhile, the gap continuing to grow between Amanda Miller and Caitlin Antonow. Antonow is very quickly running out of real estate if she wants a silver medal today.
But as we saw earlier, you know, what seems like an insurmountable gap can be, vanish in the blink of an eye. So I think really important for all 3 of these riders to stay focused and, keep it going until the finish.
Katie Compton there just approaching the pit lane. I mean, once you hit that final pit, you have to make it to the finish line from there on out. So that is when the worry would really start from your pit crew. Once you've missed that last chance to get a bike, if you have a problem, that very next corner, you have to run to the finish line. So hopefully that won't happen for any of these riders, but it's something to think about.
Again, I think we saw Amanda Miller put a little bit of time on Katie Antonow on that bonk breaker climb and the traverse across the top there.
Yeah, Katie Antonow unfortunately looking like she might have to settle for a bronze medal today unless she can pull off an amazing ride, or Amanda Miller has a Max Chance moment on the way into the finish.
Well, Max Chance moment, I think that's, there's nothing negative about that connotation. He had an incredible race. He was always near the front or at the front, putting together an awesome race. Fortunately, he went to, to the negative right at the final stretch, giving Lance Haddad a chance at going for that victory. So, any of these riders really just want to stay upright and stay out of trouble.
Well, at this point, Katie Compton is literally just about out of sight from Amanda Miller. I don't know if Miller will be able to see Compton anywhere on this course. Meanwhile, here comes Antonow trying to work her way up. She sure is getting out of the saddle a lot here, guys. She's starting to feel the pressure as we get later into this race.
Talking to Katie Antonow after some of these previous nationals, she gets there, she gets in the race. She's so nervous about how it's going to go. But in the race, she comes alive and puts in these last laps that are so much faster than the beginning. She wishes this thing were an hour long. I mean, there's a lot of those riders out there that just race differently. And once you really start to get into it, you just embrace it and you really fight through that suffering.
Well, Katie Compton is now just about a half lap away from picking up another national championship. But the big question is, who will take silver behind her? Will Amanda Miller hold on, or will a charging Katie Antonow be able to pick that up? Now we are back with what I think is going to be 4th place out on course. That is Crystal Anthony with lucky number 7 on her back as she moves into the woods. So Anthony with a great top 10 ride. And then this is going to be Elle Anderson, good for 5th place on course to round out her top 5. Well, Anderson had a great start to this race. Remember, leading Katie Compton for the first half lap or so. She had that great run on the low line on the bonk breaker run up. But I think this course just getting to her slowly but surely, chipping away time. Talking about Elle Anderson.
And again, if you have a scary crash in a race, a lot of times, if it's a big enough crash, that can be enough to just kind of take away your killer instinct. So Elle Anderson could be just sort of riding it in, kind of doing the best she can with what she's left with.
Good look at McFadden heading into the woods. And just like Tim was talking about earlier, you really want that bike to sort of bounce around underneath you. We're going to see more of this in our elite men's race following the finish of our elite women's race. But Georgia, bike handling really seems to be the most important thing here today.
It's really making a difference out there. I mean, as we saw, even someone as skilled as Katie Compton making little mistakes out there. So it's really a struggle. And then, add that to the fact that you're cross-eyed, you're trying as hard as you can, and it just becomes harder and harder as the race goes on.
Yeah, can we talk about being cross-eyed a little bit? I think that there's something that happens when you're in the middle of a fight like that. You just put everything into it, and it really does narrow what you can actually see. And you are so focused on trying to get around these corners, trying not to get caught in a rut. Amanda Miller, I have to say, it looks like that gap is not as big as it used to be, and I think she is continuing to increase her gap over Katie Antonow behind at the cost of what's happening in front with Compton. I think she's actually starting to close.
Well, there is your bronze standard out on course. with Caitlin Antonow trying to catch the orange jersey of Amanda Miller just ahead of her. And they're running out of real estate very, very quickly as they're down to the bottom quarter of this course. They're going to go up and over the flyover. You'll see Katie Compton making her way over, then that tough off-camber section onto the Volkswagen run-up, and then onto the finish line.
Yeah, I think we're seeing Amanda Miller really being able to stretch it out on that bonk breaker section, but then Katie kind of pulling it back in all those flat, straight sections around the pit, say, and these pedally sections.
It looks like Katie Compton taking that corner where she crashed the last lap a different way. She stayed high on the approach to it and a little bit slower. It looks like she didn't want to risk having those tires slide out by going too fast. You know, it's something that happens when you take the line the same way each lap. You really have to be able to adapt.
Yeah, I think, George, it's safe to say at this point you take the safest line for Katie Compton. With a gap this big, there is no reason to start taking risks trying to shave 1 or 2 seconds off.
No unnecessary risks at all for Katie. And you can see she's heading up into this last climb before she heads down onto the pavement.
So Compton digging in one more time to the top of the Volkswagen run-up. She makes it safely up and over, back on the bike. Now she'll make her way onto the pavement. At this point, she can feel the national championship. She can hear the crowd waiting for her here on the finish stretch. As Katie Compton comes onto the pavement, she will become the 13-time U.S. Cyclocross national champion. Compton does it again with a repeat victory in Hartford, Connecticut.
Really a flawless ride from Katie there. I mean, in these conditions, she was just able to stay calm, didn't let any of those little mistakes get to her. But now we're waiting to see who's going to come out of this fight for second. And it looks like Amanda Miller. Great
ride for Amanda Miller. She has got a lot to be proud of today. That silver medal is going to mean a lot to this young rider.
Top 3 riders today ranked in the top 20 in the world. 3rd position for Katie Compton. And 9th position for this rider, Katie Antonow. Amanda Miller doing a great job. She is going to move up in those world rankings with this great, solid ride at the national championships. Those 2 riders spending a lot of time in the Midwest. Katie Compton out of Colorado Springs. Oh, look at that. That's a great way to finish it up. You know, these riders all know that they're out there as competitors, but they spend a lot of time on the circuit and around the world, and you always look out for a friendly face.
Yeah, the mentor and the mentee with Katie Compton and Caitlin Antonow, as they're going to want to get jackets on as quickly as possible, trying to stay warm. Well, I know Amanda Miller's going to be disappointed, at least for a little bit, with her ride today. She wanted to be a national champion. I know she really targeted this race to try to get on the top step, but there's nothing for her to be ashamed of with 2nd place. Caitlin Antonow had a great ride as well. Though you got to remember, Antonow has been 2nd to Katie Compton before, so she's obviously knows that she can do a little better with a silver medal. This is Courtney McFadden heading into her final section of this course. Now Anderson will be good for what should be 4th place. Look at the mud on her face after that early crash. We're still not sure if it's mud or blood. We'll try and get confirmation on that. I think it's mud. I'm hoping it's not blood because that would be a lot of blood.
Well, let's hope that she's all right no matter what. McFadden coming into the finish here. These conditions in those ruts, everyone wants to show up to nationals in their best possible shape, but you have to be able to ride these conditions as they present themselves. So great job to her.
Again, we talk about the level of racing here in the U.S. I mean, a top 5 at the U.S. National Championships, that's huge, and really bodes well for all these racers heading into European races.
Well, now seeing Crystal Anthony across the line as she finishes up a top 10 ride for the Max's Shimano squad. You can see how big these gaps became over it was just about 50 minutes of racing. We saw some huge time gaps open up here.
I think when you're not riding with someone, it's always the temptation to kind of sit up a little bit and ride at your own pace. And so you see, if someone's not within your sights, I mean, you kind of let that gap go, and that a lot of times causes these gaps to get so big.
Well, that's what we saw in the top 3 like that. They stayed so close together throughout the race. They're always fighting for that extra speed.
All right, guys, sounds like Bill Scheiken down on course has Katie Compton with her post-race interview. Let's go down
All
to
right,
Bill.
we are here with your 2017 U.S. Cyclocross National Champion of Baker's Doves, a number 13, Katie Compton. Where does this one rank?
Oh, man, this one felt really good, mainly because it was such a tricky, technical, snowy course. So I felt pretty good, and then technically I was pretty good. Just takes a lot of focus. So, I take every year, like just one at a time, and then don't think about the last ones I've won. So, yeah, it was good. They're all special, and, it felt really good to win today.
Coming into the season, you're probably feeling the best than you had in many years coming into it, sickness, everything else, getting over that, and coming out really strong in the beginning of the year. Did you feel like that was going to be a problem holding that form throughout the whole season to Nationals and then on to Worlds?
Not this year because I kind of plan to take a little recovery in December, give me some time to just recover from the initial travel and then start training and building again for Nationals and Worlds. So I think I planned it well this year and I'm feeling good. I'm excited to race and I'm not so tired like I have many years in the past. So I think I'm on a good path.
So how this race played out today, with a group for the first lap, and then where did you really make your move, and was that pre-planned, or did it just play out as the race went on?
I think it's just you just ride as fast as you can on this course. There's not a ton of tactics involved. The first lap, I just struggled getting to my pedals, and I struggled I dropped my chain, and so just stupid things. But I collected myself, and then once I got the rhythm, I just tried to stay on it.
Little problem in the last lap, maybe just a wake-up call as you're coming home. You didn't change bikes, so I guess everything was okay.
No, it was fine. It was just like I was getting heckled to ride it right, and I was like, hadn't looked at that line. And so I was kind of focused on that. I was like, stop telling me what to do. And then I just fell over in the soft snow. So it wasn't a big deal, but I just laughed. I was like, that's why I got to pay attention and focus on the ruts.
All right, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you at Worlds.
Thanks.
Guys, job's not over yet for Katie Compton. You spend maybe a little bit of time celebrating the national championship here, but she's got to go right back to work tomorrow morning, focusing on the World Championships.
Yeah, a few more weeks of racing left in this season, so, doesn't stop now.
Well, the Worlds is still, a massive goal for any rider, but especially for Katie Compton. She's finished so high up in the overall standings, winning the World Cup and so on. But that World Championship title is something that still is so very important for her. And hopefully she's able to get to that start line and really have a great shot at it.
All right, so here's a look at your top 10 results as Katie Compton picks up the win. Amanda Miller in second. Caitlin Antonow finds the podium in third. Elle Anderson with a great ride for fourth. Courtney McFadden rounds out the top five. Then Crystal Anthony, Arlie Kemmerer, Rebecca Faringer, Sunny Gilbert, and Melinda McCutcheon rounding out the top 10.
Melinda McCutcheon winning the single speed race yesterday, so really impressive ride for her.
Talk about course practice. Those conditions were probably worse than what the riders just saw right now, so that's a great ride for her.
Guys, biggest surprise on this list of the top 10, most impressive ride, obviously, aside from Katie Compton winning her 13th national champion. Who impressed you the most today?
Well, I think, for me, what I like to see is the fact that, Katie Antonow and Amanda Miller had that battle, and it wasn't just for part of the race. It was for the entire thing, and they were both able to put together lap after lap after lap, staying so close together. I think, for me, both of those riders take that title for me.
Georgia, your most impressive ride of the day.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say Amanda Miller. I think she had that goal for herself, and she really rode a consistent race. She really made some improvements in her technical skills, I think, this year, and it really showed out there.
Last question before we take a quick break and shift over to focusing on our elite men's race. What did we learn from the elite women's race and the course conditions that we're going to be looking for in the elite men's race?
Yeah, it's probably not as much of that fresh snow that's really causing the most trouble. It's that changing conditions, maybe a little bit of mud that's turning into something even worse, which is going to collect itself on the pedals, on the bike. Any kind of a time you hit the ground, especially in conditions like this, it'll be even worse.
Georgia, what are you watching for our final race of the day?
Well, I think just those little mistakes, that those sections in the woods where, you just get out of that main rut and it just takes out into the tape. So I think whoever's going to be coming back from all those little mistakes is definitely going to have the advantage.
All right, well, one race to go as we wrap up our elite women's race out on course, getting ready for our final race of the day with the elite men coming up next. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll hear from some of our earlier winners in the day. We're going to talk with our 17 to 18-year-old champions, and then we'll chat with our U23 winners after this.
Renoing for me is about doing the little things. Crafting it, tuning it, tweaking it until it's as perfect as it can be. To me, that's what craft is all about. The little things add up and make a big difference. Details make great beer.
For those who pledge allegiance to life, liberty, and the endless pursuit of a damn good time, we have one suggestion. Find your passion in Reno Tahoe, USA. All seasons, 1,000 reasons. Visit RenoTahoe.com.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive. Soon to be everywhere.
The 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships are brought to you by Volkswagen, Travelers Insurance, and Sierra Nevada. Well, a beautiful day here in Hartford after what were some tough conditions yesterday through the night last night and into the morning this morning. We saw right around 8 inches of fresh snow falling on Hartford and the surrounding areas. That made for some very tough conditions for our grounds crew here as we tried to prepare what was a very muddy course but then became a very slippery, frozen course here in Hartford overnight into the day today. We are mostly back on schedule here with our live action coming to you from the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, but variable weather conditions continue to change, although right now the sun is out. Just a little bit of wind here on course. Really nothing too much to worry about. Now, if there wasn't snow on the ground, this would be just enough wind to kind of dry that mud out a little bit, but luckily for these riders, the wind chill isn't affecting the overall temperature too much for our riders out on course. We'll see our riders pre-riding here in just a little bit, and as they do that, I'm being joined in the booth by our Junior 17-18 winners. Ashley Zorner, our winner of our 17-18 Junior Women's Race, and Denzel Stevenson of the Boulder Junior Cycling Program winning our 17-18 Junior Men. Ashley, I want to start with you. Tell me about your ride. Tell me about the course out there. Was this what you were expecting when you came to Hartford?
Not really was it what I was expecting. I wasn't expecting it to be this cold and icy. Definitely snow, though.
How about the pre-ride? I assume you had a chance to take a look at the course yesterday, but today, much different than what you saw yesterday.
Definitely very different. I finally got used to the ruts and everything yesterday, and then it was a completely different story this morning.
Denzel, how about you? Do you like the snow? Are you a snow racer here?
Yeah, I like the snow. In Colorado, it snows a lot, so we get a lot of practice with this stuff.
Course conditions for you, did you have any trouble with the frozen ruts or anything like that?
I had a couple crashes just from just how slippery it was, and it was changing the whole race. But everyone was having mistakes, so it was just about who made the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah, I imagine you saw a lot of crashes in your race, a lot of riders going down, a lot of feet going down as well. Better safe than sorry in a situation like this.
Definitely.
Tell me about the race. You guys mixed in with the U23 women. Obviously, that's tough for the junior riders, but you knew your competition. You were marking those riders out there, trying to work your way through. Talk about how that changes your racing dynamic just a little bit, knowing that it's kind of a race within a race for the junior women.
Okay, so it was just really I was focusing on the U23 race, just seeing how well I could do in that one. So it was it's definitely really hard to figure out who you're racing in 17, 18 and everything.
Denzel, getting a look at your ride on screen right now. You guys had quite the battle out there on course, and really early on the course there to kind of set the lines early on. You guys didn't have a lot of lines to choose from. You kind of got to choose early on which lines you were going to pick, especially on this bonk breaker run-up section. Were you a high rider or a low runner on the bonk breaker run-up section, Denzel?
I ran up it diagonally, just pretty much just right on the main line that was burned in, and then I just, once I got to the top, I remounted as soon as I could and just tried to ride across the top as smooth as I could. And I think I made a difference there during the race for sure.
Ashley, if you had a teammate come to you and ask for some intel and say, what's the most important part of this course? Where is the race won and lost? If you had to choose one feature that you think had the biggest impact on this race, where is it on this course?
I think it was definitely Bonk Breaker Hill. That it was really hard. If you didn't get it in the start, if you didn't have a good placing on that hill, you just ended up way back.
Denzel, how about you? Where's this race decided?
I think definitely the Bonk Hill, and then also with the woods right after that. Those two right after each other.
Yeah,
that's where the race was
the
decided,
drop down into the woods. Guys, last question, because I know you're really cold. You guys deserve some rest after a hard-fought race out there. Talk about the growth of cycling. For you guys as junior racers, obviously you have a lot to grow into. And USA Cycling being able to race at the national championships here, you guys have big hopes, obviously, to make it onto the national program. Ashley, starting with you, I assume Europe is on your radar at this point. You're going to be looking to make some more trips over there.
Yeah, I really hope to get to Europe, definitely sometime next season, hopefully race for the World Championships too.
Denzel, I want you to talk about your team, the Boulder Junior Cycling Program, an awesome group of riders out in Colorado, and you guys have turned in some pretty great performances and some strong talent in the pipeline as well.
Yeah, there's like, I think around 60 kids or something, like with all the little kids up to this, the elite team that I'm on, and yeah, it's really cool to get all those young kids into riding and then bring them all the way up to the U23s.
Well, it was great watching both of you out there. Congratulations to our new Junior 17-18 national champions, Ashley Zerner and Denzel Stevenson. Congratulations, you two. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back from Hartford, Connecticut for the 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. Stick around.
The fishes will laugh as they swim out of the path, and the seagulls, they were smiling, and the rocks on the sand.
So peaceful up here.
Yeah. Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
For those who pledge allegiance to life, liberty, and the endless pursuit of a damn good time, we have one suggestion. Find your passion in Reno Tahoe, USA. All seasons, 1,000 reasons. Visit RenoTahoe.com.
Brewing for me is about doing the little things, crafting it, tuning it, tweaking it until it's as perfect as it can be. To me, that's what craft is all about. The little things add up and make a big difference. Details make great beer.
Live from Hartford, Connecticut, as we wrap up our elite women's race, moving into our elite men's race of the day. But before we do that, we're taking a look back at the great racing that's happened so far here today. I'm here with our U23 women's winner, Ellen Noble, who already has the Stars and Stripes jersey ready to go, pre-prepared. You knew you were in for a good performance today.
No, this is just from last year. Just carried over.
Well, good. You already had the clothing all picked out.
Yes.
Tell me about the course out here. Looking behind us, it's looking like it's very, very cold out there. We're chilly here in the booth, but I imagine it was 10 times worse for you guys out on the bike.
It was super cold getting ready this morning, but by the time I got warmed up and had all my clothing picked out, I was actually really comfortable out on course. But it looks brutal watching it, and the course has been changing all day, so it's pretty spectacular racing
Do
going
you
on.
like these tough conditions? Do you like the faster races, or you like these really technical races like we had today?
I like these super technical races. I come from a mountain bike background,
Sure.
so getting to have a course like this where it's super technical, lots of finesse, and then those short burst power sections are exactly what I hope for.
We were working through some technical difficulties during your race. Take me through what it was like at the front. Take me through give me the brief rundown, the 30-second version of how the U23 women's race went down.
We started off super fast. Emma took the whole shot, and she led for the first half of the first lap. But just as we were coming down here, right behind us actually, I made a pass, and she stayed on my wheel for a while, but I rode the off-camber descent just after the bonk breaker hill, and she was running it, and that's where I got my gap, and I just had to, keep super focused and try not to make any mistakes, and that's what got me a pretty comfortable lead, and I just worked to maintain that after that.
When did you make the decision to ride that section? Was that something that you decided in pre-ride in the warm-ups, or is that something kind of a race time decision, which line you were going to take on the bonk breaker run-up?
No, I've been running the top the entire week. Previously, it wasn't rideable. I wish that I had thought to try to ride it during the warm-up, but it didn't seem plausible at the time. Apparently, it was rideable, but I was running it. But after that, the descent following it seemed very rideable to me, so there wasn't really much of a decision to be made.
Is that the hardest section on this course, the bonk breaker run up and then the way back down? Is it the woods?
Yeah,
What's the toughest part?
I think that section was super hard, and I think that's where a lot of gaps were being formed. So I'd say that may have been one of the more decisive parts of the course.
So Ellen, now that you've got a national championship, what's next for you? Are you done racing for this year? You've got more coming up.
Yeah, we have a lot more coming up. We're really ending on a high note. I'm going to be heading over to the Rome World Cup this Tuesday. We'll be staying over for Hoogerheide, and then we'll do the World Championships at the end.
Wow, so right back to work. Not a whole lot of time to celebrate with the team. I hope you at least get a chance to maybe go out in Hartford tonight and have at least a nice dinner with the
We're going to get
squad.
some pizza,
All
which
right,
I haven't
right
had
on.
in months.
I think you certainly earned it today,
Thank you.
although with a little bit more racing to go, I guess you got to be a little careful tonight.
Yes.
So have fun, enjoy it, and congratulations
Thank
on
you.
the national championship.
Thanks.
That is Ellen Noble, our U23 women's national champion, as she picked up a win today with a great ride.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
There's a special part, like when we're out riding together and training and riding the course, and it's really cool back and forth. And yeah, we're all connected. Everybody's out there riding it. We're all riding the same thing. It's hard. It's easy. Wow, that was tough. That was cool. There's a togetherness that kind of gets built from that, and now each of the kids had to earn their way onto the race team. So now we're all part of the same team, wearing the same kits. Nationals to me is the family togetherness first, and the pursuit of excellence. You know, the training all year, it all culminates. It just bonds the family, and that's more important than anything. And we're all striving for different places and different all that, but it's that bond that is formed and created that we'll never forget.
The 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships are brought to you by Volkswagen, Chobani, and Cannondale. And welcome back to Hartford, Connecticut, as we are here for our 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Champions. We just met some of our great champions from earlier today. I'm now being joined by the CEO of USA Cycling, Mr. Derek Bouchard-Hall. Derek, you got to be proud of the new national champions that we just had here in the booth.
This has been a fantastic event. The racing has been incredible. The victors have been very worthy winners.
Sure.
It's just going fantastic.
Derek, talk a little bit about the mission of USA Cycling, especially as we get into the junior and U23 ranks. You guys become a big part in their career in the quest to become a professional cyclist.
Yeah, well, the mission of USA Cycling is two things. It is to grow the sport of cycling broadly, and it is to develop the elite riders to do performances on the world's greatest stage, whether it's the Tour de France or the Olympics. And this is an event which actually is both of those things.
Yeah.
You've seen the broader way of events that we have. We've got juniors out there racing all the way up to masters. These are people that are run the whole spectrum of the sport of cycling. It's really, really fun to see. And, of course, we have America's greatest racers out there as well. And so this is really a forum for both growing the sport and developing our most elite riders.
It's got to make you feel good to see such large fields in our junior and masters races. We were talking with Tim in Georgia earlier. This is something that's so unique to American bike racing. You go anywhere in Europe, you don't see fields like this. There's no masters racing over there. We have such a great program that everyone can come out and enjoy racing their bikes.
Yeah, there are some things that are unique about the sport of cycling in America, and one of those is the depth of our masters fields is really incredible, and our women's cycling is so strong in America as well. And yeah, it is great to see. We have this incredible spectrum of events that we need to run here because we've got 10 and 11 and 12-year-olds out here competing. We've got 60-plus out here competing and everything in between. And we care about all of that. That's a very important part of our mission to provide great experiences for everybody across the spectrum. It's something that's really important to us. And when we have an event like this that showcases so well,
Sure.
We're really excited.
Well, you talked about how USA Cycling is more than just serving the elite riders. I understand you guys enrolled some new licenses this year. Talk about the new licensing system and how that works, the different types of licenses that USA Cycling is offering into 2017.
Yeah. Well, we still have our same core racing license, and it's just as before. The price has not changed this year. It's stayed the same for several years now, which we're very happy about. But what we've done is we've expanded the options on that. So you can additionally spend a little bit of extra money and get some additional products and services as part of that. We've also created a new membership called the Ride Membership where you can become a member of USA Cycling without purchasing a racing license. And that is because we're explicitly more interested in the enthusiast space and getting those members involved in USA Cycling. It's something that we have done very deliberately, is to say that we're trying to become broader and more relevant than just to the racing community, but to the broader enthusiast community as well. And so we've created this Ride Membership. And we're really proud of what we've been able to add to it. What we found is that when we created that Ride Membership, so many of our racing members were picking it up.
Sure.
And so what we've done is, well, let's just make it explicitly part of it. And so we created this there is a standard racing license, but there's something called the Podium license that has all those benefits of the Ride Membership, which is supplemental accident medical insurance when you're competing in non-USA Cycling events, roadside assistance, USA Cycling T-shirt, bicycling magazine subscription, and part of it is a donation to USA Cycling to help us in our efforts. And we're finding a remarkable number of our racing members doing that. Actually, it's about 1 in 3 are choosing to do that, which is far higher than we ever expected. But we just know our community is so supportive of our organization. And a lot of people really want to do and be more part of what we're doing. And when they have an opportunity to get a T-shirt and to give us an extra support, so many are doing that. We're really happy. But at the same time, we're not forcing it upon anybody. The core racing license is exactly as it was before. So it's something we're quite proud of.
You talk about wanting to support the program. I think a lot of people don't realize the efforts that USA Cycling makes in the development programs, talking about the house in Europe, the coaches, the teams, the trips over there for those kids to race. For these junior and U23 riders, that is an incredibly important opportunity to get those opportunities to race in Europe at the highest level and then bring those skills back to the United States to raise the level here. That's something that USA Cycling has always done an excellent job of with our junior development programs.
Well, nice of you to say that. But yes, this is something that we are quite proud of, that we've always done. It's a really important part of our mission. The only way for athletes to make that jump from the national level to the highest international level is through the work that we do. We need to provide that, and we do have this program where the best and most talented, those with the most promise, can enter USA Cycling's elite programs. We do have this facility in Europe that enables them to race in Europe, which is really important because it's a slightly different style of racing at a higher level, and it is an important part of the development process for athletes to get their experiences here in America, but actually get the European experience as well. And we provide that, and we enable them to do that. And in some cases, they're contributing, but in some cases, we're funding it entirely.
Sure.
What we don't want is to have resources get in the way of people making that step, and we're able to provide that. And a number of the racers you see out here today, I've gone through those programs. And a lot of the racers that you also aren't competing here, but your Taylor Finneys and TJ Van Gardners have also came through on the road side. It's really, really important. We do know that if we want elite athletes competing at the highest international stage, USA Cycling has to help them get there. And we start that at a fairly young in the junior process and help them every step of the way. And in some cases, they join Pro Tour teams, and then they have their own programs, so we don't need to help them anymore. In other areas, like in the women's, sometimes we need to continue providing support. Wherever the gaps are, we try to fill those in. It's an important part of what we're doing.
Derek, last question. I saw some Bouchard Halls on the start list earlier this week. You had some family racing here at Cross Nats.
Yeah, well, my younger brother, Kevin, who's a former elite racer himself, he came down and raced in some of the Masters races. He brought his wife, my sister-in-law, Elizabeth. She competed as well. And, yeah, it was really, really great to see. I've got two young daughters, Janine and Charlie, and I'd like to get them involved in this, and I think that is quite possible as well. So who knows, we could have a whole legion of Bouchard Halls here next year.
I also saw some USA Cycling employees racing in the industry race earlier this week. We missed you out there on the course, so I want to challenge you to do the industry race at the 2018 Cyclocross National Championships. We'll see if we can get a number pinned on your back.
I would love to do that, accept that challenge. I'd actually like to jump in the Masters races. You know, one of my friends and people that I race with a lot, Adam Meyerson, won my age category. I would love to come back and compete in that. I got to find a way to train a bit more than I have right now. But seeing what Adam Meyerson has done, somebody that I raced with 2 decades ago, competing at this level, going so fast, it's really inspiring. It does make me want to do it.
Well, luckily, it should be a little warmer next year as we're going to be heading to Reno. Derek Bouchard Hall, USA Cycling CEO, thanks for being with us today. Keep up the great work. We appreciate everything that you guys do at USA Cycling.
Nice to be here.
Well, we're going to take a short break here in Hartford. When we come back, we'll start talking about our elite men's USA Cycling National Champions coming up as we bring back the Volkswagen USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships.
This is the start to every morning. Nutrition and diet is incredibly important. I enjoy cooking. The biggest key for kind of having a successful training camp or race is I always try to stay somewhere with a kitchen. So it makes all the difference in the world if I can prepare my own food. For muesli, I like to pre-soak my oats overnight. First of all, it makes it super easy to prepare in the morning. Also makes it a little easier to digest, and I think it just tastes better. And again, I like to mix it up a lot, but what's consistent is typically the oats, yogurt base, a milk product. I mix that up too. Sometimes I'll do almond wet milk, cow's milk, even soy milk. Always unsweetened though. So, yeah. I feel like breakfast is my favorite meal of the day as well, so it kind of starts off the day on the right note. There's always a new kind of challenge. I love the training aspect of the sport because you can kind of, you set all these objectives and goals, and you can kind of, you just work at checking them off. First lap is so critical in a mountain bike race. Like the start is full throttle, going really almost as hard as you can but you still have to be able to recover. And it takes a long time to learn how hard can you go, and then you still have to race every lap after that. I feel like that's one of the most important pieces of a mountain bike race is that first lap, and I'm still learning, I'm still getting better every race. So, just finished up training, kind of at post-ride. I try to get in some food right away. And timing is key. So a shake or smoothie is kind of the quickest way to get something in quick, some protein just to get some calories back in. And then after that, kind of once you have some fuel, you can start kind of making more of a meal. I've been competing as an elite athlete for 10 years, and I feel like the more time I've put in, the more I've learned about myself, I've learned about the sport, and also what I'm capable of.
Welcome back to the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships here in chilly Hartford, Connecticut, with a full day of racing here on our final day in Riverside Park, just outside of downtown Hartford. We are just about 20 minutes away from our final race of the day, where our elite men will take to the course to determine our men's national champion heading into the 2017-2018 season. Looking ahead to the final season, I'm now being joined in the booth by our host for next year's Cyclocross Nationals as we move away from the East Coast and move to what could be some warmer climates. Being joined by Shelly Fine in the booth with the Reno Tahoe Convention and Visitors Bureau. Shelly, I want to talk first about the conditions here, and then what's Reno like this time of year? I think a lot of people think of it as a desert town, but you guys get some cold temperatures out there.
Yeah, no, we are definitely a high Sierra Mountains. We're obviously the home of 18 ski resorts about an hour away from Reno. So we're high desert, as they say. Little snow, a little warmer, a little drier, of course, than here, and certainly nothing like the balmy Las Vegas. But you'll love it in Reno. It'll be beautiful, and you'll love the mountains.
Tell me about what went into the decision to put in a bid to host the national championships. Obviously, we have people coming from all over the country that are going to visit Reno and Tahoe for the first time.
Yeah, we're very, very excited about that, as you can imagine. We are a vibrant cycling town. We from mountain bike to road biking, we do it all. And so we have a beautiful park that was actually just perfect for this race. And so we're super excited about the cyclocross event, and we've got a great mountain biking cyclocross community, not only in Reno but in Northern California. So we're just couldn't be more pleased.
We talk about these hotbeds of cyclocross throughout the United States. It was always New England and Colorado, but now we're really starting to see your part of the country. It's growing very quickly out there in Northern California.
Yeah, the NorCal region, and which really extends into Northern Nevada, is just hopping with all kinds of, again, with cycling activities. So we think the race is going to be super successful, and we think that Northern California, Southern California contingent is going to bring in a lot of racers.
Well, it sounds like the support you guys have out there is great, not just from the city and local organizing committee, but the riders and the cycling community as well. Everyone's excited to head to Reno a year from now.
Yeah, we can't wait, and the course and the headquarter hotel and the whole package that we put together, I think everybody is really going to enjoy. The 3 headquarter hotels are less than a mile from the course, and so there's about 4,000 rooms within less than a mile of the course, where we'll have all the parties and all the social activities, and super easy for the racers to get from the hotel over to the race course. So I think that's going to make for a really nice and easy and comfortable and relaxed atmosphere. Very low key, and so no complications, in other words. And so that's part of it. And our course is super spectator friendly.
Yeah, tell me about
Park, which does a lot of events. So we're fortunate there. We've got a great county administration that's working with us. We do a lot of cross-country racing there. So the course itself is just basically this wonderful, viewable, long line of open park. And so the venue will be almost viewable from almost every standpoint. So.
I'm going to ask the question that I think every bike racer out there right now is wondering: are there a lot of hills in the park?
There's a few. You got to make it challenging, right? Or we got to keep Mike and his crew happy. So
can't make it too easy. It is next year for the 2018 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. Keep up the good work. I know you've got a big year ahead of you as we get ready to welcome the nation for the National Championships. The Reno Tahoe Convention and Visitors Bureau. We're going to take another short break here live from Hartford, and then we'll be back as we get ready for our elite men's race, the final race of the day, coming up next.
there's a special part, like when we're out riding together and training and riding the course, and it's really cool back and forth. And yeah, we're all connected. Everybody's out there riding it. We're all riding the same thing. It's hard. It's easy. Wow, that was tough. That was cool. There's a togetherness that kind of gets built from that, and now each of the kids had to earn their way onto the race team. So now we're all part of the same team, wearing the same kits. Nationals, to me, is the family togetherness first, and the pursuit of excellence. You know, the training all year, it all culminates. It just bonds the family, and that's more important than anything. And we're all striving for different places and different all that, but it's that bond that is formed and created that, you know, we'll never forget.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen.
The 2017 USA Cyclocross National Championships are brought to you by Volkswagen, Travelers Insurance, and Sierra Nevada. Well, welcome back to Hartford. Brad Soner here with Tim Johnson and Georgia Gould, our analysts throughout the day today. Guys, we have seen some incredible racing so far. I want to catch up on what we've seen before we shift our attention to our elite men's race for the final race of the day. I want to start with our junior races, the very first races of the day, starting with our junior men and then our junior women, mixing it with the U23 women. What a race that was. Unfortunately, we had some technical problems here, but Tim, just give us the brief 30-second introduction to that one. It was a close battle at the front there.
Well, I feel like Denzel Stevenson was a big favorite coming into the race for Boulder Junior Cycling, and he was able to come through with the victory, which at the junior level, there's so many racers that are, you know, known as strong technical riders, fast riders, whatever. At Nationals, though, it all goes to who can actually pull it off on the day, and he had a great race. He had a good battle with Lane Mars, so I think he's a very deserving winner.
Ellen Noble and Ashley Zorner pick up national championships. Noble for the U23 women's race and Ashley Zorner in the 17-18-year-old junior women's category. We talked to her just a little bit ago. Then we move to our men's U23 race. What a chaotic race that one was, Georgia.
Oh, man, we saw the lead change so many times. You know, we saw people making mistakes, getting flustered, and, you know, in the end, a little mistake was what cost Max Chance that national champion jersey. But Lance Heidet, man, what a ride from the back of the field at the start.
Well, watching him, you know, really just lurk back there, you know, having that top 10, top 15 start, and then picking off riders as they went along. You know, talking to Yannick Ekman, he was warming up before the race, and I was talking to him about course conditions. He mentioned that. He said, you know, watching those guys do that race in that way, battling for position among a group of racers, was something that no one really expected, seeing the snow fall. But the way it turned out, all you have to do is have a solid, safe race where you're actually able to be there, and that's the most important thing.
Well, the snow pretty much done falling here. The sun is coming out behind us. It's starting to melt a little bit of the ice on the river just over our shoulders here. Although I won't say that the temperature has quite started climbing. At least it's not snowing anymore, right? We got that going for us here.
Well, I feel like it's the depth of winter. We're at Lambeau Field. I don't know. It's outside downtown Hartford here. We're outside. You guys watching at home, please understand that this is a brutal day, whether you're racing or you're just a spectator or announcers like us.
Yeah, we're surviving. Thanks for worrying about us. I know we've gotten a few questions on Twitter about how we're doing. We're hanging in there. We got heaters and blankets and hot coffee and tea, so we're doing okay. All right, guys, let's shift our attention to our final race of the day. The Elite Men coming up here. This is going to be another good one. As before we move into this year's race, let's talk about the 2016 edition in Asheville, North Carolina, where we saw a pretty good battle at the front. Obviously, Jeremy Powers picks up the Stars and Stripes jersey, but it wasn't without some drama before they made their way to the finish finish line.
And I think we'll be missing that rider who really injected a lot of pain and agony into that race, and that's Logan Owen. He's in red in the middle of the picture. Not the best start right off the gates, but he was playing a part at the front of the race with Stephen Hyde, Jeremy Powers at the front, and really I think he's the rider that threw a lot of wrenches into the works. But that rider right there in green, Stephen Hyde, he is going to be a favorite for today to battle again with Jeremy Powers.
Well, Logan Owen obviously so aggressive. You see him attacking the group here. It takes a lot of guts for a kid like Logan Owen to attack someone like Jeremy Powers, the defending national champion in Asheville.
Taking a look at these highlights, that is where Stephen Hyde lost his closest chance of staying on Powers' wheel as he made his attack on the final climb up Bonkbreaker Hill.
Yeah, Hyde actually had 2 crashes, 2 big mistakes in the race last year that we're hoping won't haunt him this year as he tries to finally upset Jeremy Powers. It looked like he was going to be able to ride with Powers, but then this Hyde takes it just a little tight on the inside coming up last year's Bonkbreaker run-up. He runs into the stake, and that allows Jeremy Powers to get the gap that he needed to hold on all the way to the finish. But a valiant effort by Stephen Hyde. If he can get things right this year, Stephen Hyde has a legitimate shot of upsetting Jeremy Powers as the national champion. As you see these guys, Tim, talk about the relationship between Jeremy Powers and Stephen Hyde. They're competitors on course, but there's a pretty close relationship off the bike between those two as well.
Well, you know, they say that a rider will get a little bit better every year. You have a couple percentage points you might gain just by virtue of being a little bit more mature, making better decisions. Stephen Hyde has been learning those things under Jeremy Powers' tutelage. It's a year later. He was very close to Jeremy Powers last year. I feel like this is the day where he might have a chance to put that into it and say, you know what, your time in the jersey's over and it's time for me.
Georgia, you know the situation where the mentor kind of, or the mentee sort of becomes the mentor, where the rider who's been learning from maybe the defending champion all of a sudden has a legitimate shot at upsetting that very defending champion.
No, absolutely. And I think, Stephen Hyde really seems to have made a step forward this year, just upped his game just a little bit. So I think he's definitely got a good shot at it.
Tim, who else is on your radar heading into this elite race? Obviously, Jeremy Powers, Stephen Hyde are going to be big ones. When we come back, we're going to talk more in depth about some of those riders as we get ready for our elite men's start coming up here. We are getting very close to the start time here, just about a little over 10 minutes away from those riders. You see them starting to assemble. So we're going to take one last break before we move to our final race of the day for the elite men. We'll be back right after this, live from the 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships.
The new All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
There's a special part, like when we're out riding together and training and riding the course, and it's really cool back and forth. And yeah, we're all connected. Everybody's out there riding it. We're all riding the same thing. It's hard. It's easy. Wow, that was tough. That was cool. There's a togetherness that kind of gets built from that, and now each of the kids had to earn their way onto the race team. So now we're all part of the same team, wearing the same kits. Nationals, to me, is the family togetherness first, and the pursuit of excellence. You know, the training all year, it all culminates. It just bonds the family, and that's more important than anything. And we're all striving for different places and different all that, but it's that bond that is formed and created that we'll never forget.
Introducing the new turbocharged Volkswagen All-Track. The new All-Track with 4Motion all-wheel drive, soon to be everywhere.
Downtown Hartford, Connecticut, just outside of Riverside Park, where we are here for the 2017 USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships with our elite men making their way into the starting grid now, as we are now inside of 10 minutes, about 8 minutes away from these guys rolling off the start line. And this one is going to be another barn burner. We have seen some incredibly close racing. This course is the great equalizer here in Hartford, and it really opens the door to the chance for anyone to pick up a win. Before we move to talking about specific athletes, here's our USA Cycling Pro CX standings presented by Cyclocross Magazine. Stephen Hyde picks up the Pro CX win this year with Tobin Ortenblad in second, Curtis White in third, Kerry Werner in fourth. Now, the biggest name that is missing from the top five here, obviously Jeremy Powers down in eighth. That is because Powers spent so much time racing over in Europe. He didn't spend as much time on the domestic circuit racing here in the United States. So he slips down in the Pro CX standings, but obviously still on very good form after posting a strong European campaign and having some injuries that he fought back from earlier this year as well. So that was the domestic situation as we wrapped up the 2016 into 17 Pro CX standings. So guys, as we move to the front row, let's start talking about some of the specific athletes that you're going to watch. You're going to be watching. We're being joined by Bill Scheiken in the booth of CXHairs.com. Bill, I want to start with you.
Okay.
Let's go to the defending champion, Jeremy Powers. He's got a lot to ride for here today.
He does. The biggest thing he has to ride for is a 5th national championship. That will be on the men's side, the most championships won by a man at the elite level. So that's definitely a goal for him. But he's injured all year long, gets injured at Trek, goes down twice hard, hurts his ribs, and it really took him all year to get back from that. It's the type of injury that he couldn't train, he couldn't race at a top level, and it really took up until this last month before he even was able to perform where we've seen Jeremy Powers perform in the past.
Tim, this is a much different Jeremy Powers we're seeing this year than we've seen years in the past.
Well, he is coming off a season of struggles, and it's something that happens to any athlete when they spend a lot of time racing at the top level. You will have those years where things don't go your way, and it's how you come out of that as the real sign of a true champion or not. And I know he's put a lot of effort and has a great support system around him. So, I think that he's going to show up here on the line with every expectation of winning today.
Well, it was such a tight battle for Jeremy Powers last year in Asheville. Obviously, we saw him doing battle at the front, and it was the familiar green jersey of Stephen Hyde who was the only rider that was able to challenge him. Now, even though Hyde had troubles, he was obviously on very good form in Georgia. Stephen Hyde is even better this year than he was last year.
Yeah, he really made his, debut, last year in becoming one of the top people to challenge Jeremy Powers. But this year he seems to really have made that little bit of a step forward. So we saw him pick up the Pan Am Championships this year. He also posted an excellent result, top 10 at Cyclocross World Cup, which was a great confidence booster for him, and then won a bunch of domestic races. So he seems to have sort of gotten that confidence. He's clearly on good form, headed over to Europe for Christmas, and had some great top 20 results there.
Bill, what's the key for Stephen Hyde today? How does Stephen Hyde beat Jeremy Powers?
Well, I think it's going off of what Georgia was just saying. That time that he spent in Europe was key because he was seeing conditions like he's going to see out here tonight. It was sloppy, it was muddy, and he was able to get a top 10 in there and a lot of top 15s, top 20 finishes. So that's going to play into it. That gives him the confidence, and that gives him the ability to challenge Powers. And I also think that he's a lot more technically sound than he's been in the past, and he's a lot more powerful.
All right, well, we talked about two of the favorites. Let's talk about what's, I guess we can call an underdog. That is Tobin Ortenblad, who we watched last year, had a very, very good ride. Ortenblad is on great form this season. He may be the surprise rider of the race today.
Well, and I think we're placing him into that slot really as, a show of significant confidence. He was our under-23 champion last year, just beating Curtis White to the finish there, but he's continued to make strides, and for a rider like him, I look at him as someone who's very technically adept. He's also very, very strong, and you know that he's got that power. What we've seen play out the last couple of days is that it's not just about power, it's about that technical ability, but it's also about hunger, and I believe that he has a lot of it, and I think he's ready to show it to the people here.
Georgia, this is a big step up for Tobin Ortenblad, moving from the U23 races to the elite ranks. He's got a lot on his plate this year, but I think we saw last year, Tobin Ortenblad is ready for the elites this year.
Right, and he's been battling those elites in some of these Pro CX races and really proving himself to be a savvy tactical rider. So a lot of these races being decided on the last lap from a battle from a group of about 3 or 4 guys. So he's got the whole package. He's got the technical skills, he's got the fitness, and he's got the tactics.
All right, well, our riders getting their final instructions on the grid right now. There is Stephen Hyde, the Cannondale Cyclocross World Rider, getting ready for what could be the biggest race of his career.
Well, let's not forget that the riders that we haven't highlighted that are also up there for great rides include someone like Harry Warner, who's relatively new to the very top ranks. He's been racing professional cross for the last few years after being mostly a mountain biker. He's someone that we can't forget about. But Todd Wells, Jonathan Page, I mean, these are the guys that have been on that winner's step before. They've been on the podium many, many times. So unfortunately, we can't necessarily name every single rider out there, but we can't forget about those old guys.
Well, there is the defending champion, Jeremy Powers, having a lighthearted chat with Stephen Hyde. Jeremy Powers wearing number 1, but interesting enough, guys, you see Jeremy ranked 25th in the UCI ranking. Stephen Hyde, the highest ranked UCI rider in this field.
Well, it's the culmination of all those points, and difference to what's happened in the previous years is that he's getting those points not only here in the U.S., winning something like Pan Am Championships, which has a great deal of points, but also by placing high in the races that are overseas and putting together very good results.
Guys, the last rider I want to talk about before these riders take off is Jonathan Page. He feels like he's maybe a little bit underrated coming into this one. Doesn't feel like he's getting the respect he deserves when we have the conversations about who's going to win Cyclocross Nationals. So, Bill, I think Jonathan Page has a lot to prove today. He's not out of this one yet. He may be one of the older riders in this field, we'll say, but Jonathan Page still has a lot of fight left in him.
In 2013 in Madison, Wisconsin, and you look at those conditions, it was icy, it was snowy, it was a mess, and he was able to take the win the national championship.
Well, your front row by ranking goes Powers, Hyde, Ortenblad, Werner, Driscoll, Summerhill, Livermont, and Duran. Those are your first 8 riders on the call-up as they got to roll up to the grid. You see him still slotting riders in. That's Jeremy Duran all the way to the left-hand side of the screen. He'll be on the right-hand side of the start line. Tim, what's the preferred line here? It seems like the riders getting the first call-up spot are wanting to go closer to the middle. They're kind of they want to go right up the center for the whole shot here.
Well, don't forget, this was recently plowed. I mean, you can see the snow on the sidelines here. So having that shot on the inside where it's relatively snow-free, absolutely you have to take it. Getting a look at those tires, lots of questions on the internet about what the tires are, what the tire selection has been throughout the day. Now that the course has softened up a little bit, I think we're getting into direct mud tires, and it's all about trying to find traction where there is none.
All right, well, while you're taking questions from the internet, I've got some questions about disc brakes and knee warmers. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Before we do that, Bill, I want to talk about the changing conditions here. You've been out on course. It was freezing when we showed up, but the sun's out now. It's shining on this snow. We're starting to see some snow melt out on course.
When we saw the juniors out there first race of the day, it was ice skating. They were going down in quarters. They were sliding out in hard falls. Since then, we're seeing more sloppy crashes. Really, people have to drift the back of their bikes under control to go through these corners. So it's a much wetter course right now. These guys know how to do that, but that's going to be taken into consideration. A lot of mud tires we're seeing there. They're probably running, what would you say, Tim, in Georgia, 18, 17, 16 PSI?
Yeah, that number is actually called as low as it'll go, except for the fact that the ruts are, it's frozen dirt. It acts just like a rock, so there are a lot of flat tires out there, a lot of chances for a pinch flat to happen.
Raleigh Clement rider Jamie Driscoll on the front row, getting a final drink of water and shedding the jacket as we are within about 90 seconds of getting started. Danny Summerhill, an interesting story coming across Nats. Hasn't done a whole lot of cross racing. He's racing on the road with the United Healthcare Pro Cycling Team and running an abbreviated cyclocross program with Max's Shimano.
When he was at Jingle Cross, similar conditions to like this, Friday night, gets second place in that race, going through the mud, going through the slop. So he might be a roadie on paper, but he knows how to ride in these conditions.
Well, this crowd is absolutely electric here in Hartford as the riders have gotten their final instructions, the officials moving out of the way, and now we get ready for the random start. The all-important whole shot here, guys. You've got to have a good start to this race if you even want a chance at seeing the podium here. See a lot of anticipation on the faces of the riders, trying to look at the officials as we're underway with the 2007 Elite Men's Race, looking for a new national champion here in Hartford, Connecticut. banging bars already in there. A chaotic start, but it looks like Stephen Hyde will get the whole shot as they come off the pavement.
That was Ortenblad and Powers going shoulder to shoulder right there in the middle of that start straight. Lots of effort being put into this race, so you know they want to get to this corner first and have a shot at this snowy entrance to the pits without getting caught in one of these ruts. They've been slowly uncovered throughout the day. They have been here since Tuesday or Wednesday. The last time this place was actually thawed enough for a tire to make a tire track. So now they're dealing with a couple inches of snow on top of that, and it is tough for sure.
All right, Stephen Hyde leading through. That looks like Travis Liverman in second as they make their way around this very wide turn. Hyde out of the saddle. Liverman giving him some challenge.
We've seen how important it is to be first one into this climb because, you know, running up this hill, you get to the top. Do you get on your bike? Do you run? It's really important to have that clear course in front of you. Here we see some riders taking that low line.
And watch this. This is amazing. So the rider's taking the low line. Looks like Yannick Ekman, I believe, the Boulder Cyclosport rider going first. He's got Summerhill right behind him. They took the low line, were able to ride a lot longer. Stephen Hyde missed Stephen Hyde. He had a small crash at the very top while he was running. All kinds of action back there as the riders are trying to figure out the best way to the top, but looks like that move did pay off pretty well. Page is able to get in there in fourth position, but we have a complete traffic jam at the top of Bonk-Breaker Hill.
Oh boy, this is bad news, especially for the riders that were trying to ride it across the top, because all of a sudden they're going to run into a brick wall. Look at this mud on top of the Bonk-Breaker run-up. It is getting deep up there, guys.
Looks like Jeremy Duran was really having some issues coming across there at the top. He was one of the riders that was slipping a lot.
We got Stephen Hyde slipping out. He was falling over while holding his bike. Yannick Ekman's got a clear shot at this. It's very comfortable before the race. See, it looks like Lindeen hitting the deck here. That's Page, I'm sorry, going down, being followed by the riders trying to file into line. But Summerhill in second position. Looks like Kerry Warner, number 4 right there in third. And that is one of those dark horses. Tobin Ortenblad also able to make it through that. We have not seen Powers, we have not seen Hyde since they got to the top of that climb.
Yeah, so after some early mistakes in the field, we've got some surprising riders at the front of this one as the two favorites coming into this race, Jeremy Powers and Stephen Hyde, now are going to have to work their way through some of this traffic as they had a rough start the first time they hit that Bonk-Breaker Hill.
And you want to be able to get through this portion without a major incident. And so far, if those two favorites, Hyde and Powers, were not able to do that, that really sets the tone for the rest of the race. When you have to chase from the back, we saw it work out for Lance Hedette, but unsure of where those guys are at this moment. But it doesn't matter for Ekman, he's on the front. We've got Tobin Ortenblad again, still in the top 3, but the riders are trying to figure out exactly where they sit and how they can continue to move forward.
I gotta say, that was such a smart move by Ekman. I mean, you come into that Bonk-Breaker climb and you're not in the top 3. I mean, you want to take whichever line is free, basically. It doesn't matter if it's the fastest one, you know, if you have the choice. And he was really able to open up a gap on the rest of those guys, counting on someone making a mistake, because when everyone's riding so close together, someone's making a mistake.
Well, it seems like he had his Waze app open when he was driving along, and he's like, I see a traffic jam coming up in front of me. I'm going to take a hard right here and see where it takes me. This poor neighborhood had Yannick Ekman blowing through it on his way through the traffic jam. So it's working out for him right now. He's got at least 5 seconds over Kerry Warner here coming through at number 4. Summerhill just behind him. Ortenblad, Jamie Driscoll. We also have Jack right there, I believe, coming Kissenberth there, number 12.
That's been a really tough spot that we're looking at right now. A lot of crashes there, especially when riders start pushing it later in the race. Just one to look out for.
Well, we're still waiting for Hyde or Powers. Haven't seen
I saw
those guys.
Powers going through.
Oh, you did? I'm sorry.
Hyde was in there as well. They're well through at this point as we're working back through. Oh, wow, that's Powers right there. Wow, you're right. I missed the jersey, but Jeremy Powers is well back in the field.
Looks like he's probably about 20th if I were to guess, but that is definitely not at the front of this race.
Well, Jeremy Powers got stuck up at the top of the Bonk-Breaker run-up. He really got into a tough position. This is where it all went wrong for Jeremy Powers as we saw what was basically a 30-person traffic jam. Jeremy Duran slips, then riders have trouble remounting, and Jeremy Powers just got caught up behind the wrong riders. Same story with Stephen Hyde. Luckily for Yannick Ekman, he was able to get a clear line at the front, but right now the defending champion Jeremy Powers is in a serious bit of trouble.
And you can see a real bottleneck happening when all those riders are one behind the other. And so really having that clear course in front of you is key.
And there's Hyde, we're number 2.
He's watching Powers now as they come to the barrier section. He's just starting to make up some time. He's just passed about 3 riders, so slowly working his way up towards the front again, but a lot of work to be done.
Yannick Ekman right now is thinking, this is great. No Jeremy, no Steven. I got it made at the front of this bike race.
And all of a sudden, Powers is, back on the back foot. Now he's got to be taking those risks. He's got to be moving up and trying to get out of this traffic, because traffic is where mistakes happen.
And what did we learn about any of these races earlier today? You start to take those risks. They may or may not pay off. More often than not, they don't. So a lot of effort being put in to get to the front. But let's talk about who the riders are that had those great starts. Talking about Yannick Ekman with the lead right now. Kerry Warner, I swear, is a guy that Jeremy Powers was afraid of. Hyde was afraid of. Tobin Ortenblad mentioned that he's afraid of. Jamie Driscoll also knows how strong Warner is as a mountain biker. This is basically single track riding on a cross bike. Yeah. I feel like this kind of a start for Warner is going to pay off big time for him.
Yeah, Georgia, we talk about the different types of cross athletes. Some of them come from the road, some of them come from the mountain bike. I got to think this course and these conditions favor the mountain bike side of things.
I think they do too. And, I talked to Kerry Werner last night and said, hey, good luck. It's got you written all over it out there. And he said, I'm excited. I think his season's been going really well this year. And he was feeling confident and calm and just ready to hang it out today.
All right, back with Yannick Ekman on the front, the Boulder Cycle Sport Yoga Glow rider who has almost been caught. Well, there you go. You see them starting to get up onto the wheel. That is Kerry Warner right on the wheel of Yannick Ekman, the current race leader.
And Ekman, this is his 3rd set of tires that he's tested out today. He was riding a couple different sets earlier this morning and was just switching to full rhinos for this afternoon. So he knows he needs to get that traction wherever it comes from.
First time that we're seeing a group ride up that last section before the finish line. Everybody else has had to run it so far today, so they'll be kind of the first ones as they come to the finish.
I can't believe how big this gap is. As you see Kerry Warner take a look over his shoulder, he realizes he's got an excellent opportunity. Life doesn't present you chances like this very often. Now, these guys are absolutely doing that as at the front of this bike race, taking advantage of the trouble from the 2 race favorites early on in the day.
So 6, 7, and 8, that would be our Driscoll-Hyde combo, along with Jonathan Page. But there's Hyde again going sideways. He is really laying it out there. But again, these are the riders who had those bad starts, trying to make their way back to the front. That's Liberman with Duran. But we will try and get a shot of our previous champion, Jeremy Powers, as soon as we can. But right now, the race is at the front, and it is going full gas.
Well, we're still waiting for Powers to come through on the line. We'll try and figure out just what happened to big number 1 out there on course. He's got to start moving up fairly soon, guys. They're only doing an hour of racing. That last lap was about 7.5 minutes, right around there, as they rolled through the line. And these gaps are only going to get bigger. You also have to remember, Bill, Jeremy Powers is going to start getting stuck in traffic here. He's going to start getting into some trouble, getting caught behind riders, because on a lot of sections of this course, there's only one line.
Well, that's it. There's already a speed limit on this course, so you can't make up a ton of time taking different lines. And on top of that, Powers, you're right. He's stuck behind these riders. It's always going to be 1, 2, 3, and he's going behind slower riders because he's got a lot of work to do in the open areas, and they are few and far between on this course.
So look at how that went. That was actually Yannick Ekman taking the original line on his own by going up high early, and it was a rider like Jonathan Page who took the lower line with Stephen Hyde on his wheel. Now they're trying to use Ekman's move against him and make up time, and it did work. Page did move up as well as Stephen Hyde.
It seems like the lower line is the riskier line, but it's the go for it line. The higher line is the safer line, maybe the faster line. But definitely, if you've got someone in front of you, take that low line.
This is where Page went down last time, so we'll see if he does a little better job coming around this corner and is able to keep coming up on the back of that leading group.
Look at how close this one is getting now as we're seeing more riders starting to come up. That's Tobin Ortenblad in the dark red jersey just behind our race leader, Yannick Ekman, wearing 11. That is Kerry Warner wearing number 4. And then you see Ortenblad coming into sight just at the back of that group of 3. So, guys, right now, that's our top 3 running order on course. And things looking like they're going to stay that way at least for a little while because Stephen Hyde, Jeremy Powers, and the rest of the riders behind them are really having trouble getting up to this group.
Brad, I just got a shot of Todd Wells there. It looks like he is coming off the top of the hill in reasonable position, probably around top 20, but he has missed the boat as far as what's happening at the front. So he's going to have a real fight left for him. You know, he may have a partner in crime trying to get up there. Well, it looks like Hyde has joined Page, moving up into top 5. So that's your top 3 right there. We've got Ekman, we've got Warner and Ortenblad, and looks like Hyde and we've got our friend Kissenberg there coming across as well.
Let's go back and take a look at this section. This is where Jonathan Page had that issue coming off the top of the block breaker run-up. This section, of course, these 2 very quick turns have been causing a lot of problems for riders. These riders executed it perfectly, but that section caught up Jonathan Page, and it's going to catch a lot of riders off guard here, especially those riders that are getting forced off their line on the way down. So that was a big part of what allowed these guys to get a bigger gap. They're riding this section perfectly as these riders are working their way down. So here we go, back with the front. Yannick Ekman in the orange jersey, and now comes, it looks like Stephen Hyde starting to charge forward. There is Hyde in the green jersey, but Jeremy Powers is still not here. Jamie Driscoll, the last rider to tack on to the back of that group. Powers is nowhere to be seen. He is in a lot of trouble here, Bill.
He is in a lot of trouble, but even at the front, we have to look at the time, race time. 11 minutes in, Stephen Hyde actually is in a really good spot now. He's comfortable. He's right where he wants to be. You always look at the European races. You look at guys like Sven Nys. They want to be 5th. That's the spot that you want to be, and here is Hyde coming around in exactly that 5th spot as they go onto the barriers.
Well, another rider in that group, Jack Kissenberg. He's 24 years old from Tufts University, also a Jam Fund rider. So you've got Hyde up there just in front of him, but those guys are dead set to be in the middle of the lead group, and that is really a good spot. We saw how that played out for a rider like Lance Sedette earlier in the under 23s. So really being 4th, 5th, 6th, it doesn't matter as long as you're in the fight.
Yeah, pretty big group selecting itself off the front there, and then a chase group off right behind them.
Well, now the gap's starting to form again behind these 2 as Kerry Warner and Yannick Ekman continue to put on a good ride here.
Brad, we're just seeing Powers now come to the flyover on the stairs behind our broadcasting position. He is sitting behind Dan Chabanov, the House Industries Richard Sachs rider, and he's been there for quite a while. Really has not made up any spots.
Well, so after some early mistakes from the pre-race favorites, we're down to what is about 7 leaders in this front group, minus Jeremy Powers. Stephen Hyde is there. He has made the selection, but the biggest surprise so far is Jeremy Powers missing the front group. We're 13 minutes into the race, and Powers is already a minute back on our race leaders.
Not something anyone would want to have laid out in their future when they start this race, knowing that they'd have to come back from a deficit like that. But you know, he is a champion. He has won this race before, so he's got a good shot at doing that. However, it's up to the other riders to win it, and they have gotten themselves in a great position, and they will win this thing. They will fight for it. There's a lot of hunger up there. We have riders who've never been on the podium at the Nationals before, as well as previous champions. So I think that the front group right now has got a great dynamic, and a rider like Tobin Ortenblad, great position. Kerry Warner, incredible position. Yannick Ekman, not a pre-race favorite, but he has put together a great first couple laps, so that's gotten himself in this position. I think it's really playing out well for those guys, but look at that traffic. Going into these tough corners, you've got Ekman still at the front, still with Warner just behind. They haven't really changed positions, but they are just picking their way around this course little by little. Those ruts are looking as tough as they have all day long. Lots of tripoding around these corners. You've got the head tilt from Ortenblad in 3rd position. Got Ekman there skateboarding across this rut. It has really not gotten any better out there.
I got to give Yannick Ekman credit for as long as he's held this lead, Georgia. That's pretty impressive in these conditions with this course to stay at the front of the bike race for as long as Yannick Ekman has, which is basically a lap and a half now. This is a great ride for the young man.
I think that also just goes to show when you're not the pre-race favorite, you don't have the pressure on your shoulders. So I think that can definitely play into the favor of some of the riders that might be dark horses out here.
Yeah, and you know who didn't have any pressure on their shoulders? Jonathan Page and Todd Wells. Both of those riders are in the front group. They both have probably, I'm gonna say it out loud, but I bet they have 50 years of experience racing cross between the two of them, and they're going to put it to use. You don't have to be the strongest or the fastest. You have to be the smartest and the rider who's got the most technical ability to win this race right now.
Guys, getting some updates from out on course from our spotters out around the venue here. Sounds like Alan Krugoff did go down on that last lap. He had a little incident with a little slip up, and he spent some time on the ground. So Krugoff went down. He is back up and rolling. That was Danny Summerhill that you just saw making his way back onto the pavement. But now we're down to 4 riders in the front group as Stephen Hyde moves into second position. Yannick Ekman continues to push. Then comes Kerry Warner, followed by none other than Tobin Ortenblad sitting in fourth position.
Just look how smoothly Hyde went through that corner. He stayed in his pedals. He didn't try to overdo it. Ekman's up there pushing it hard. Hyde goes low. This will be an interesting move right here. This may be it for the race lead.
Yeah, all right, so Warner is going to follow him. Ekman will go up high, and if Hyde can get off the bike and get the run up right here and remount, he is going to have a huge, huge gap when they come off of this Bonebreaker run up. It also depends how well Yannick Ekman can remount and get back up to speed on the way across. This is kind of a hit or miss thing for the riders riding it, but clearly Stephen Hyde made the right choice here. As Hyde moves into the lead, he'll bring Kerry Warner with him, and all of a sudden Yannick Ekman finds himself out of the lead for the first time in the last 14 minutes.
Keep that move in your back pocket. That may be the one that we go back and look at after this race is done.
Well, who knows if it's going to be there later. I mean, the way the course has been changing and how it's gone throughout the day, uncovering those lines is half the battle, and knowing whether or not you have the confidence to take them. Stephen Hyde losing his lead right now because he's taking this corner too sharp, a little bit too fast. He's locked it up and gone over the bars a little bit, but he holds that lead.
That's why it's good to crash when you're in front.
Yeah, this is the section we said Jonathan Page had trouble. Now Stephen Hyde goes down. Stephen Hyde, that's we saw in the highlight package from last year, tends to have a problem going too tight on the inside. He really likes to hug those inside posts.
Well, you know, he is a rider with a lot of technical skill. He's got a great BMX background. He's very comfortable on his bike, but sometimes you get a little bit ahead of yourself. And going through last year's Nationals where he had those 2 crashes, it was basically a case of, I think I'm already through the corner and I'm thinking about what's coming next, and that's what really got him.
But go back to the move before that, Brad. If he doesn't make that move on the hill and get that lead, he's in 10th place right now.
Yeah, I agree. If he didn't have the front position here, and luckily he fell in a place that stopped traffic so that no one could come around him and pass him. I mean, not that there's a good place to crash, but the A line inside the apex of a turn is certainly a good place to do it, George.
Very tactical crash there. Good move by Steven.
The other guys decided not to try and jump over him. They sort of waited until he was back up and rolling. They know that there's still a lot of racing to go. The race isn't going to be won and lost here, especially when you're in a group of 4 like that close together. They know that even if they went and got 5 seconds on Stephen Hyde when he went down, he'd be able to bring that back before the end of this one.
Exactly. I think you see those guys really settling into that group, knowing they've got a lot of time, and again, sussing out each other's skills and seeing where one rider's stronger, where another rider's stronger, and not necessarily showing your cards this early.
Yeah, that would be a big mistake, is to put in your best laps as the first laps. You know, what happened in the last few races is you have to stay clean and fast throughout the entire time and not just waste it all in the first couple laps. And
I think this is a really important time for Kerry Warner and the rest of the chasers, because Hyde now has some daylight in front of him, has a little bit easier sections of the course, and this is where his power that he's shown throughout the year can really come to play, and he can really increase that lead.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. It's just like Katie Compton. Do not give her any daylight, because that's the last you're going to see once she gets that gap off the front.
So there's a huge gap from that lead group to Krugoff, and then to Krugoff back to the next rider.
So we already have about a 5-second lead gap now between Werner and who's that, Ortenblad, who's chasing.
Well, making
with
their
Hyde
way
still in front.
Yeah, making their way to the Travelers barriers right now. There is Stephen Hyde in the green jersey. Kerry Warner sitting second wheel, and now look at the gap that they've opened back to Tobin Ortenblad in the red jersey, who's now about 6 seconds down on these two. So all of a sudden, it's Hyde versus Warner at the front of the bike race.
Really impressive riding by Werner. You know, he's been in that second spot now for the whole race, and he looks really calm, really collected, and he's perfectly comfortable kind of sliding around on this course as a mountain biker.
Well, Stephen Hyde, Kerry Warner, your two leaders. And again, we are still missing Jeremy Powers from the front of this bike race after a terrible start 19 minutes ago. Jeremy Powers finds himself in real trouble here. Guys, I think I'm going to say it now. I don't know if we see Jeremy Powers back at the front of this bike race. And no one challenges me, so I'll take that as agreement among all three of you here in the booth.
Well, I think it's a question of who's winning the race and not who's losing the race right now. Stephen Hyde's at the front. He's got Kerry Warner right on his wheel. I mean, those are both riders absolutely frothing at the mouth to get a national championship title. And so those riders are winning it, and that's where it's going. It's going at the front of the race and going in that direction. No one would ever want to have a rider not have a great day on the national championships course. But you got to look at the riders who are doing it amazingly well, and they're the ones who really are out there putting on a good show for the fans right at this moment.
Yeah, and Werner just being so consistent today. I mean, the Kona rider, he's just so experienced, such a good technical rider, and he's definitely not letting the pressure of being at the front of this race get to him.
We just talked about Powers, and we talked about him with Chabanov in the last lap. He's still in that same position. Those guys are riding the same pace and the same position that they were last lap.
Well, fairly soon we should see the leaders coming back out onto the pavement. Here is Stephen Hyde, a big favorite coming into the day, fulfilling those demands. As the CanadaCyclocrossWorld.com rider finds the final two sections on the course, up to the Volkswagen run-up. Kerry Warner is right on the wheel, though. The Shimano riders doing a great job here.
Brad, one of the first riders we've seen ride that really tough rut, not skateboarding at all, and then continuing to ride that climb. He's putting in a little bit of time over Warner, who's still holding that wheel, but there's Page having a hard time with that climb. He's got Jamie Driscoll right behind him. Minimizing those mistakes as we continue forward is going to be key to this victory. 21 minutes into this race, and Stephen Hyde is growing the lead over Warner little by little.
I think we're only 20 minutes into this race, but you looked and you saw what Kerry Warner did on that finishing stretch. He didn't look up the road, he looked behind him. Kerry Warner getting a podium at Nationals, that's a huge deal for him. He's still going to try to catch Hyde, but he's also worried about Toby Northbott at this point with 40 minutes to go.
And he's probably trying to see, is that group still together, and does he have to worry about his positioning going into that next section of course, because as we've seen, the position going into Bankbreaker Climb is pretty critical.
Yannick Ekman rolling through, the former leader wearing number 11 in the Orange Boulder Cycle Sport jersey there, who had a great start, but a rough second lap as he relinquished the lead over to Stephen Hyde.
Well, and that was a flat front tire as he came through start-finish line, so looks like that's why he's losing that position over time, because he can't hold that front wheel with any kind of traction. So as we see these riders hit that Bankbreaker hill once again, Hyde going low. We've got Warner going low as well, I believe, and the rider going high. I'm not sure who that was.
That is Jack Kisseberth, the Jam Fund rider, who has now found his way into the top 5. This might be the surprise performance of the day, guys. Bill, talk about this Jam Fund team. Talk about that program a little bit and some of the alumni who have been through that program in this race.
Two of the guys we had as favorites coming into this race, Jeremy Powers started the program. Stephen Hyde was one of the guys that went through that program. Kisseberth is a rider who's had a lot of great finishes this year. He's been on a lot of UCI podiums. So, yeah, top 5 in the Nationals will be incredible, but not really out of the picture as far as on the national scene.
We saw Jack Kisseberth win his age category race in the non-championship races earlier this week, so he did get a chance to see the course, but again, it was about 42 degrees and covered in mud when he won his race on, I believe it was Wednesday of this week, so obviously much different conditions.
I think when he signed up for that race, it was actually called the Podium Position Championship Training Race, and he signed his name on that form and is like, I'm going to get a great chance at riding this course before the power and the pressure of the national championships comes to fore, and he is really taking advantage of that, riding in second position right now. He is a young rider. He's got two wins this year in this season, but he has been knocking on the door of NECX on the podium. He's been riding at the front of a lot of races, 2 top 10s at KMC against really what is arguably the best field in North America, and he is just cruising around there, not bothering to clip out one bit. He is just ripping around this really tough and slippery course.
Well, Stephen Hyde with a little bit of daylight as they head into the wooded section. That is Hyde right there in the green and black jersey. He'll dip down into the frozen rutted section. We saw this section even claim Katie Compton in our elite women's race. So you never know on this course. Just under 25 minutes into the day here as they work their way through the second side of the Shimano pit. Here's Jeremy Duran coming down off of the Cannondale downhill section. I believe that's Travis Livermont that rolled through just behind him.
I think one thing that we're seeing from Hyde at the front of this race is that he's really trying to push it. You can see he's sliding out in some of these corners because he wants to increase that lead. He really wants to make it not a race anymore when we get about to the halfway mark.
That was Jack Gisselberth in second position moving up. This is the ride of a lifetime for Jack Gisselberth. And guys, this is exactly what the Jam Fund wants to do. It's guys like Jack Gisselberth that the Jam Fund was made for, Tim.
Well, and it's working out well. I mean, everyone has to pretend to be equals. Even if you feel like you're an underdog, you have to feel like you've got a shot at winning, because why else would you line up at the national championships like this? But it's what you do with it. Take advantage of that opportunity, and he is riding in second position just in front of Kerry Warner right now. And the longer this goes on, the better that chance is of finishing in that top 3 or even top 5 on that podium.
I think we may see Tobin Ortenblad, as this race goes on, start to sneak back near those leaders, at least to second and third. He's sitting in fourth place right now. He's a guy that's come on late in many races, so I wouldn't count him out for that top 3 at this point.
Yeah, he'll be wearing that dark red jersey for the Santa Cruz Factory Racing Team. He's got yellow shoes on. He'll be easy to spot when he does come into view. But you're right, Billy, sitting fourth position, and he's got a lot of potential to fight back here. But the battle at the front right now is Stephen Hyde and Jack Gisselberth. Here comes Kerry Warner. Warner is starting to make it up there. This is going to start to look a lot like the elite women's race. We're down to a 3-rider battle at the front, Georgia.
I don't know. I mean, it's really anyone's game right now. And Jonathan Page beginning to tack on to the back of that group of 6 or so. So, I mean, only a few seconds separating all of these guys. So we've got a ton more racing, and I think we're going to see things continue to change up lap by lap.
So we'll get a good idea of just what that gap is here. There is Ortenblad in the red jersey moving his way up. And then...
And that's Paige right behind him. We'll see him come into the
Paige
screen right now.
There's Paige coming into sight. The other red jersey
that's it. Sorry,
right there.
that's Jamie Driscoll, and Paige is right behind Driscoll.
The Raleigh Clement rider looking to move up in his position after a front row start.
Had a chance to talk to Jamie before the start, and he was really excited about what these conditions are. And for a lot of riders who come into nationals, you know, let's say you don't have great fitness, you feel sick or whatever it is, when the snow falls, the ice forms, it's not necessarily about pure power, it's about what you do with it. And Jamie Driscoll's like, you know what, I'm just like to race. He watched Lance Hedette win. He had a lot of teammates and team staff and friends with tears in their eyes because they saw that race play out that way, and Jamie Driscoll just hopes that he has that same chance.
Regardless of how Driscoll finishes here, he will. That team will walk away with a successful week of racing. Obviously, picking up 1 national championship already, and Driscoll looking to make it 2 or at least get onto the podium here. But this gap continuing to grow. I wonder if something might have happened at some point on this course, because now Stephen Hyde has a much larger gap than last time that we saw it.
Well, something is happening. It's happening every single lap, and it's always like half a second or 1 second at a time. And that is how you win a race like this. You have to minimize that mistake. His tire slipped out, so he immediately hopped off. You didn't really come to a dead stop, and that's how you're always moving forward. As soon as you really give up and you're on the ground, then you lose 10 seconds or 5 seconds at a time.
Still no Jeremy Powers in sight here, as I think he's going to be out of this conversation for the rest of this race. He is just now coming by where we are here in our commentary booth, so Powers has a lot of work ahead of him. Meanwhile, Stephen Hyde rolling through. Jeremy Powers in 16th position here, almost halfway through this race, guys.
Yeah, if we were using Chabanov as a guide, he's now about 4 or 5 positions ahead. I talked to Jeremy yesterday, and really one of the things that he said with these conditions is pretty much a crapshoot. You can come into the best condition of your life, and it just doesn't matter if something catastrophic happens in that first lap. You're not going to be in the race. Unfortunately, that seems to be what played out for him with his race today.
Here is Ortenblad and Driscoll working their way through, trying to catch this man, but Stephen Hyde looks like he may finally be rotting his way into a Stars and Stripes jersey. I hate to jinx it, though, because we still got another half hour of racing to go here.
Well, it's funny to hear about a rider whose career is really just getting started to think of it as a finally, because it's not. Today is an opportunity for him to get a victory, and that is why he is so hungry. And I think that it can't be understated. You've got a rider in second position now falling back into third who is as hungry. Kerry Warner, watching him come through the ranks and spend time really fighting for the top step at a lot of races in North America, he has shown nothing but strong technical ability and a strong fitness level. The harder the race, the more elevation, the better he does.
Only one rider taking that low line this time as we.
Yeah, looks like Driscoll, huh?
That was the possibly winning move for Hyde that we saw a couple laps ago. Let's see how it plays out for Driscoll.
And Driscoll can run. He's not too shabby when he gets going. He's got some long legs on there, but it looks like it is Warner with a small gap over Kissenberth. So we'll see how they shake out as they get to this off-camera section that Hyde is approaching right now. The fans love this spot because you're almost guaranteed to watch someone have a hard time, and if not, hit the ground, as we saw Hyde do the last time through.
I think we saw, Werner knowing that his skills are better than Kissenberth's on this bonk breaker climb. I mean, you got to get to the top of it and ride across that incredibly sketchy traverse across the top. And we saw Kissenberth bobble there, and Kerry Werner got a little bit more of a gap there.
Great, but great point. Talking about the confidence on a lot of these sections. It's about committing to a line and saying, I'm going to take this one, I'm going to hold on. And knowing that you can do it, believing in yourself that you can ride those very difficult sections.
Looks about like a 12-second lead now that Hyde has already built on these chasers, so that lead is starting to grow.
Yeah, but that podium right there is changing. Jamie Driscoll rode himself into third place right there, passing Kissenberth. Maybe Kissenberth has a flat. It looks like he is flailing a little bit with that back tire. We'll see next time they go through the pits if he has to take a bike change, but as we talked about, a lot of flats out there.
Yeah, and Kissenberth, I mean, we really saw him on that last lap put in a huge effort to try to catch on to that group. So he could be just paying for that right now.
Yeah, he looked like he was having a lot of fun, though, getting up there. I mean, he's a fun rider to watch. He's definitely one that we're going to see a lot of in the years to come.
Looks like he didn't go in the pit, so it's not a flat tire. He is just really paying a little bit of price for that early effort. But Kissenberth there now holding in fourth position with Ortenblad just behind him in fifth. Again, another close race with the top five really within sight of each other, with Hyde going away at the front.
We're going to see Stephen Hyde here in just a bit, and we'll get a better idea of just what his gap is as the young man, originally out of Florida, now based in East Hampton, Massachusetts, works his way through the very, very tricky wooded section. Guys, the problem with this section on course, and Bill, you know this because you saw it, the sun doesn't get into the woods. It's pretty much been perma-frozen since we got here on Tuesday or Wednesday.
And it's that one little kink that we see that they're coming up to right now that caused so much problems.
Yeah, caught up Gage Hecht. It caught up some of our elite women's riders.
And you get pushed into it. I mean, your bike just wants to go that way, and when everybody's bikes wants to do that.
And here is Powers wearing number 1, well back in the field as Jeremy Powers again gets a rough start. And now he's got to work his way up. Sounds like he is continuing to lose time and positions here. Jeremy Powers having a really rough day at the office here.
Yeah, that's a demoralizing spot to be in because, those guys at the front, they are not sitting up. They are not waiting around. And so that, and Powers going into the pit.
Let's see what the problem is here. He's going to take a bike.
How good are you at lip reading?
I'm sure the bike certainly looks clean. I don't see any problems with it. Looks like they're just going to take it right back to the pressure washer. Tim, why is he changing here? Is there ice and snow on the bike? Is he starting to pick up a little bit of weight as that stuff starts to accumulate on the frame?
Most definitely there's all kinds of mud and everything sticking to the frame, but sometimes you can use a pit change as a reset button, and that's something that is important mentally. It's important for your approach. Maybe you had a crash and the shifter's not working, or the brakes feel a little bit funky, but you can oftentimes just go in the pit, get a new bike, and hopefully just restart your race.
Tim, could it also be something that maybe he didn't feel comfortable with the tire pressure that was in that bike on the last half through the pit and told him to change the tire pressure out and to get the bike changed?
Yeah, there's so many different factors that go into picking a tire pressure. Seeing how a teammate did earlier in the race. He watched Ellen Noble win her event. Maybe he had some advice from her or some info. But once you get out there, maybe it feels different for you, and you never know. And that's something that's easily fixed by getting that bike change. but you have to tell your pit, I want this next bike to be this pressure, and they have a system. They know how to talk to each other, so hopefully that is a solution to a problem right now.
Gap is about 12 seconds from Stephen Hyde back to Kerry Warner and Jamie Driscoll battling for second and third place on course. But Stephen Hyde is looking more and more comfortable on the front of this race. One of the biggest reasons is he doesn't have to worry about Jeremy Powers, but he's got this course to himself. He can choose his line, and I think this is about everything that Stephen Hyde could have imagined when he was thinking about how his Cross Nationals would play out here.
You know, I don't think Stephen Hyde was necessarily worried about Jeremy Powers. I mean, I think he was just worried about putting out his best effort on the day. You know, when you've done training and you've put in all those hard days and you've done all the work by the time you get to the start line, and so he knows what he's capable of on any given day. So it's just about executing on the right day.
Yeah, and when you have a good race, you get across the finish line. However it goes, you're covered in mud. You've obviously hit the deck like we see with his left side. You have to deal with all of that as it comes. You have to deal with that as you're out there on course. He's got a lot of fans here who want to see him do well. Get up a climb like this, staying on the bike. He's going to be able to do it this lap. Nope, he's going to spin out just a little. Not a problem, though. He's able to grab a little bit of traction with his foot, start riding again, but he is on a bucking bronco on the way down the hill, though.
Yeah, now remember, Stephen Hyde was able to ride that the first lap. The last two laps, though, he hasn't been able to make it up to the top. So maybe it was that first lap enthusiasm that got him up and over the Shimano run up that time. But this time it looks like he's trying, Bill. It certainly looks like he's trying to ride his way up that feature, but just can't get the traction to make it up to the top.
We saw 4 laps to go when he came through there. And I think one of the things that Hyde knows and all these top guys knows is that you're going to crash. You're going to crash in this race. You're probably going to crash more than once. So they are all ready for that. They're mentally prepared to go down. And the game is what you do after that crash and how you get back into the race.
What a bizarre sport where we go into the race knowing that we're going to crash once, maybe twice.
Yeah, let's take another look at that little action from Hyde there as he went up that short little climb. He's going to come around this corner. It's got that slip and slide action, always going back and forth. And, when you're at the front, it doesn't seem like, an eternity, but it's pretty close because you really just want to keep moving forward at all costs.
And we saw Hyde take that spill on Bonk Breaker Climb and just get up and get focused, and that's really what allowed him to grow this gap.
Here's that replay of that climb. So he's going to hold traction all the way almost to the very corner. Right back on there. So this is happening thousands of times during each race from all the competitors at different levels.
All right, guys, well, it sounds like we've had a change in the battle for second. Jamie Driscoll has moved into second position, but there is Stephen Hyde on his way up. Now, he went low this time. Even though he had the choice of lines, he could have gone high, but he chose to go low and then run it up here, too.
Yeah, a little bit of action right there. So what Stephen just did is he tried to mount his bicycle while it was still bouncing on some of these frozen ruts, and that is always trouble. He didn't lose any time, though. He didn't get flustered and got right back on it.
Guys, I think after a day of racing with so many laps being turned here today, that line at the top of the Bonk Hill is getting too tacky. It's starting to melt a little bit and turning into just too tough of mud to ride through. So the lower line has slowly been shifting to the favorited line in the field.
Well, at the top, it looks like a cattle drive went through. I mean, there's all these footholds and there's rocks, there's roots that are exposed. So there's a ton of different things that can throw you off your line, and you got to be sort of ready for anything when you take that high line.
All right, this is the battle for second. Jamie Driscoll in the red jersey, Kerry Warner in the black and orange.
Careful, guys. Watch out for the sledder going into the course there. It looks like the fans are going nuts, but Kissenberth on his way down that same section. He is still holding on to a great position, and he's going fast. I mean, this is not a case of blowing your top and losing 30 seconds a lap. He is still cruising, but he's got Tobin Ortenblad right on his wheel.
Hey, if Jack Kissenberth can stay inside the top 5 today and find his way into a top 5 finish, that will be an excellent, excellent result for the young man out of Massachusetts.
And we aren't seeing it, I don't think, but right behind Ortenblad, I believe, is Page, making his way steadily back up to the front.
Yeah, that was the situation.
Going back to these conditions that we were talking about, you said it looked like a cattle drive going through there. That is a unique thing that the U.S. Cyclocross Championship has, is it has all of these other races before it that go through and sort of trample down the course. I mean, you look at the Belgian National Championship, the Dutch, it's just the elites racing on it, so it's a much cleaner, much better groomed course.
It would be really funny to try and blame one of the Masters from Wednesday's race on making the wrong rut. You know, they put their foot in a little bit of mud. And they've made this rut that has stayed like Han Solo frozen for the rest of the week, and now these guys are racing on a Sunday afternoon, and hopefully it's not going to put someone like Stephen Hyde down on the ground, but this is really fun to watch him navigate this course.
Yeah, you can see that section. I mean, that is so rutted. You can't really even. It gives it a good idea, but really, if you're down there staring at it, it's almost a rhythm section.
Absolutely, and I mean, these guys just make this look so smooth because I mean, we've watched so many amateur fields come through, and yeah, this doesn't really do it justice watching the best guys in the country riding this hard course.
Well, I would love to get a read on exactly how many people have lost their voices after a national championship. So I just saw one of Jack Kissenberg's friends scream his head off as his buddy went by, and it's really a test of, you know, who's able to show up to a race like this with their friends and family close by. A local Stephen Hyde, living just up the road, actually drove down here yesterday before the snowstorm really hit hard, realized he was basically stranded, stayed in the hotel last night while the snow stopped falling, and hopefully was able to get home and get his stuff. He just said, I wish I brought all my stuff. I actually would have stayed here. He lives so close to this.
Georgia, this is something we haven't really talked about a whole lot, but the home field advantage for New England riders racing in their region, there's a lot of pride among the New England racers here. To be able to race even within an hour or two of your house is huge. To not have to stay in a hotel, not have to go to the airport, not have to get on a flight. You can eat the food you know and love. That's a big advantage for these New England riders.
Sure, but that also cuts another way. You know, when you have friends and family out and you feel that pressure of being the hometown favorite, I mean, it can go either way. It can buoy you to a great ride, or it can, you know, kind of make you choke, you know, and anyway for anyone.
Tim, and there's a lot of pride for the New England riders here as well. It's been a while since we had a New England National Championship, and now when it comes back, they put on a good show here in Hartford.
Yeah, no, it's actually a really good point. You know, we've got so much riding on this Hartford Nationals being a great event. A lot of effort went into it from, you know, the very, very late-coming volunteer who just came out today to all the people that made this course and the conditions the way they are. I mean, a lot of work went into this. Even plowing this front straight was a big deal. So seeing Justin Lundeen there clearing the ice and mud out of his pedals, trying to pedals don't work, you're basically riding a BMX bike around here while you're getting knocked and bumped all around. I doubt anyone's pedals are working perfectly.
Well, that's even worse than a BMX bike, because at least then you have some kind of a platform. But when you have that tiny little pedal, I mean, it makes it almost impossible to put down any kind of power.
Now, the worst case scenario is that it freezes as Stephen Hyde wipes his rear wheel out again. He seems to be having a lot of trouble keeping this thing under control. You would think that when he has a gap like this, he might be able to baby it a little bit, but Hyde is not letting up because these guys are charging hard as Tobin Ortenblad and Kerry Werner make a big charge to try to bring back Stephen Hyde.
Yeah, I think if we had a couple hundred cameras out there, we would actually catch every rider slipping out. It's not happening just to Hyde at the lead, but now he knows to hop off one pedal stroke before he loses traction, gaining speed a little bit over the top. But we did see that shot of Driscoll and Werner, who happens to be closing. We're going to get a time right on that gap there. But those riders are running around the hardest corners. They're running around those trees, so we'll see if that tactic works out in their favor.
All right, so they are seeing 3 laps to go on the counter as Stephen Hyde rolled through. This is going to be a long race out there, guys. If they're showing 3 to go right now, they're going to be in the saddle for well over an hour by the time this one's done and dusted.
Always feel for the guys.
Problem for Jamie Driscoll. Sorry about that, Bill. Driscoll was having trouble getting clipped in here, Tim.
Yeah, same thing. No, like we said, I believe that every single one of those riders is dealing with some issue regarding the ice and the mud. And anyone using Shimano SPD pedals out there has an especially hard time because there's not a lot of extra space for that mud or ice to go.
Well, and really after that run-up, you know, you're running up through snow and slush, and then you get back on your bike. You don't really have time to clip in. You got to just get down that off-camber. You got plenty of time to clip in once you hit that pavement. So it could be those guys just taking their time getting back into their pedals.
It may also be a situation here with this sun out where we're getting a little bit of a melt, where earlier in the day we weren't seeing as him, and he had cleat problems because it was completely frozen. Everything was frozen. It was easy access in and out. Here we're getting a little bit of melt and refreeze, and I think that's what's causing some of these problems for these guys trying to clip back in.
Well, what happens, Jamie Driscoll just went in for a bike change, got a fresh bike, but the problem is actually on your shoe. It's not even in the pedal anymore. It's around the cleat on your shoe. You might have a fresh bike, brand new pedals that are perfectly clean, but your feet still will not go into those clips. So.
Yeah, he was having trouble getting clipped in on the finishing stretch as we saw him doing the same thing, trying to bang some of that ice out of the cleats. It's as Tim said, it's not really in the pedal, but you can see he comes unclipped here and then tries to get back in, but has a little bit of trouble.
I mean, it could be in the pedal too. I mean, if you have SPDs or
sure.
I mean, it can get clogged in there. So it could be a combination of the cleat and the pedal, just the cleat, just the pedal. I mean, you never know.
Looks like he's back up and rolling now as he gets up onto the wheel of Kerry Werner, second and third place.
It was an interesting different styles there as they come up the hill, one shouldering the bike, one suitcasing the bike. I guess whatever gets you up there as quick as you're comfortable doing it, but we've definitely seen every technique in the book out there today.
It doesn't need to be pretty. You just need to be able to do it and do it without falling over, and if it's ugly, that's okay as long as it's the fastest way.
But man, how about Kerry Werner today? I mean, so consistent. He's just hasn't let, guys are catching him, but he is just singularly focused on getting back up to the front of this race.
Well, the Kona rider currently leading Jamie Driscoll on the way down, just barely beating out the sledders down the Cannondale descent as they go back into the woods.
Again, I think Werner really happy to be leading in this section. Even though Jamie's a good technical rider, you always would rather have no one in front of you, even if it's, a good person.
Stephen Hyde skipping the pit here again as he goes through pit 2 out on course. Everything looking good for the Cannondale Cyclocross World Rider. And still out of sight of these guys. We still haven't seen second and third place hitting the pits.
Just seeing Steven's breath coming out of his mouth, that you can see just how cold it is still out there. The sun is starting to go down. It is getting colder here at the venue. So riders who have made their correct clothing choices, as it looks like Werner coming in for a bike change. Good look at that. He's going to make a very, very quick change, jumping back on that fresh bike. Tire pressure hopefully exactly where he wants it or hopes it to be, but you can't possibly go through the pits without feeling a little bit better than you did before. However, he did give up that position to Jamie Driscoll when he did that.
Back with our race leader, Stephen Hyde, to the cheers of the crowd as he works his way through the final sections of the woods here. We'll get a better idea of what the gap is as we look for Werner and Driscoll. Waiting. This is at least 10 seconds for these guys here. Stephen Hyde is gone. And Jamie Driscoll is now going to be worried not about what's ahead of him. He's got to start worrying about what's behind him. The focus for Jamie Driscoll, I think, is now on Kerry Werner. He has lost focus of Stephen Hyde up the road. Guys, this is a race for second. First place is spoken for with Cannondale Cyclocross World.
Yeah, and that's how it goes. You get to this point of the race, and you want to keep going forward. You never know what's going to happen. We saw that earlier today with Lance Hayden winning his race. Mechanical up ahead, and he was able to catch the leader who we all thought was going to win. So there's still an opportunity, but at the same time, the tactical race is the one between second and third.
Tim, I guess that's something we got to keep in mind. You're never more than one chain drop away from losing the national championship and losing a race.
No, that's why I was cringing when you were saying that it's in the bag, because it's never, ever that way. And I think, Steven knows that, but also Jamie Driscoll knows that. So that's why he is not going to give up, and he's going to put in the fastest laps that he can. Jamie's a very thoughtful racer. He's absolutely consistent and always has a quality lap. And that's dangerous because it makes any mistake at the front so much more valuable to him. So watch for Driscoll to continue to plug away, doing exactly what he's doing. And it's really up to Stephen Hyde not to make those mistakes, which is really a gift for Jamie Driscoll.
Looks like Stephen Hyde starting to run a little bit more. We saw him running around that gazebo line that he was riding earlier. Now Stephen Hyde starts to take the risk off a little bit. He's starting to play it safe because he realizes how big that gap is. I've been seeing Stu Thorne in the pit yelling at Stephen Hyde as he comes by, probably telling him, hey, just relax, calm down, you're doing great. There's not really much you can say, can you, Tim, when you got the race lead, you're leading by 10, 15 seconds. What does Stu say to Stephen in this situation?
Well, knowing Stu as well as I do and Stephen, it's Stu can get pretty excited. Actually, I'd probably say that he's going to be trying desperately not to be excited right now. So you really have to go with the basics. It's focus, It's be consistent. It's also don't panic. You know, if you have a problem, don't panic. And luckily, what Stu Thorne has put together with this program is a series of riders in all these different events. Stephen watched Emma White race this morning. He watched some of the other junior members of our grassroots program race as well. But he also watched Curtis White race, who had some issues and crashes and wasn't able to come back from that. So you learn these lessons throughout the day, and that's what sets you up for success later on.
Hyde put a foot down there, but again, better safe than sorry. This turn, every single time, Hyde has been losing his rear wheel right there. It's sliding out from underneath it. Tim, is there too much pressure in the rear tire? Is that the problem, or is this a technique issue for Stephen Hyde?
I wish anyone watching this broadcast could feel exactly what's happening out there, because it is so treacherous. You don't know what your bike is going to do. You just hope it doesn't do it too much. You know, you hope it doesn't shoot 2 feet to the side instead of just a foot.
He'll try and ride it again here, and looks like he's going to make it. That's the first time since the first lap that we've seen Stephen Hyde riding that section, George.
When these guys are riding around this course at these speeds, you know, there's no traction in those corners. So every single corner, when you're going for it, you're, you know, putting a foot out, you're slipping around. You might have to even dab, but that's just a virtue of the speed. It's not any kind of technique issue, I don't think.
Down to 2 laps to go for Stephen Hyde as he takes a look at the lap counter rolling through the line. You know, he is starting to play it a little safer, but he's certainly not letting up on the power at all. Here is Kerry Warner making his way up the Volkswagen run-up now. And we'll see Jamie Driscoll in just a bit. So there's Driscoll riding his way into second place, and it looks like Driscoll is starting to gap Kerry Warner now.
Well, you can see the difference right there with Hyde, who was able to ride that. We didn't get to see what Driscoll is doing, but Warner having to run it. And right, he does that. He's losing a couple seconds every lap with that technique.
Taking a look at Driscoll's face, you can see how much effort he's putting in there. He is leaving it all out on the road. He gets this mindset where Driscoll doesn't think about anything else except for what's coming up. You know, he won Cross Vegas by virtue of a solo breakaway that just, he was out there forever, just ticking off laps after lap after lap, and that is really a strong point of his. So I really do see him dealing with this gap just fine. He's thinking about nothing else except for going through this corner as fast as he possibly can.
Oh, look at that. It's like going over a speed bump for these guys. I mean, you were just brutally hitting those frozen ruts, especially if you're going perpendicularly over them like I think he was right there.
It'll be interesting to see who chooses the high line or the low line. I mean, every time they're
Driscoll
switching
goes
it up.
low.
Driscoll and Warner have really been hugging that low line for the last couple laps. They both seem to like that one the best.
There goes Driscoll onto the running section as he shoulders the bike. Now, Bill Warner's been carrying it to the side. Jamie Driscoll putting it over his shoulder. Advantages.
Personal preference. Usually when they're the longer runs, the flatter runs, you see it in Europe a lot through mud when they're running 18, 20 seconds. You're going to be able to use both of your arms to run, and it's going to be faster if you put it on your shoulder. But instances like this, it's just whatever you can do to get to the top of that hill.
I was typically a pusher. I wasn't necessarily a carrier. I felt like there was just, you know, unless the mud is really thick and it's going to stick to my bike, I was just going to go ahead and push it and not bother with trying to lift it up onto my shoulders, even though I did have the lightest bike out there. But, you know, it's a whole nother story.
I noticed Katie Compton did a lot of pushing out there today as well. The wheels didn't come off the ground a whole lot. A lot of it was just pushing it over the frozen ground because the mud really isn't that sticky. The wheels aren't sinking in, so you can do that on a course like this.
Yeah, it looks like about 10 seconds in between Driscoll and Warner, but, you know, I don't think either of these guys thinks this is a foregone conclusion. I mean, there's 2 more laps to go, and as we've seen, anything can happen. I mean, if one of those guys can't ride that last climb, I mean, that's a few seconds right there.
There's Stu Thorne giving him a last little talk as he goes around that corner. He's going to find that spot that's a little bit quieter, a little less cowbell full, and have even just a couple seconds to say, you know, whatever it is, you know, what the gap is, precise to the second. You know, you can trust your own team to tell you the correct information. Sometimes you hear stuff out on course, Georgia, where it's like, you're 28 seconds, and then you go one corner later, and they're like, it's 42 seconds, and you never know exactly what to think. Having that correct information has got to be huge.
Georgia, did you like getting information from your pit racing cross? I mean, do you prefer to get time updates like that, or are you kind of just looking for a little bit of encouragement, just some positive words as you're rolling through? You see Stu Thorne chatting up Stephen Hyde there as he rolls through. And then he'll go back over to the other side and have another word with him here.
I feel like Georgia was getting things like, hurry up, we have dinner reservations, go faster.
Yeah, we were telling, Georgia was always such a great fan for us as we were racing in the men's elite races. She was out there for hours afterwards just watching the race even after she was done with her own. And definitely her teammates were saying, we got to get out of here. We have a drive to the airport.
Well, hey, it's fun to watch bike races.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Especially when it's going like this. Watching Hyde go into the waning sunshine of Hartford. You see his lines going a little bit out of the norm, trying to find a little bit more traction. Being on race courses that start to freeze again after they've really just started to melt a little bit. Things that look one way really act a different way, and you have to be extra careful going over the barriers right here in front of the travelers. Big supporters of this race. It was a dream of Peter Hurd a few years ago where he was thinking, you know what, we need to bring a cycling event of really a size and notoriety to the city of Hartford, and he put the pieces together to bring that to fruition. They put in a great bid to host the national championships. We had the mayor of Hartford with us last night at a reception talking about how much it meant to have this. We're in a park on the side of the river in downtown Hartford. It is a balmy, 15 degrees outside. I don't think anyone else would be using this park right now, so Hartford has done a great job. We filled the place. Let's put it that way.
Guys, I want to give a shout-out to the staff and grounds crew here at the venue, the boathouse in the park here. They have had some really, really difficult conditions all week. A lot of course changes, a lot of work going into this year's edition of Cyclocross National. So a big congratulations to our team here in Hartford. They have done an incredible job, and I'd say they pulled this one off about as well as they could have.
Well, in New England, the guy who cleaned off the field for the field goal for the Patriots a bunch of years ago became pretty famous. Let's not talk about the guy with the snowblower who came to the park last night, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Exactly.
All right, guys, going back into the wooded section now. We'll see Stephen Hyde hitting the flyover here in just a bit. And again, this is a section that riders were riding earlier, but we saw Stephen Hyde running it on the last lap. I believe this is going to be Kisseberth. That is Jack Kisseberth. Who's still having a very good ride. Well, at least he can see Stephen Hyde. Still see the front of the bike race, so that's good for Kisseberth and the rest of the riders behind him. Whether or not they're going to be able to catch him in the next, what is now about a lap and a quarter, a little less than a lap and a quarter for Stephen Hyde, that's going to be tough. We're talking about right around 15 minutes of bike racing remaining for Stephen Hyde here.
Yeah, watching those corners once again. He is riding over there. Jamie Driscoll very, very close. He's entering that same zone right now, but he decided to stay on the bike and try and get around there with just a foot out, while Jamie Driscoll's probably going to hop off and go by foot. Hyde going through this skateboard section right here, trying to make this climb. Let's see if he's able to make it, but he's not getting into his right pedal at all, so he's going to hop off here. I don't think he's going to be able to make it up to the top, and he almost proved me wrong, but you have to watch out for that because he tried so hard to ride it. He then proceeded to lose 3 or 4 seconds, and you can't afford to do that.
Seems like a lot of that is shifting your weight in just the right way, getting the right amount of weight on the rear wheel while still being able to get that extra power by getting out of the saddle.
And Driscoll actually got off the bike almost exactly the same spot, so that mistake was washed away, and it's not going to be a problem for him as he airs it out over that bump that's covering up his wires.
Stephen Hyde looks like an absolute madman coming through the start line right now. And I guess you got to be a little crazy to race like this in a sport like this in these conditions. And these guys, absolutely the hard man of the sport.
Conditions, Brad, we're talking about how they've changed throughout the day. This kind of terrain and snow and ice, we've had this in years past. And the riders who put together the races without that many mistakes, you have to assume that everyone's going to have one. You just don't want to have 10 mistakes. You don't want to have one huge one. You want to have a couple small ones here and there that kind of keeps you honest. And otherwise, you are just trying to power your way to the finish.
And again, on this last lap, we're going to be seeing all these guys just letting it all hang out.
Sure.
So, look for a few more mistakes and hopefully nothing too treacherous for anyone up here.
That was that really bumpy turn. Jamie Driscoll just navigated it perfectly for his Raleigh Clement team. The setup to the Bunkbreaker run-up section here. And again, we'll see. I'm going to guess he goes low here. Yeah, Yeah, Driscoll's going to stay low.
Not a bad transition into that flat spot, so he was able to keep some power into that, keep some speed. There's Hyde cresting the top of the run-up, so if that run-up takes 20 seconds to run, that's his gap. But I think that Driscoll is holding especially close, and Hyde is not going to feel very good about it. He's going to be confident that he has a lead, but by no means is that a winning gap where it's going to leave him with plenty of space to make mistakes. So as he fights for that pedal, you can see him searching for it, taking a couple extra times to clip in. You know, it's not just easy like it is normally. You can see him banging on it, trying to break that ice off. He's going to take this corner pretty gingerly because that outside pedal is crucial to keeping that weight on the bike correctly so you don't lose that positioning and traction. So it looks like Hyde is on his way back into the woods. Again, one of the toughest sections here to come.
I got to think those mental mistakes from last year in Asheville are going through Stevens Hyde's mind right now, thinking about those tiny mistakes that he made with no one around him on course features that were, there the whole race. And it was just a mental lapse. Stephen Hyde obviously not making any of those mistakes today. He is a very, very strong bike racer, and we've seen a lot of improvement from Stephen Hyde, obviously, since last year.
Focus, I think, during this race. I mean, he has just been singularly focused. None of, everyone's having bobbles. He's having plenty, but he's not letting that stop him. I mean, he just looks so smooth out there.
Well, one thing that we like to say is you can dream about winning a national championships when you're laying in bed at night. You don't dream about it when you're racing, because that's when you end up on the ground and you make those mistakes that cost you a great deal. So Hyde has got to stay focused on exactly what's in front of him. Be in the moment, be present to what's in front of you. Those corners will not get any easier, even if you're winning. So no way to let go of that. But look at Kitzenberth. I love seeing that action. He is hammering to stay in front of Tobin Ortenblad. Ortenblad has a national championship. He showed up to this weekend as current under-23 national championships. And for Kitzenberth to stay in front of him so close here, riding top 5 like this is a heck of a ride for him.
Yeah, a little bit of a wake-up call, I think, for Tobin Ortenblad as he realizes just how hard these elite races are. But Jack Kissenberth, not much older than him, so Kissenberth is having a really, really good ride in the elite race here. I think he's my ride of the day. I mean, aside from Stephen Hyde, although the gap is coming down for Jamie Driscoll, who's doing a very good job of trying to charge up to Stephen Hyde. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to have enough real estate before the end of this race today.
Well, every time you say that, I get a little bit of a nervous feeling in my stomach, but Hyde is doing everything he can to be safe and stable as he goes around these corners. We're watching him below our broadcast location right now. Small little rise. He's got some clear track ahead of him going around this icy little corner here, but Jamie Driscoll is extremely close. He's going to be trying to minimize his own mistakes, but when he can pedal, he is going to be sprinting.
Well, this course loops back on itself so many times at his shoulder and kind of check out that gap and see where it is. So he knows exactly how far behind Jamie is, and I think he's managing that.
Driscoll having a small mistake, clipped out of that corner. Going over those barriers is another chance to get ice in your shoes, in your pedals. Hyde getting back on his bike, clipping in a little bit, taking that extra moment to click that ice out of those pedals, getting back up this short little rise. I mean, we're watching these riders here in real time and on our program monitors, and these guys are hanging it out. The crowd around them is going nuts. You know that they want their own rider to win, but they also respect the effort by any of these riders here at the front of this race.
Well, the guys back at the fans back at the finish line starting to gather along the finishing stretch as they get ready to welcome Stephen Hyde for one final time. As, Tim, I know you hate when I jinx Stephen, but it's looking more and more like we're going to have a new national champion here.
Hey, you know what? Whatever happens at the finish line happens, but, watching all of these guys try and make it, I love seeing Kissenberth race like this. He's still sitting in front of Ortenblad. He still has a small gap ahead of him. We'll see if he can hold it to the line. Ortenblad is definitely not going to let him have it for free, but Warner sitting in third position, podium place for him, something he was definitely shooting for. Being able to pull that together is going to be a great accomplishment for him.
We're working our way back through the top, we're right around the top 15 right now, coming across the bottom of the screen as they work their way up to the high part of the course.
Yeah, that was 6th and 7th. I think that was Page and Krugoff heading through. They're now riding together. Quite a few seconds back, though, from that top 5.
And there is Stephen Hyde, your race leader, up and over the flyover. as he is just a few features away from the finish line. Stephen Hyde can taste the victory now. He can smell it in the distance, but he's still got a lot of riding to go before he gets that Stars and Stripes jersey.
He is like a deer on a pond, and Jamie Driscoll is right behind him. He's just really very, very close. Stephen Hyde not having a good couple corners. He's losing a little bit of time each time. He is definitely not using his pedals the way that they were designed. He's got too much ice in there coming into this nice rutted section. Hyde is going to be able to hold it, but here comes Driscoll coming down in red. So just a couple corners away. It's going to be really important for Hyde to make this next climb before the finish mistake-free.
I got to give Jamie Driscoll some credit. He did a really good job of closing down this gap to Stephen Hyde today. And the gap that had ballooned up over 20 seconds at one point, all of a sudden Jamie Driscoll will at least have him in sight. And Jamie Driscoll looks like he's riding his way to the podium. But now we look to Stephen Hyde onto the pavement. One last look over his shoulder. And Stephen Hyde has just realized he's got a national championship.
His derailleur has ripped off.
Yeah,
his derailleur's on the ground. He has got to get to the finish line, but it doesn't matter. Derailleur hanging from the bike, not working anymore. Looks like he broke it on that final uphill section. Jamie Driscoll inside of 5 seconds behind Stephen Hyde at the finish. Your new national champion, Stephen Hyde from CannondaleCyclocrossWorld.com. What a picture to show.
Well, I still didn't jinx him. He ripped the derailleur off, but right on the finishing stretch. Unbelievable as Stephen Hyde suffers what would have been a catastrophic mechanical if it had happened anywhere else on the course except inside the final 100 meters. Stephen Hyde, not just good, but lucky as well today. That guy has must have had some good karma saved up because he cashed in today.
I have never seen something so catastrophic to a bike happen so close to the finish line, but the look on his face, it was like it didn't even matter. But who is more excited than Jack Kissenberth here, coming across in 4th position, holding off Workblad like that, coming across the line for Jam Fun. He is just absolutely stoked beyond belief.
That is a career ride for Jack Kissenberth today. This is one that he's going to remember for a long time, and I have a feeling his inbox is going to start to blow up when he starts looking for contracts for next year.
Yeah, let's hope so. Tobin Nordenblad coming over in 5th. Looks like he's not exactly excited about that result. Top 5 again in your first Elite Nationals. Can't be anything to shake a stick at. That's definitely a quality ride from him.
Well, guys, speaking of riders not excited, I think we have to mention Jeremy Powers. I hate to do it, but Powers outside of the top 5 here. This is certainly not the ride that Jeremy Powers wanted coming into the race today. There's not really much you can say, can you? Sometimes you just have bad days. Sometimes you have good days. Stephen Hyde had a good day today. Unfortunately, Jeremy Powers not able to defend his championship. Meet the new boss. It's Stephen Hyde from the Cannondale Cyclocross World Team.
Well, I think, what Jeremy Powers has shown is that he is a champion. He has won this title 4 times, and he didn't get his 5th today. It doesn't mean he won't get it. There's absolutely every chance that he's going to show up hungry and willing to fight for anything at the start of next season. But for now, today's national championships did not go his way, but we will be talking more about him in the future, absolutely.
Just saw Kerry Warner. That is Jamie Driscoll. What a ride for Jamie Driscoll today. He's got everything to smile about. After fighting through that traffic in the race for second, he almost closed down the gap to Stephen Hyde. I would venture to say that if this race were 1 lap longer, Jamie Driscoll might have made contact with Stephen Hyde today.
Well, as we mentioned, new dad Jamie Driscoll just had his baby right there, waiting for him at the finish line. He's a Vermont native. He's got a lot of friends and family here at this event. He's living out in Utah right now because the snow might be a little bit lighter and fluffier, but we're not going to talk about his skiing background. But, great finish for him. Seeing the rider who you've been chasing for the last 30 minutes on the final corner get off his bike. He wasn't getting off his bike to celebrate. He was getting off his bike because it wouldn't pedal anymore.
Yeah, so look, if you can, at the bottom left of the picture, that is Stephen Hyde's rear derailleur hanging off. That is the chain as well as the confetti cannon goes off. Stephen Hyde is so lucky that this didn't happen anywhere else on course. I can't get over the fact that he made the entire race until he came onto the pavement before his derailleur fell off. Stephen Hyde is your new Elite Men's National Champion.
Talk about a dream season. He's got to be feeling good heading into the next couple World Cups in Europe and the World Championships.
Yeah, he has a lot of goals coming up. We're going to hear from him in just a minute. It looks like his fingers aren't working too well. He had to have someone zip up his jersey for him. You know that they've gone numb a long time ago. but those little blocks of wood that you've got in your gloves definitely don't work that well. So when you've got good support like he does with his team and support staff, you look for a helping hand, you'll definitely get it.
So Stephen Hyde gets the win today with Jamie Driscoll in second. Again, I can't stress enough how impressive Driscoll's ride is, especially for a new father. That means we're talking about a guy who probably hasn't slept more than 3 hours at a time in the last few weeks. So to come out here and put on a ride like he did today, great ride for Jamie Driscoll.
Well, as we talked about in the Open, he's a very consistent rider who's got a great deal of experience and skill. He may not be the fastest person who's the flashiest rider, but he put in those laps time after time after time, kept him in the race, and kept him in the same straightaway as the race winner. I mean, you can't say anything bad about Jamie's race. Second place is definitely deserved.
All right, sounds like we've got our race winner, Stephen Hyde, with our field reporter, Bill Scheiken, down on course. Let's go down to Bill to hear from our new national champion.
We are here live with Stephen Hyde, the new Men's Elite 2017 U.S. Cyclocross national champion. I know this was a goal all year long. Just your thoughts right now, seconds after it's happened.
This is a 29-year-old goal. I'm elated. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. This is such a hard course, and these guys are so good today. And, I knew I was strong coming into it, but a course like this really limits how much you can pedal, So it really brought out the best in all these guys, and some of the best bike handlers I've ever seen. And I'm glad I stayed away from them.
You knew you were going to crash today. Everybody was going to crash. We saw it all day long. Early first lap, there's a big pile up. You're in the middle of that. What goes through your head? How do you get back into the race?
Yeah, my big goal, I think everyone's goal, was to be the first up that hill, and I was. And, man, did I botch it. I tripped, and then, I couldn't get on my bike, and it was just everything was going wrong. And but I kept it cool, and, like I said, there's a big speed limit here, so I had to take a couple of risks, and, I was with some really good bike drivers with Paige for a while and stuff, and it was, it paid off because I got to watch some of his lines even.
Yeah, and you had Jack Kisberth back there. You had Kerry Werner, Tobin Ortenblad. You didn't have Jeremy Powers. We come into this race, and we're thinking it's going to be a two-person duel. You and Powers. Ends up Powers came into a little bit of a trouble early as well. Did you see that? Is that something you're like, I need to get going now and just get as big a gap as I can?
I wasn't thinking about anyone in particular, to be honest. I knew that it was who could ride this course the fastest, not who could out-pedal each other. It's just not that kind of course. There was a decent group in that first couple of laps, but like I said, it's whoever stays up the longest. And I even had a crash in the last lap, and had to scoot across the line. So
yeah, I was just going to ask you about that. That's something I don't think people are aware of. Broken derail. You're coming back home. We saw it earlier with Lance Hayden being able to come from behind because of a mechanical up ahead. Same thing that almost happened to you. So you allowed second place to catch you almost at the line.
Yeah, it was close, and Jamie's so good on these conditions. I mean, the guy lives in Utah. He rides in the snow a lot. He's a skier, incredible snow rider. And yeah, I actually had a front flat tubular for that last half lap too. So it was sketchy. I was scared.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Stephen. We look forward to seeing you at Worlds, and go celebrate.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Well, Stephen Hyde's going to have a lot of family and friends to celebrate with here tonight, Tim. To get a win is special at the national championships, but to do it in what is about as close to your hometown as you're going to get, this was a huge weekend for Stephen Hyde.
No, his mom is here. She's one of our biggest fans who watches, like any mom, what her son is doing right now makes her feel so proud. And she supported him as much as she possibly could. She passed him off to a variety of different people over the years who have watched him go from a bike shop kid who was riding a BMX bike to someone who thought that maybe this is something interesting, and then riding up through the ranks and racing as an amateur, finding your way into the professional ranks. A podium place last year in second position at nationals, and now to come away with the win this year. Really, his career so far has been a real inspiration for a lot of people who find themselves in this sport of cycling. He's going to be in it for his entire lifetime, but right now he's enjoying the fruits of a lot of labor.
Georgia, you know this situation well. It's right back to work for Stephen Hyde. He gets maybe a day to celebrate, and then it's back to the office training for the rest of the races this year.
Yeah, but I mean, this is such a sweet moment, something that you've worked so hard for. And, with these one-day races, being able to put together that ride on the right day, especially when there's these conditions, which just add that X factor. It's really, really even more special.
Let's see if we can take a look at some of the rest of our riders as we move down the top 10. Obviously, Stephen Hyde getting the win. Jamie Driscoll in second. Kerry Warner picks up a bronze medal for his efforts in third. Jack Kisseberth with what I'm calling the ride of the day for fourth place to crack the top 5. Tobin Ortenblad finds fifth place with Yannick Ekman in sixth. Jonathan Page turns in a top 10 ride for seventh place as Todd Wells picks up eighth. Cody Kaiser finds ninth place today, and Alan Krugoff rounds out the top 10. So a solid ride for all those guys today, but none better than Stephen Hyde, as he is our new USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championship. He'll get to wear the Stars and Stripes jersey heading into 2018.
There's a special part, like when we're out riding together and training and riding the course, and it's really cool back and forth. And yeah, we're all connected. Everybody's out there riding it. We're all riding the same thing. It's hard. It's easy. Wow, that was tough. That was cool. There's a togetherness that kind of gets built from that, and now each of the kids had to earn their way onto the race team. So now we're all part of the same team, wearing the same kits. Nationals to me is the family togetherness first, and the pursuit of excellence. You know, the training all year, it all culminates. It just bonds the family, and that's more important than anything. And we're all striving for different places and different all that, but it's that bond that is formed and created that we'll never forget.
And welcome back to Hartford, Connecticut, Riverside Park, where we've just completed our final race of the day with the elite men in what was an incredible battle at the front, with a new national champion being crowned in Stephen Hyde. Before that, we had our elite women's race. I want to go back and take a look at the dominant performance of Katie Compton out there today. She was so good to earn her 13th national championship out there. Georgia, she really is the best American cyclocross racer we've ever seen.
She is, and she had a really incredible ride today. I mean, no surprise there. There's Katie making the move into the lead on the first lap. But what a ride from Amanda Miller to come take the silver medal. She really showed that she's one of the top racers in the U.S. now.
And Tim, how about Elle Anderson early on in that race? Had a very good early start. Unfortunately, faded a little late. Courtney McFadden having some trouble with the off-camber sections here. But there are a lot of surprise performances behind Katie Compton. Once you take Compton out of the mix, riders like Rebecca Faringer, riders like Amanda Miller, and Elle Anderson had some great rides.
Well, everyone dealt with problems. You see Katie Compton hitting the deck there as well. I think whether you're at the front or at the back, it was always the same thing. You were just trying to stay upright. You know, Katie mentioned it in her post-race interview that she was just trying to have fun with it and stay upright. Coming across the line for that victory is definitely a very special feeling, and sets her up probably for her best World Championship results. Hopefully we will see her on the top step in just a couple weeks in Luxembourg.
It's going to be an exciting February for American cyclocross racing, that's for sure. Then we went to the elite men's race, where we saw a chaotic sprint off of the start line, won by Stephen Hyde onto the whole shot as Jeremy Powers got caught out a little bit. And Georgia, it was really this early traffic jam that set the tone for the rest of the race.
Yeah, we saw Yannick Ekman take the lead early as he took the low line. But then as the race went on, a pretty good split between the high and low lines there.
Well, that was always going to be a tactical decision on what you did on the way up the hill, but it was on the what happened on the way down the hill was often as exciting. You can just see him slipping and sliding, trying to find any traction. This is when Hyde crashed while in the lead. He was able to recover from it, but look at Jack Kisseberth there in the middle of your picture in the blue and the white. He was able to make up a great deal of space on that move right there, setting himself up for a top fourth place finish later on. But Hyde was all about minimizing those mistakes. He actually crashed coming into the finish line, across the line with the derailleur hanging down. I see the pulley wheel shoot off of the bike just before. That finish line is just a piece of tape on the roadway. He has to get across it first. He was able to do that.
Well, so next year it's Katie Compton and Stephen Hyde wearing the Stars and Stripes jersey representing the United States as our national champions. Two worthy champions. I think it's safe to say the best rider won each of those races today, Georgia.
Yeah, I agree, and they were both really exciting races. I mean, this is why we race cross. This is why we like to watch cross. I mean, you can't ask for better races than we saw today.
Tim, your final thoughts on the week of racing here in Hartford. What a week it was for cyclocross, for American bike racing, for Katie Compton and Stephen Hyde.
Well, a pretty special day. I don't know if you noticed, I have a little extra flair on my shirt here. I'm a proud family member of the CanadaCyclocrossWorld.com team. Stephen Hyde winning that. But you're right. Masters, juniors, people who've just found the sport recently, racing all week long here at a course in Hartford. That was just absolutely brutal for anyone who showed up. So I think it was a great week of racing.
Well, guys, it's been an honor having you both in the booth joining us all day today here at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships. It was an amazing day in Hartford with as we crowned dozens of new national champions all week, and ended with our elite women, with Katie Compton picking up a win, and our elite men for Stephen Hyde. So for everyone here at the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships, my colleagues Bill Scheiken in the booth, Georgia Gould and Tim Johnson, my name is Brad Soner saying thanks for watching. That's all for this edition of the USA Cycling Cyclocross National Championships from Hartford. We'll see you in Reno in 2018.
Brewing for me is about doing the little things, crafting it, tuning it, tweaking it until it's as perfect as it can be. To me, that's what craft is all about. The little things add up and make a big difference. Details make great beer.